everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Ninja World Scientific Revolution, Chapter 331 to 360, Chapter 331 1372 words, that should be enough, Lady Tsunade. This is the limit of what we can change. Can Kakashi really stand by your side? He feels more like a devotee of the will of fire. Kabuto handed Tsunade some process documents, pushing his glasses as he spoke. Kakashi had been removed from ANBU and placed in charge of the 3rd Ninja Battalion, composed mostly of civilians. Meanwhile, ANBU's authority was stripped away, with most civilian-born ANBU reassigned to the Shadow Guard en route. Under Kabuto's maneuvers, ANBU was reduced to just 40 members, while Kimimara's route swelled to more than 130. Including the police force, Tsunade could now mobilize over 1,000 troops in short order. Then, those 40 ANBU were dispatched on long-term missions to the Land of Craftsmen, the Land of Hot Water, and other places. In Konoha itself, only a foreman team under Sarutobi Shinnosuke remained. This was the treatment ANBU received after the current Hokage tore off the mask of politeness. Because ANBU missions were confidential, the rest of the village knew nothing, aside from Tsunade and the Sarutobi clan. Shinnosuke never imagined Tsunade would act so decisively against his clan. He had no way to resist, and with his father often absent from the village, he could only endure silently urging his clansmen to take special care of those on missions so they wouldn't perish in the field. Kabuto, first understand who truly represents the will of fire. Compared with the former Hokage, who will Kakashi listen to? Taking the files, Tsunade looked at him. But to others, Lady Tsunade, what you're doing looks like betrayal. Most people are shallow. All they see is their home gone, not whether there is peace. Kabuto shook his head. He, of all people, now longed most for peace. Who would have thought this small village called Konoha had so many issues? The Sand Federation's territory was half again larger than the Land of Fire, yet the Kazekage handled nearly the same workload as the Hokage. It made no sense. Others may be ignorant, but Kakashi will stand with me, Tsunade said firmly. His nature resembled Nara Shikaka's. Too many deaths around him had driven him into self-avoidance. It reminded her of herself once. But since something had pulled him back, Kakashi might even be grateful. Go notify them. Today was Ninja Academy graduation day. Once students were assigned, they would immediately begin mission training, preparing for the Chunin exams in 4 months. When the Falcon signal spread across Konoha, the Jonin who received it gathered one after another at the Hokage's office. When all had arrived, Tsunade picked up the graduation roster and addressed them. You should know why you were called. I'll be direct. There are 20 classes, so we need 20 Jonin or special Jonin as instructors. Because the Chunin exams are only months away, you must train your squads strictly and get them to standard. The news of the Chunin exams was officially released today, though notifications had already gone to the Sand Federation, Grass, Rain, and other villages. Some here were only learning now, and many found it hard to believe. The Chunin exams? Lady Tsunade, do you mean the fresh graduates are to take the exam in a few months? Irika asked in shock. Since class assignments were involved, he and 2 other academy teachers had also come. Forgive me, Lady Tsunade, but the exams are too difficult for new genin. Forcing them into it will cause heavy casualties. Seeing Irika's agitation, Tsunade tapped the desk. Calm down, Irika. 6 years at the academy prepare them to be shinobi. From graduation, they must accept that fate. And the Chunin exams cannot be avoided. If they aren't ready, their instructors won't permit them to pass. This involves the entire ninja world, the 5 great nations and many smaller ones. Even I can only ensure our graduates receive the best treatment possible. She wasn't exaggerating. From 3 classes of graduates, she had already gathered 20 Jonin and special Jonin. In the past, weaker students were simply thrown into Chunin squads. This time, the mission department had even selected C-rank and D-rank missions suitable for practice, to push the new genin quickly into their roles. Irika still protested, but Lady Tsunade, Irika, the decision is final. Her firm tone left no room. Irika realized his words could not sway a Hokage, and stepped back dispirited. Ebisu, you'll lead Team 1. Students are. Yamashiro Aoba will lead Team 2, students are. Yuhi Kurenai, Team 8 students, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. Hyuga Kiyo, Team 9 students, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura. Once Tsunade finished announcing all 20 squads, the chosen Jonin and special Jonin stepped forward. This year was unusual. The Byakugan Princess and the Illusion Sunset would serve as instructors. Especially Hyuga Kiyo, head of the Hyuga clan, and police force captain, clearly had a role beyond ordinary Jonin. Some sharp-eyed Jonin glanced at the clan heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Aburame. Seeing their impassive faces, they realized the news had already reached them. With instructors assigned, Tsunade leaned forward, her tone serious. This year's graduates, plus those from the last 2 years Konoha, must field at least 15 teams in the Chunin exams. Train them well. That's all. Understood. The Jonin replied in unison and left, heading for the academy to collect their squads. This time there would be no Will of Fire spirit tests. The Jonin's job was to get the fresh graduates combat ready in the shortest time possible. Those who failed would either be sent to the battalions or back to school. Ninja Academy. Most students hadn't sensed the village's tense atmosphere. They dreamed of their shinobi future like a game, completing missions, stumbling upon treasure, inheriting scrolls from retired or fallen Hokage, and quickly becoming Jonin. Some even plotted it out: Chunin in 1 year, Jonin in 3, and running for 6th Hokage within 5. Only clan heirs and talented students felt something off in the air. I wonder who my instructor will be. Sakura, I hope we're in the same team. I heard you've been training at the hospital. How's that going? Yamanaka Ino slumped on her desk. Lately, her father had forced her to practice clan techniques every day, leaving no time to play. After Sasuke's departure, her relationship with Haruno Sakura had mended, though their rivalry had shifted from Uchiha Sasuke to grades. Shizen-senpai is strict but satisfied with my progress. I can already use 2 medical jutsu. Sakura's chakra control was likely the best of her year. Without the Ino Shikacho trio, she might have been Kurenai's disciple. Before long, Jonin began calling students from class. Tension spread. As the remaining students realized they were down to teams 8 and 9, Ino muttered, I wonder who our Jonin will be. My dad knows but won't say a word. Adult mischief. Shikamaru yawned. His own father had dragged him into training too, and he'd noticed Choji's and Ino's fathers busy as well. Anything that brought the 3 together was never small. Team 8. Team 9. 2 voices rang out at once. Sakura and the others turned to the door. The teacher had already announced the lists. Kiyo, we seem late. Should we test them together? Then we can share lunch, Kurenai teased, tilting her head. Kiyo gave her a look, then resumed his stern instructor demeanor. Team 8, assemble at Training Ground 3. Fail to arrive in 2 minutes, and you'll face 5 hours of taijutsu training. Smiling sweetly at Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, she vanished in a body flicker. Training Ground 3, 2 minutes. The trio's jaws dropped. That ground was on Konoha's edge. Impossible. Team 9, Training Ground 4. Fail to arrive in 2 minutes, training until 8 o'clock. Kiyo said flatly, then flickered away as well. That ground was even farther. Unless they already had Chunin speed, Kiba, Shino, and Sakura were doomed. What kind of teacher is this? Shut it, Ino. We'll be late. Shikamaru smacked Choji, who dropped his chips. They leapt out the window. Sakura's inner self barely had time to grumble before she too jumped. All 6 sprinted desperately toward their training grounds. End of chapter, chapter 332, chapter 332. 1275 Words Training for Konoha's genin was in full swing. Under the leadership of Kurenai Yuhi and Kyo Hyuga, the intensity had tripled. Aside from taking missions to build teamwork, every other moment was spent drilling them relentlessly. Under Kurenai's regimen, even Akimichi Choji, who ate huge meals of meat daily, still lost 2 pounds. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino nearly broke down several times, with Ino almost bursting into tears on more than one occasion only to be comforted with Kurenai's gentle smile. Beyond genjutsu and taijutsu, Kurenai also practiced medical ninjutsu. After each day's harsh training, she soothed the trio with small rewards, such as barbecue or a salve she prepared to ease muscle pain. This carrot and stick approach worked wonders on children, especially Choji, who endured any training as long as he could eat afterward. At her breaking point, Ino once cried to her father, begging him to ask the Hokage for a different jonin instructor. But Yamanaka Inoichi quickly shook his head. They were fortunate to have a jonin who could truly discipline Ino, an elite known throughout Konoha. If he dared request a replacement, Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza would be the first to confront him. Ino, that's impossible. Team instructors were decided long ago. Genjutsu's sunset is famous across the ninja world. Much as I hate to admit it, Kurenai's strength far surpasses mine. Having her is something others envy and cannot obtain. If you can't endure, the only request I'll make is to the Hokage for your withdrawal from the shinobi ranks. Hearing this, Ino could only sob silently. Withdrawal was unthinkable. If she quit, her classmates would laugh her to death. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno's team suffered under Kyo Hyuga. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino knew her strictness well. Their clans served in the police force. Complaints would only earn them harsher discipline at home. As for Sakura, lacking any bloodline or secret techniques, her only path to strength was to follow a good teacher. Giving up meant returning to a life as a housewife, a fate she couldn't accept while still holding feelings for Sasuke. Elsewhere, Iwa and Kumo were also selecting promising genin for the Chunin exams. Hidden Mist faced setbacks, but Terumi may refused to seek outside help and risk her village's pride, choosing instead to grit her teeth and solve the issue internally. When the Chunin exam notice reached the Sand Federation, Pakura feigned surprise and agreed, arranging to meet the other 4 Kage in the Land of Hot Water to finalize details. It was the first time all 5 great nations would jointly host the Chunin exams. Such scale was unprecedented. With smaller villages also participating, any mishap would disgrace the 5 Kage themselves. Pakura had wanted to take Hyuga Mirai along to expose him to Kazekage responsibilities, but Mirai declined, citing busyness. Education reform and personnel divisions left him little free time. Even with his frequent shadow clone use, excuses of overwork were difficult to challenge. In the end, Maki and several ANBU would accompany her. Maki had even been entrusted with a bloodline weapon infused with Pakura's Scorch release, which, combined with his Wind release, granted devastating area of effect power. His strength now rivaled top-tier jonin. As for Pakura herself, with 2 bloodline abilities and defensive armor, she was confident against 2 Kage-level opponents at once. Hyuga Mirai remained in the Sand Federation. He alternated between training Inyang released to suppress Kagaya's will inside him, and wandering the Federation with Ayaka Uzumaki. Kushina, after her earlier outburst, stayed away for 3 days before returning led in by Ayaka. She sat cautiously at Mirai's side, relieved when he made no mention of her prior slip. Emotion sometimes overpowered reason, and regrets followed impulsive words. Soon after, the puppet department proposed a reform, summoning Mirai. They stripped down your 3rd model armor, removing every detachable component and reducing costs to 700,000 Ryo, Sasori explained, pointing at a nearly skeletal frame, and handing Mirai its functional specs. The acceleration unit was gone, limiting speed with a pilot to under 100 km per hour. Weapons had been pared down to shoulder-mounted micro-missiles. In their place, Sasori's chakra conversion system allowed the gauntlets and chest emitter to unleash lightning, fire, and wind ninjutsu. Defense was nearly absent, leaving vital areas exposed. But flight, energy supply, and computer assistance remained intact. Has it been tested? Mirai asked. No issues, Sasori confirmed. Tests had already cleared with Unit 18, meaning aside from aesthetics, performance was acceptable. Looks like it's meant for an aerial unit. Ugly but well done. The redesign differed completely from Mirai's original thinking. His models were too costly to mass-produce. Even with Unit 18's optimizations, costs couldn't be lowered below 20 million Rio without compromising functions. These puppet department members, however, had torn everything down to essentials: flight, energy, computer assistance, then patched in Sasori's puppet-based elemental techniques. It wasn't an invention, but a clever modification. And perfectly suited for the Sand Federation. At 700,000 Rio apiece, 300 suits could be produced, enough for an aerial corps. The original design would have cost 6 billion Rio for 300 units, far beyond what leaders would approve. That money could transform half the Federation. Still, it's too ugly. They have no artistic sense. I'll recommend Pakura add an art class to the academy, Sasori muttered. The puppet department members lowered their heads, already scolded for the design's appearance. Mirai glanced at Sasori but said nothing. In truth, Sasori's puppets weren't much better looking. But Mirai would never say so. Sasori was the easiest of his subordinates to appease. Prepare a report for the minister. Once the aerial corps is formed, you may even consider joining it, Sasori added, before taking Mirai to see his super-large composite puppet. Inspired by Mirai, Sasori had rebuilt his collection into modular puppets. Individually, they served unique roles like a magnet release puppet, but when grouped, they formed components such as a magnet release arm. He had already completed a 19-puppet assembly, standing 10 meters tall with space inside for an operator. But balancing abilities like magnet release and gold dust was clumsy, and Sasori still sought to integrate natural energy. Many approaches existed, but true perfection was elusive. While Sasori and Mirai went underground to continue research, other puppet department members happily drafted their report, eager to hand it up through the minister to the Kazekage. That recognition would earn them several S-rank credits, enough to trade for fresh puppet materials. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto had accepted an administrative mission involving patrols along the Land of Rain's trade routes. The next day, she led her team out. Even without her Mangekyo Sharingan, Mikoto was an elite jonin. On the road, she often taught Sasuke and the others Shunshin techniques. Though beyond their regular use, mastery of the hand seals could make it a life-saving tool in battle. This mission will also familiarize you with Federation Rain connections. And while in Amagekyu's underground exchange, I'll ask about their poison scorpions for Yoko. If we find some, her strength will improve further. Her gentle words made Nakamura Yoko leap with joy. The Sand Federation, with its tight government control, had expelled all underground exchanges. But in Rain, such places still thrived. Thank you, Mikoto-sensei. I am so grateful. Yoko exclaimed, hugging her. Her two passions were raising venomous pets and coating weapons with poison. Mikoto's thoughtfulness filled her with gratitude. But Sasuke and Imai-Miwa frowned. Strengthening a teammate was good, but monstrous pets were hard to accept. Yoko loved scaring them with her creatures. Sasuke usually suppressed his disgust, feigning indifference. Seeing Yoko's excitement, Sasuke felt uneasy. This mission to the Land of Rain would not go smoothly. End of chapter, Chapter 333, Chapter 333 12-14 words. Teacher Mikoto, what exactly were the reforms in the Federation recently? We passed the Chunin exams, but it seems we still can't become Chunin. On the road to Amagekure, Nakamura Yoko asked Uchiha Mikoto. Some time ago, the Sand Federation redefined ninja ranks. Even though the village announced the Chunin exams, graduates of the Ninja Academy who passed were still placed in a probationary period. Because a Chunin in the Federation already has significant authority, Yoko-chan, Mikoto said gently. To become one, you must pass evaluations from 3 different departments in the Federation and achieve satisfactory scores. The only exception is if you join the ninja corps, then strength and obedience alone are enough. Not just you, even I'm still studying. If I don't quickly learn the Federation's governing system and improve my abilities, even higher-ranking officials can be replaced. Her words struck Sasuke, Yoko, and Miwa hard, heightening their sense of urgency. The Federation still lacked manpower. Many posts were vacant, and while locals could temporarily manage, assassins alone could not be entrusted with administration. High-ranking officials needed knowledge of governance and administration. Uchiha Teka, for example, worked tirelessly to stabilize the police force through constant study. Mikoto's own squad was simpler, focusing only on protecting the Federation capital. So the competition ahead is that intense. I thought things would get easier after leaving school, Yoko muttered nervously. Advancement sounded far harder than the Ninja Academy's struggles, though benefits were greater. Of course. Unlike other villages that only manage one settlement, the Federation governs the largest and wealthiest nation in the ninja world, Mikoto explained with a smile. Her words gave Yoko and Miwa a sense of pride. Federation civilians now took pride in their homeland. In both land and wealth, even the land of fire lagged behind the Sand Federation. All right, focus on the mission ahead. The land of rain may have an agreement with the Federation, but it is still another country. Mikoto then briefed Sasuke and the others on their task. Once finished, she planned to help them improve before the next Chunin exams. Time was tight. After the Chunin exam news spread, the 5 Kage agreed to meet in the land of hot water. But before the summit, troubles in Kirigakure weighed heavily on Terumi Mei. After Genji discovered the 4th Mizukage's odd behavior, Mei led the hidden mist to overthrow the controlled Yugura, ending the bloody mist policy. Yet the land of water's daimyo and nobles soon clashed with a trade guild from the land of waves over profits. They turned to Kirigakure for help. Though an elite assassination squad resolved the matter, accusations arose that the village had cheated them of payment. This eroded trust between the daimyo and Kirigakure. If not for the 4 nations alliance, relations might have deteriorated into bloodshed. From that incident, Mei realized the true threat of the Kato Shipping Company. With its monopoly at sea, both Kirigakure and the land of water suffered material shortages. Old shipping merchants were driven out by Kato's cheap rates, efficiency, and even land transport. Merchants in the land of water abandoned their own fleets to rely on Kato, paying a small fee to have goods delivered directly. At first it seemed sweet, but beneath the sugar lay poison. Once Kato cut shipping routes, their businesses collapsed. Large vessels had been sold to Kato, and many shipwrights had been lured away. Building new freighters was impossible in the short term. Without shipping, trade was paralyzed. Thus the daimyo and nobles demanded Kirigakure resolve it by seizing ships through force or negotiating terms. 5th Mizukage-sama, another shop closed today. At this rate, villagers may soon lack even basic supplies. A missed ANBU reported, kneeling before Mei. Normally, civilian affairs fell outside ANBU's scope, but now even a shop closing required the Mizukage's attention. Mei massaged her temples and asked softly, how many shops still supply essentials? Only 3 remain. According to our investigation, all are tied to Kato Shipping. 2 days ago they delivered a batch of goods, but with current panic buying, the ANBU trailed off. Genji, what do you think? Should we attack the land of waves immediately? Mei had considered it. But Kato's forces were strong, dozens of shinobi, hundreds of samurai, and large freighters armed with cannons. Even sailors carried firearms. Only Chunin-level ninja capable of shunshin could reliably face gunfire. To win, Kirigakure would need to send at least 100 shinobi. Let's negotiate first, Mizukage-sama. They're still supplying us, so they must want something. If talks succeed, it's best. Genji's aged voice trembled. He had planned to retire once Mei stabilized her rule, but this crisis forced him to persist. Still, we need a backup plan. Summon Yutaka. If he can attempt to control a tailed beast, we'll gain deterrence. I understand. I'll have Anbu handle Yutaka. As for Kato shipping before the 5 Kage summit, I'll meet them myself. Mei took a deep breath, placed the Mizukage hat on her head, and prepared to leave the village. Genji, I leave Kirigakure to you. He sighed. I will do my best. But aside from raiding, the old man couldn't conjure supplies out of nothing. Kato was cunning, sending only small shipments each time. If robbed once, they would cut supplies entirely. Have ninja carry sealing scrolls to buy supplies in the land of fire or land of lightning. It was only a temporary fix. The entire land of water lacked goods, and Kirigakure couldn't supply an entire nation with limited scrolls. Mei departed early, knowing negotiations would not be easy. The land of water, an archipelago, relied heavily on fishing and marine industries. With Kato's stranglehold, it was as though a dagger pressed against its throat. Meanwhile, the Sand Federation, after annexing the land of Tea, was building a naval force and reaching toward Rainbow Country. This was another reason Mei supported the Four Nations alliance. She traveled with Ao, Chojuro, and 6 ANBU sufficient protection. Mizukage-sama, I doubt Kato will agree to talks. They must have a bigger scheme, Ao warned. He knew the company well. Last time, he arranged the assassination attempt, and after the payment scandal, he had interrogated the operatives himself. Kato had once lost money to monopolize shipping. Now that they had achieved it, they would never let go. War is the last resort, Ao. If we can't resolve this, Kirigakure will lose face before the alliance, Mei said calmly. Fighting a mere company before a summit would invite ridicule from other nations and rebuke from the daimyo. We've arrived, Mizukage-sama. As they neared the land of waves, a patrol boat approached. Only ships bearing the nation's flag could pass freely, strangers were interrogated. We are from Kirigakure. This is the 5th Mizukage. We request an audience with Lord Kato for negotiations. Ao called out. Seeing Mei's Mizukage hat, the patrol relayed the message via radio and, after receiving orders, allowed them through to await reception. Incredible. Even the daimyo of the land of waves must bow to Kato. They're like an unofficial daimyo themselves, Ao muttered. Mei silently agreed. If only Kirigakure wielded such authority, she would no longer need to bow to the daimyo or the foolish nobles of the land of water. End of chapter, chapter 334, chapter 334. 1514 words. The land of waves had been transformed into a thriving port. When Terumi Mei and Ao disembarked, they were astonished by its prosperity. Though they had heard reports describing the land of waves' bustling trade routes, seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Even at the port alone, more than 20 massive ships, each nearly 100 meters long, were lined up to load and unload cargo. Though they appeared to be merchant ships, every one of them was equipped with heavy firearms and cannons. If deployed for battle, their combined firepower could rival that of an entire ninja battalion. The chairman is waiting for you in the reception hall. Please follow me. A man from the Kato company addressed Terumi Mei respectfully, then led the group toward the company's headquarters. As they walked, Terumi Mei and Ao noticed the wary stares directed at them. The moment the dockworkers saw their forehead protectors, their expressions turned guarded and hostile. The land of water and Kirigakure had clashed with the Kato company multiple times before, even sending assassins after their president. Naturally, those who depended on Kato shipping for their livelihoods wouldn't welcome emissaries from the hidden mist. If not for their guide, the workers might have rushed ahead to alert Kato's people about their arrival. The Kato shipping headquarters was an opulent 7-story building, but the group didn't enter it. Instead, they were led to Kato's private estate. After Kato's assassination, the mansion had been rebuilt and repurposed as temporary housing for executives. The Kato they were about to meet now was an android replica created by No. Inside the grand reception hall, Terumi Mei finally met Kato in person. She studied him carefully. It truly was Kato. That meant the assassination had failed. She glanced at Ao, who understood her meaning, though he was equally puzzled. The captured assassins had shown no signs of deceit during interrogation, yet somehow the mission had gone wrong. Lady Mizuki, please sit, Kato said, gesturing to the prepared table and cushions. After taking her seat, Terumi-May replied politely, Mr. Kato, I came to discuss matters concerning the land of water. So it's about trade routes, then, Kato said with a smirk. If I recall correctly, all this trouble began because of those foolish nobles in your country. Over a petty dispute, they sent Kirigakure assassins after me. Your village's operatives were quite skilled. If not for my double, they might have succeeded. Terumi-May and Ao looked slightly embarrassed. At least now they understood. The man they had killed was a decoy, one convincing enough to fool even elite mist assassins. She sighed softly. It was my subordinate's failure to assess the situation properly. Kirigakure apologizes. However, regarding the transport of goods, we hope the Kato Company will resume open trade. Otherwise, both our civilians and shinobi will struggle to survive. Kato chuckled. If the shinobi can't survive, they'd become worse than bandits, especially a village like yours, commanding thousands of ninja. I imagine they'd swarm toward the land of waves, and perhaps cut me down as the culprit. Yes. He laughed twice, then his expression hardened. I can agree to reopen supplies, he continued, but only if Kirigakure accepts two conditions. Do that, and Kato Shipping will guarantee you never face shortages again. I can even provide you with kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags through my trade networks. Terumi-May frowned slightly. What are these conditions? The offer was tempting, but she sensed a heavy price behind it. Kill these people. Whether you do it as Kirigakure's operatives or under the guise of rogue ninja doesn't matter. Once they're dead, your supply problems will disappear, and I'll uphold my end of the deal. He handed her a list through a servant. As Terumi-May read it, her brows knit tightly. Those names were far from simple targets. Passing the list to Ao, she watched his expression darken. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, You go too far. These are ministers of the land of water. Are you trying to start a war? Ice shield, 1,000 flying water spears. Before Ao could move further, the figure beside Kato Haku formed a single-hand seal. In an instant, countless water needles transformed into ice sanbon, surrounding the mist delegation. Ice release. Terumi-May and Ao froze in alarm. Ice release, performed effortlessly without any water source, and the jutsu scale surpassed even that of most mist jonin. Please, Lady Mizuki, Kato said coolly, do not act rashly. I've already survived one assassination attempt by your village. Any hostility now could end in bloodshed neither of us can afford. He paused, then continued in a firm tone, Your advisor's plan won't work. Even if you turn to the land of lightning, no one will sell you supplies. When that happens, your villagers will be reduced to chewing bark for food. Terumi-May fell silent. She could sense Kato's unwavering determination. There was no room for negotiation. Folding the list, she said quietly, Then allow us to consider your proposal. Refusal meant war, and war required the council's approval, especially with the 5 Kage summit approaching. If Kirigakure entered conflict now, their entire strategy could collapse. After leaving, Terumi-May's ANBU gathered intelligence in the land of waves, but they were soon discovered and expelled. They didn't even manage to locate the local daimyo. The situation forced Terumi-May to a crossroads. She quickly wrote down her thoughts and sent them to the village for Master Genji's advice, also instructing him to investigate possible spies. The fact that Kato knew about their secret plan to trade with the land of lightning before she did meant only one thing: there was a traitor inside Kirigakure, one high in rank. On her way to the land of hot water, Terumi-May wrestled with indecision. Should she go to war with Kato Shipping, or sacrifice a few rogue ninja to pacify the situation? Either path required courage. But as a newly appointed Mizuki who still relied heavily on her advisor's guidance, she struggled to decide. Upon reaching the land of hot water, and seeing that there was still time before the scheduled meeting, Terumi May and Ao took the chance to sightsee. The region was thriving, and not long ago, it had hosted a grand God of Cuisine contest involving chefs from across the entire ninja world. Even from the distant land of water, Terumi May had heard of it. Many of her country's chefs had crossed the sea to participate. Unfortunately, she had arrived too late to witness the event herself. As they passed a local tavern, she suddenly heard a familiar voice inside. Curious, she stepped in. Lady Hokage. Inside, Tsunade was relaxing after a long abstinence from alcohol in Konoha. She had come to the land of hot water to unwind, though Shizun had objected, reminding her that the 5 Kage summit was approaching and that Tsunade tended to drink herself into oblivion. Since Shizun handled their travel funds, she had refused to finance any drinking. Hearing her name, Tsunade turned toward the door, and was surprised to see Terumi May. Both Kage were taken aback to meet so early, but Tsunade, delighted by the coincidence, invited her over for drinks. If Shizun wouldn't fund her, she'd simply find another way. Terumi May didn't mind and sat down beside her. As fellow Kage, both burdened by leadership and responsibility, they soon found comfort in conversation and shared sake. Meanwhile, in the Shinobi Federation, before Pakura's departure, administrative duties had been left to Elder Kiko, Kikonobu, and Hyuga Mirai, though in truth, number 18 handled nearly everything. Mirai merely sent a shadow clone each day to oversee research. His real body spent most of its time at home training Yin-Yang release to suppress Kagaya's lingering consciousness and occasionally advising Tsunade on governance matters. Excuse me. Just as Mirai began reviewing documents Tsunade had sent, Kushina arrived, carrying a tray of homemade sweets. With Rin now working at the Federation Hospital, and Naruto away studying political systems with Sasuke, she had grown restless at home. Setting the treats on the table, Kushina leaned curiously forward, glancing at the papers. These are Konoha's clans, right? Mirai-kun, what are you looking at? She asked, noticing the scribbles and crossed-out marks on the sheet that looked almost childish. It's something Tsunade's been struggling with, Mirai said casually. She asked for my advice. She wants to subdue the clans without bloodshed, but finding a legitimate excuse isn't easy. So even Tsunade's getting serious for once. Kushina muttered, tilting her head at the messy notes. They were so rough she couldn't bring herself to praise them. How about I give you an idea, Mirai-kun? What kind of idea? He asked, curious how Kushina's simple mind might surprise him. What if, hear me out, you proposed a political marriage? If you married a well-known kunoichi from one of Konoha's major clans, then, before she could finish, an icy chill enveloped the room. Ayaka Uzumaki approached slowly, carrying a tray of tea. End of chapter, chapter 335, chapter 335, 1374 words. Kushina, what were you just saying? Ayaka Uzumaki smiled sweetly as she placed tea and snacks on the table, then sat quietly beside them, occasionally glancing at Kushina. Though Ayaka acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, Kushina was certain she had, judging from the faint chill radiating behind her, and that polite, smiling face. Nothing, I was just giving Mirai some advice. Kushina forced an awkward laugh. She knew she was no match for Ayaka now. Though she'd trained in both Sage Mode and the Ninetales power, she couldn't last more than a few exchanges against her. If Ayaka decided to spar with her later, Kushina would be in for a beating. Hyuga Mirai shook his head. Your advice was terrible. If Tsunade heard you, she'd never let it go. That made both Ayaka and Kushina freeze, especially Kushina. I wasn't talking about Tsunade at all. Mirai, did you even think about what I said? Ayaka's eyes flared with anger as she glared at Kushina. For a fellow clanswoman not to take her side, and worse, to speak for another woman, was unforgivable. In her mind, Kushina had just earned the title of traitor to the Uzumaki clan. Trying to ruin the clan's future. From this moment, she was no longer Princess Kushina, she was the traitor Kushina. In comparison, Mirai continued, we might as well send some clans with weaker ties to Tsunade into a battlefield trap, and then have the Federation capture them. But ninja are stubborn, breaking their bones won't be easy. He wasn't speaking aimlessly. Out of every 100 shinobi, 3 or 4 defectors was already a high number. If the power of Konoha couldn't be absorbed directly by the Shinobi Federation, the other 3 villages would see hope and rebel. Rebellions would continue to erupt unless a few were executed as warning. Even with number 18, and the Federation's strength, they still couldn't govern the entire shinobi world. It would take at least 10 years before the Federation could transition into a unified and peaceful nation. 10 years wasn't long, but by then, the Otsutsuki might have already arrived, bringing a whole new crisis. While Mirai pondered, Kushina grew increasingly uncomfortable under Ayaka's glances. She couldn't sit still, fidgeting until she finally excused herself without touching her tea. As soon as she stepped out, Ayaka followed. When she suddenly appeared in front of Kushina, the redhead yelped, startled. "I was just," a metallic chain sound echoed, and before she could resist, Kushina was wrapped tightly in adamantine chains. "Kushina, don't disturb Lord Mirai." Hearing that, Kushina noticed Ayaka's faintly glowing cyan eyes and felt utterly wronged. She'd only been joking. Did Ayaka really need to enter sage mode over this? Bound and silenced by the chains, Kushina could only obey as she was dragged into Ayaka's room. Thankfully, Naruto wasn't home, and no one lived nearby. Still, for the deputy head of the sealing division to be hauled off like this, it was humiliating. Ayaka, let me explain." Once inside, Ayaka released her mouth, and Kushina quickly pleaded. During the short walk, she had already racked her brain to come up with an excuse. Ayaka snorted, set her on the sofa, and said coldly, "Then talk." "Ayaka, you're already over 30, Kushina began cautiously. "Even if Mirai says we'll live for a long time, you can't seriously plan to wait forever, can you?" She wasn't much of a talker, but Ayaka was simple-minded, especially when it came to Mirai. "If you keep waiting, how many more years will it take? Until the entire ninja world is unified." "That's at least 10 more years." Ayaka frowned slightly. She knew Kushina had a point. Though her body had been altered by Mirai, granting her long life, being near him every day without being able to touch him, it was like having a feast placed before her that she could only smell, not taste. After a moment, Ayaka sighed and loosened the adamantine chains. "I know you're right, but I can't force Lord Mirai. With Mirai's ambitions, he'll eventually stand above the entire shinobi world, like a single daimyo ruling all lands. By then, having only one wife would look. Why not make arrangements early?" Kushina used what little cunning she had, skillfully coaxing Ayaka. The more she spoke, the more Ayaka listened, and the more tempted she became. If marrying Mirai sooner were possible, Ayaka would give anything to make it happen. "Kushina, keep talking." Kushina hid her satisfaction. If she hadn't thought quickly, she'd have been sparring with Ayaka right now and losing badly. As Mirai once said, "When two fools gather, stupidity multiplies." But even among fools, there are ranks. Compared to Ayaka, Kushina was just a slightly smarter fool. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage arrived one after another in the land of hot water. In a courtyard within Kumogakure's embassy, they began discussions about the joint Chunin exams. No matter their personal agendas, they shared the same goal: to make the exam happen. Under the banner of peace, they would unite all ninja villages, great and small, to hold a grand Chunin exam, the first in shinobi history. The 5 great villages had only existed for about 60 years, and previous joint exams had only been held between allied nations. Since everyone agrees to the joint Chunin exam, we should now discuss its contents, the Reikage said loudly. With so many participants from major and minor villages, if we end up with a bunch of useless Chunin, I won't approve. Anoki nodded. For once, the Reikage makes sense. More participants shouldn't mean easier tests. If the nobles or commoners saw unqualified ninja promoted, it would damage the 5 villages' reputation. What do you mean for once? A snapped angrily. Mei rubbed her temple. You two, please stop arguing. But I agree with the Reikage. Agreed, said Tsunade. Same here, added Pakura. Both were confident in their own genin raising the difficulty wouldn't threaten their village's chances. Then let the first exam be held in Kumogakure, A declared. Each village's genin will gather at the Land of Hot Water's border. Once they cross into Kumogakure territory, the first exam begins. Along the way, I'll leave intelligence clues. Only those who collect all the intel can find the exam site. It was a test that even many Chunin would struggle to complete, designed to ensure only the elite genin advanced. I'm surprised you came up with such a solid plan, Anoki said mockingly. I have no objections. What did you? A flared up again, but the others quickly moved on. I agree, said Mei. But I think other villages should also provide examiners. Same here, Tsunade added. The 4 villages agreed, cooperation mixed with mutual suspicion. A nodded to their proposal. Tsunade then said, the second exam will be in the Land of Fire. After testing intelligence gathering, we'll test teamwork. We'll set up 3 scroll distribution points along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water. Teams will have 5 days to cross the Land of Fire and regroup on the far side. Only those who collect all 3 scrolls will pass. The others fell silent. The second exam was already brutal. Any genin who passed would clearly deserve promotion. A fine idea, Lady Hokage, Mei said with a strained smile. It'll be quite the spectacle. She was already planning to have a few Chunin disguise themselves as genin, otherwise, if no Miss Team passed, it would be an embarrassment. Anoki and A had the same thought, but knew any cheating risked exposure and humiliation under the joint supervision of the nations. Pakura suddenly asked Hokage, what if someone injures civilians in the Land of Fire? Then they're stripped of their ninja status and prosecuted. Anyone who can't follow basic shinobi laws doesn't deserve to be Chunin, Tsunade said firmly. I'll also send ANBU to monitor the exams. No one objected. Her reasoning was fair. Ninja laws were near universal. Once Anoki, Mei, and A voiced no further opposition, Pakura spread her hands and said, then according to the map, the third exam should be held in our Shinobi Federation. After the first 2 rounds, the third will simply test pure strength to determine final rankings. End of chapter, chapter 336. Chapter 336 1773 words. The details of the Chunin exam were quickly finalized, 3 stages in total, making it the toughest exam in history. For the dignity of the 5 Kage, they would command their subordinates to train their own genin, but none would tolerate cheating or leaking of exam content. After the discussions, each Kage returned to their own village. Among them, the Cloud, Konoha, and the Sand Federation needed to prepare their testing sites. Pakura also made a bold request that the Uzumaki Trade Association be allowed to record and broadcast the entire process of the exams across the shinobi world. The other Kage were reluctant to agree. It risked revealing classified information, and if their village's genin performed poorly, it would shame their entire village. However, Pakura was firm. Her stance made it clear, if they refused, the Sand Federation would withdraw entirely from the Chunin exams. Anoki, Mei, and A hesitated. They needed the Federation's participation to gather intel, but they also didn't want their genin's failures captured on film. When neither side would yield, Tsunade finally spoke up and agreed, forcing the others to follow suit. After Pakura left, the remaining 4 Kage secretly confirmed their war plans. They decided to launch an assault during the 3rd stage of the Chunin exam when the Sand Federation's attention would be completely focused on the competition. The 4 great villages would strike from 2 directions at once. As for the genin stationed within the Federation, Raikage A insisted they remain behind to distract the Federation's upper ranks. Even if they were captured later, by that point the Allied forces would have already breached the Federation's borders, allowing them to trade captured Federation ninja for their own. After brief hesitation, both Anoki and Mei agreed. It was a ruthless plan, but also the most effective. Tsunade, who had no real intention of changing the outcome, simply nodded in agreement. When things were settled, A turned to Tsunade. Hokage, why did you agree to that broadcast? You realize the Uzumaki Trade Association might use it to steal intel. If we hadn't agreed, they would have declared war immediately. Which do you prefer? Tsunade's irritation was clear. She waved over Shizune and her ANBU guards and left without another word. Seeing her go, Anoki and Mei also departed. They each had work to handle in their own villages. The journey from the land of hot water back to the Sand Federation took less than 2 days. Once back, Pakura gathered her council to announce the decision. Although the upper echelons had already anticipated the Chunin exam, hearing about the 3 stages still made them draw a sharp breath. Each stage was tougher than the last. Even the 3rd stage's individual combat test ensured that only the best of the best would remain. It was closer to a special Jonin selection than a normal Chunin exam. According to the 5th arrangement, aside from sending our genin participants, we only need to prepare 1 arena, said Elder Jiekong during the meeting. If we move the venue near the original oasis, it can hold about 1,000 spectators. With some repairs, it'll be ready. Pakura nodded. With that, their preparations were mostly complete. All that remained was to anticipate the other villages' underhanded tactics and the inevitable war to come. Then begin preparations, Pakura ordered. Notify the Jonin leaders to register their squads according to their situation. Within the Federation, the Puppet Corps alone had over 100 apprentice genin puppeteers. Individually, each was strong enough with their puppets to send an entire Chunin squad running. The Federation was never short on talent. If they sent mechanized puppet users, even genin could annihilate entire teams from other villages. Once the meeting ended, all Jonin leaders received the message. However, since this was the first ever joint Chunin exam of the 5 nations, some who felt their subordinates weren't ready chose not to register them. Moreover, the genin who graduated 2 years ago were already eligible for internal promotions within the Federation. Unless they wanted fame across the 5 nations, there was no need for them to participate. Those who did plan to compete hurried to complete their current missions, so they could return and prepare for training. Both Uchiha Sasuke's and Naruto Uzumaki's teams decided to participate. Once a squad reached unanimous agreement and their Jonin approved, registration was easy. Naruto's strength had already reached Chunin level, so his instructor had no reason to stop him. "Mother, please train me with even stricter methods," Sasuke said solemnly to Uchiha Mikoto. "If I don't push myself harder, I won't achieve a good rank in the Chunin exam." His determined expression startled Mikoto. "Is this because of Naruto and Gaara, Sasuke?" she asked. After a pause, Sasuke admitted, "Yes. I have to admit, without using bloodline tools, my power still falls short of theirs." Mikoto understood his weakness well. His taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu were all solid, but his chakra reserves and stamina couldn't compare to Naruto or Gaara. If his illusions or techniques couldn't end a fight quickly, he'd lose once it dragged on. Sasuke's genjutsu and ninjutsu were superior, but only slightly. Meanwhile, both Naruto and Gaara had begun learning to harness their tailed beast chakra, an overwhelming advantage for genin, and even Chunin-level battles. "I understand," Mikoto said softly. "If you're not afraid of hardship, I'll find someone more suitable to train you." She found it difficult to push Sasuke too harshly herself, but she couldn't ignore his determination either. So she decided to visit the Uchiha compound. Though she had moved out 2 years ago, she still carried the clan's name and prestige. If she personally requested it, most of the clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan users, especially those in the police force, would agree to help train Sasuke. The joint Chunin exam of the 5 nations was also the perfect opportunity for the Uchiha clan to regain recognition. Those veterans' experience and strength would be far better suited to guide Sasuke than her own. As for Sasuke's chakra issue, Mikoto had no solution herself. She would have to ask Hyuga Mirai for help. He was the only one she believed capable of addressing it. Every genin who knew about and confirmed their participation in the Chunin exam was training relentlessly, refusing even a moment's rest. When Naruto returned home, he barely stayed long enough to pack his things before heading to a forest oasis with his Jonin for training. The same happened across all the villages. Intense training, new techniques, and every possible method to strengthen their ninja were being used. Only a few small villages remained inactive. Those minor villages had received the exam notice much later than the great nations. Their limited time and resources meant training wouldn't help much. Instead, they relied on older, more experienced genin or newly promoted chunin with little exposure to fill the ranks. Otherwise, they would just serve as background decorations in the competition. Before the chunin exam began, the Uzumaki Trade Association sent representatives to both the Land of Lightning and Konoha to coordinate the recording setup. Kumogakure initially tried to make things difficult for them, but the Uzumaki representatives ignored the hostility, as if they'd already received orders to do so. As long as the Cloud agreed to install the recording devices, that was enough. The Cloud's technicians inspected the equipment repeatedly and even tested it themselves. Convinced that the cameras only captured limited footage, they finally reported to the Raikage and allowed the installation. What they didn't realize was that these were 360-degree panoramic cameras. The rotation function had merely been locked. They could be remotely controlled, but the Cloud had never seen such devices before. It was the first time the Uzumaki Trade Association unveiled this technology. Once installed, the association effectively gained surveillance over roughly a quarter of the route between the Land of Hot Water's border and Kumogakure. Some sharp-minded Cloud ninja even tried to buy a few cameras for personal use. The Uzumaki representatives didn't outright refuse, but acted reluctant, saying they'd need to report back first. By keeping them waiting, they increased the perceived value of the devices. After all, precious things shouldn't be too easily obtained. Amidst the chunin exam's growing excitement, the major villages secretly began military preparations. With the support of their respective daimyo, Inoki, and the others had no funding issues. In fact, they used this opportunity to request 2 to 3 times the usual wartime budget. What they didn't know was that around 20% of the shuriken and kunai sold across the ninja world came from the Sand Federation through the Ninja Cat Trade Network. And recently, those weapons had been deliberately degraded. 7 or 8 out of every 10 were mixed with impurities or scrap metal, making them brittle. Compared to standard weapons, they could snap after just a few clashes. 1 ton of iron could be used to forge 3 tons of these defective kunai and shuriken, sold for 6 or 7 times the normal profit. The Sand Federation then used that money to buy other supplies from the lands of Earth and Lightning. By the time war actually broke out, both those nations' economies had already been drained. Back in the Hidden Mist, Mei Terumi summoned Yagura's former advisor, Gensho, and the upper council to announce the chunin exam arrangements. After handling a few administrative matters, she dismissed the others, keeping only Gensho and her close aides. "Gensho, what about Kado shipping?" she asked. "Fifth Mizukage," he replied, "there's no spy among them. In fact, the idea to buy materials from the Land of Lightning was mine. I'd only discussed it with 2 others before your message arrived." Gensho sighed. "It's clear the Federation has anticipated all our possible moves. If we refuse their conditions, then war is inevitable. But be cautious, their countermeasures will be ready. If we can't secure enough supplies before the war starts, then the mist." Mei frowned. She understood what he was implying. Direct conflict would be disastrous under these conditions. After a long silence, she rubbed her temples and sighed. "I'll arrange something." "Let the ANBU handle it," Gensho suggested. "Once the mission is complete, transfer them into the secret department and assign replacements to ANBU. That way, even if the daimyo's officials investigate, we can blame everything on Kado shipping. It wouldn't hold up forever. Once Kado shipping resumed supplying materials, the daimyo's office would surely grow suspicious. But without such measures, the Mist wouldn't even have enough military supplies to fight. Being an island nation, their survival depended on imports. Without external materials, even ninja would struggle to live comfortably. End of chapter. Chapter 337. Chapter 337. 16-18 words. "Well then, we're heading out. Mom, just relax and watch me take first place in the first 2 rounds through the broadcast." Naruto Uzumaki gave a confident thumbs up to Kushina, promising he'd win first place. Kushina only chuckled, then struck him on the head with a hand chop, giving him a sharp look. Just don't cause trouble for your teammates in the first 2 rounds. Listen to Mie's instructions. If you get eliminated, I won't forgive you. Kamigawa no and Yamai Mie both nodded in agreement. Naruto's biggest flaw was his impulsiveness, always full of surprises. While it sometimes worked out, more often it brought trouble. Ah, Mie, no, you underestimate me. I'll definitely follow orders this time. Brimming with confidence from his training, Naruto looked around after saying that. Kushina noticed immediately, tapped his head lightly, and said, "Don't bother looking. Mirai-kun has been training hard lately, barely leaves the house." Naruto looked surprised. Uncle Mirai is already that strong, and he's still training. That's amazing. The principal, huh? Kamigawa no and Yamai Mie exchanged curious glances upon hearing Naruto's words. They knew he was close with the principal, and both decided to ask him for gossip later. At the gates of the Sand Federation's city, crowds of people gathered to see the participants off. Uchiha Mikoto had come to send Sasuke off as well, accompanied by Inoka, and another Uchiha clansman, who had been helping train Sasuke these past weeks. Inoka's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with hope as he said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, make sure you bring honor to the Uchiha name." "Do your best," the other clansman added. During their training, one had helped Sasuke refine his fundamentals while the other focused on improving his Sharingan. They hadn't held back during sparring either. Sasuke still bore half-healed wounds, his arms wrapped in bandages covering scars from relentless training. But it was precisely that intensity that pushed Sasuke's strength to new heights. His Sharingan had evolved to 3 Tomo, and he had mastered several Uchiha-style taijutsu and shuriken techniques, along with 2 Sharingan-based genjutsu. Kankuro and Temari were also seeing Gaara off. Temari, now part of the security force, had no plans to take the exam herself. She only hoped her younger brother would make her proud. Kankuro, however, was dissatisfied. He'd wanted to participate, but puppeteers were banned from entering, shattering his dream of showing off his puppets during the joint Chunin exams. That order came directly from the 5th Kazekage. The mechanical puppets' abilities were too overwhelming. For genin, they were simply unbeatable. If puppet users were allowed to compete, the other 4 villages would accuse Pakura of sabotaging the fairness of the exams. All team leaders and participating genin, gather here. We're departing. The commander for this mission, Maki, called out. With others occupied Yashimara handling administrative duties, Maki was the only jonin available to lead the team. Still, he didn't mind. At least this way, he'd finally get to pilot the anti-gravity airship himself. Ever since he'd first seen it, he'd wanted to try it, and thanks to the Chunin exams, he finally had the chance to give the genin a relaxing ride before the trials began. The Sand Federation was sending 12 squads, 36 genin in total. Including the jonin leaders and Chunin proctors, their full group numbered 80. Once everyone boarded, Maki activated the anti-gravity system. The airship rose steadily into the sky and headed for the land of hot water. At its speed, they'd arrive in just over a day. "All right, everyone, let's move out." Tsunade personally came to the Konoha village gates to see off her participants. Konoha was sending 20 squads, its largest contingent. The oldest participant was 17, while only 2 newly graduated teams were taking part this year. Their captains were also the designated commander and vice-commander for the journey to the land of hot water. Genjutsu Master Kurina Yuhi, and the Byakugan princess herself. Sending so many teams was necessary. Each round of the exams would be tougher than the last, so the more genin they fielded, the better their chances. During the second stage especially, having more ninja from the same village would increase their odds of eliminating competitors from others. Among the 60 participating genin, 6 were fresh graduates. Yet their confidence outshone even those who had been genin for years. "Sakura, this time let's see which of us lasts longer and becomes a chunin first." Ino leaned close to Sakura Haruno with a confident grin. Only the three of them had managed to endure Kurenai-sensei's training for so long. Ino's recent efforts, especially her final spar with Kurenai's shadow clone, had greatly boosted her confidence. Ino, my role in the team is as a medical ninja. Sakura sighed lightly before smiling. But since you want a contest, fine. Let's see who passes the exams and becomes a chunin. Their conversation drew curious glances from nearby genin. The veterans among them knew the truth: this chunin exam, involving all 5 nations, would be the hardest in history. Only these newly graduated genin could still speak with such innocence. Nara Shikamaru, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as upbeat. Having heard inside information from his father, he found the whole situation troublesome. He had no intention of becoming a chunin. His goal was simply to survive the second round. But he knew once they returned, that deceptively kind yet terrifyingly strict teacher Kurenai would train them half to death again. After greeting Tsunade, Kiyo Hyuga turned to address the assembled genin, jonin, and chunin. Let's move. We regroup at the border within 1 day. 1 day. At that, everyone's expressions stiffened. By that pace, they'd barely have time to rest, and even then, they'd have to rely on soldier pills to restore chakra and stamina. Sakura and Kiba both smacked their foreheads. They knew their teacher wouldn't let them relax even before the exams. 1 day of non-stop travel would be a brutal challenge. Tsunade sighed and waved them off. Since Kiyo was in charge, she wouldn't interfere. Move out. At Kiyo's command, the squads dispersed, keeping close but maintaining formation as they began their march. Let's go too, Kiyo. Kurenai smiled, and the two of them used body flicker to advance quickly. For taijutsu-oriented ninja like them, combining high-speed movement with body flicker was second nature. While the others would need a full day to reach the border, they would arrive in half the time. Around the same time, Iwagakure and Kirigakure also dispatched their leaders and genin for the exams. Even small villages participated. Amigakure sent 3 squads as usual. Nagato didn't care about the exams themselves. Their real goal was to capture Jinchuriki during the event. They didn't even bother sending a jonin leader, only a single chunin. Their plan was simple: capture the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails during the first round, then the 2 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails in the second. Finally, they'd have White Zetsu frame the Sand Federation, inciting war across the ninja world. Once chaos erupted, the Akatsuki would move in to capture the 1 tail and 9 tails. This strategy had been discussed at length between Nagato and Tobi. Only the 3 tails remained missing, much to both their frustration, so much that Black Zetsu had taken his anger out on White Zetsu. It was a rare opportunity. Both Tobi and Nagato had witnessed the strength of Hyuga Mirai and Tsunade firsthand. Attempting to capture tailed beasts under their watch without a war as distraction would be nearly impossible. If they failed to seize this moment, it could take years before the Akatsuki could complete the collection of all 9-tailed beasts. With 4 great nations preparing to attack the Sand Federation, the Akatsuki could finally operate in the shadows. Black Zetsu was both pleased and enraged, pleased at the chance to gather the beasts, furious that White Zetsu still couldn't locate the 3 tails. Many within the Akatsuki were growing dissatisfied with White Zetsu. Black Zetsu and Tobi often forced him to scour for information. Nagato himself had already reprimanded him twice, boasting of his unmatched intelligence network, yet failing to locate Sasori, or the 3 tails had crippled their plans. Black Zetsu was even considering reviving Uchiha Madara early if the war began, and the collection still failed. Without Madara, Nagato and Tobi alone might not be enough. Both had already struggled to handle a single would-release user like Tsunade. If their plans were exposed, the Akatsuki would be crushed by the 5 great nations. In the land of Field, Zorochimaru's Hidden Sound Village also received the Chunin exam invitation. The village served mainly as his cover, filled with talented youths. Thanks to Hyuga Mirai's financial support, they rarely took outside missions. Their survival between 2 great nations depended on their discretion. For this exam, Orochimaru decided to send Guren as the leader, and formed a team consisting of Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and another sound ninja who had adapted to the cursed seal. Niji-kun, show your strength freely during the Chunin exams. As for the Byakugan enhancement experiments, we'll continue after you return. Orochimaru's voice rasped as he spoke to Niji. Among the 3 Hyuga brought by Kabuto, Niji's talent and determination stood out the most. But for experimentation, Hinata was the better subject. Having survived the fusion of 2 sage energies, Hinata's body greatly satisfied Orochimaru. She was slowly adapting to both powers. If possible, he even wanted to see her bear the fusion of 3 sage energies. Hinata-kun, I have high expectations for you as well. Hinata lifted her head slightly, her white pupils faintly reflecting a golden serpent's gaze. Her tone was calm but subtly strange. Understood. Please rest assured, Orochimaru-sama. End of chapter, chapter 338. Chapter 338 1485 words. When Konoha's group arrived at the assembly point, most of the genin immediately sat down to rest. But upon seeing Kyo Hyuga standing there, they forced themselves to their feet again. As for rest, they could rely on soldier pills to restore stamina. Sakura, no wonder you were so confident about competing with me. Your team's leader isn't soft either, Ino said, sweat running down her forehead as she approached Sakura Haruno. She had thought Kurenai-sensei was already strict enough, but now she realized there was another perhaps even stricter jonin. Their generation must be cursed to have drawn the 2 toughest instructors in Konoha. Sakura laughed awkwardly, but before she could respond, Kiba Inuzuka spoke up first. That was just a warm-up. Kyo-sensei's real strictness comes later. Too bad you won't get to experience it. Better that way, Ino muttered in her mind. Just enduring Kurenai was enough to make her nearly quit being a ninja. She doubted she could survive a teacher even stricter. There's still some time before the scheduled assembly. Disperse and rest as you like for now. At Kyo Hyuga's order, many ninja relaxed on the spot, deciding to rest right there. The nearest town was only a few hundred meters away, but some were too tired to even move. Shikamaru, however, forced himself to his feet. After swallowing a soldier pill, he turned to Ino. Come on, Ino, let's look around nearby. Let's just rest here. I'm so tired I can't even move, Ino complained, waving her hand dismissively. Shikamaru rubbed his temple and whispered, Idiot. Do you really think Kyo-sensei brought us here early just to rest? If the first exam's hosted by the Cloud Village, why are we gathering at the border of the land of hot water? This is a joint Chunin exam involving nearly the entire shinobi world. If we don't stay alert, we won't even make it past the first round. Look around at the others. He motioned toward the other teams. While some were resting, many had already spread out, clearly investigating their surroundings. Kyo's decision had raised suspicion for more than one person. Shino adjusted his glasses and murmured, Kyo-sensei's behavior. All right then, let's move too, Sakura, Kiba said, setting Akamaru on his head as he prepared to explore. Spotting Shino nearby, he added, You coming? You've rested enough, right? I suppose. Shino replied evenly, but before he could finish, Shikamaru interrupted, scratching his head. Hold on, Kiba, Sakura. We're all recent graduates and the first exam doesn't involve direct competition. How about we cooperate for once? Our 2 teams can split up and share whatever information we gather later. 2 teams collecting intel will get more results than one. Sakura frowned slightly, exchanged a look with Kiba, then smiled. All right, Shikamaru. Let's do that. We'll share everything we find afterward. The first exam likely wouldn't pit them against each other yet. Working together would raise their chances of passing. As fresh genin, they knew that without teamwork, they could easily be eliminated. Before long, only a few teams were still resting. Kurenai Yuhi approached Kyo Hyuga, who sat cross-legged in quiet meditation. Smiling, she said, Kyo, looks like our students caught onto your intentions. Seems they won't have trouble passing the first exam. If they can't even pass the first round, then my training was a waste. Kiyo replied calmly, opening her eyes slightly to glance at Kurenai. What are you plotting this time? Oh, nothing big. Lady Tsunade wanted me to sound you out. She's planning something major and asked me to see where you stand, but you know me, Kiyo. I'll always be on your side. Kurenai leaned close and whispered in her ear. Her warm breath made Kiyo uncomfortable. She turned her head slightly before asking, what could she possibly need to test me for? The Hyuga clan is already firmly aligned with the Hokage faction. This time's different. Lady Tsunade wanted me to ask you personally if one day, she needed you to make a small sacrifice for Konoha, would you agree? Kiyo frowned slightly, confused. What kind of sacrifice? Kurenai's words were more cryptic than enemy intel on the battlefield. I don't know either. But Lady Tsunade said she wouldn't force you, Kurenai added quickly, shifting all the blame to Tsunade. After all, Tsunade wasn't here, and Kiyo wouldn't go chasing her down over this. How ridiculous, Kiyo muttered, closing her eyes again to rest. Before long, shinobi from the grass village arrived, followed by those from the hidden mist and several smaller villages. But the most eye-catching entrance came from the Sand Federation. When their anti-gravity airship appeared, even Kiyo furrowed her brows. To other villages, such technology posed a serious threat. On the battlefield, it would render traditional supply line attacks useless unless the third Tsuchika Jinoki personally intervened. The smaller villages could only stare in awe. The Federation's high-tech floating vessel was far beyond their imagination. So this is the gathering point. Looks like we're the last ones to arrive, Naruto Uzumaki said excitedly as he stepped off the airship. The thought of facing ninja from so many villages made his blood boil with anticipation. Behind him, Yamai Mie tugged at his clothes and whispered, Naruto, don't do anything reckless. If you do, I'll tell Aunt Kushina. I know, Mie. Don't worry, Naruto replied quickly. He was excited, not stupid. People just thought he was, thanks to his mother's loud reputation. This time, during the Chunin exams, he wouldn't embarrass himself. After everyone disembarked, Maki pressed a button, and the airship folded back into a compact space capsule, which he pocketed carefully. What a marvelous thing, he thought. Once he retired, he'd definitely buy one and travel across the ninja world in it. After safely storing the capsule, Maki turned to the others. There's still a bit of time left before we begin. You may look around. As for the leading Jonin and proctoring Chunin, come with me. The town was close enough that even if the genin ran into trouble, the Jonin could respond instantly. But the choice of words, look around, did not go unnoticed. Maki was known as one of the Kazekage's most disciplined aides. If even he said, look around, it was clearly a coded instruction. Mikami, Naruto, Mie said seriously once they split up. As soon as we're dismissed, start gathering intel, whether it's on other villages' genin, or anything unusual nearby. Bring back results. Her tone sharpened. If necessary, use certain methods. Maki didn't forbid action. Just get the intel before anyone can raise an alarm. Other teams caught on to the same hint, exchanging looks and preparing to move out as soon as the order was given. Uchiha Mikoto smiled at Sasuke and Naruto, gave them a small thumbs up, then followed Maki and the other Jonin to their meeting point. Most people didn't recognize Naruto, but some of Konoha's Jonin did. The son of the fourth Hokage, now wearing the headband of another village. And by the looks of it, he was getting along remarkably well with his teammates. If the fourth saw this, I wonder if he'd thank Konoha or destroy it, Kurenai muttered bitterly. She hadn't been in the village the night of the Uchiha massacre, but she wasn't ignorant either. Using the son of a hero to suppress another bloodline clan, Konoha's leadership had played an ugly hand. And Danzo, the man most responsible, had only been dismissed by the third Hokage. The whole thing was pathetic. Who knows, Kiyo said, shaking her head. Making your own child a Jinchuriki isn't something a sane person does. If Naruto made it through the first 2 exams, and placed high in the third, Konoha would be humiliated. A Jinchuriki who defected was one thing, but if the world learned that the hero's son had left the village, the mockery would be endless. By then, at least one of Konoha's 2 remaining elders would have to step forward and take the blame. "Come on, the Clouds team has arrived," Kyo said, ending the topic. She called over the Konoha Chunin assigned as exam proctors. When all 5 great nations had assembled, Mabui of Kumogakure stepped forward. "Since everyone's here, we'll begin as agreed after registration." Makidano, do the Uzumaki Trade Association participants require any special arrangements? Maki shook his head. No, the Kazekage has instructed them to respect the Cloud's rules. Everything will proceed as planned. Then the proctoring Chunin will be assigned by our village, Mabui said. Once they're in position, I'll announce the start of the first Chunin exam. Her proposal met no objections. Everything was already arranged. The smaller villages stayed silent and listened. Soon, the appointed Chunin followed Samui into the land of lightning. Many genin noticed, realizing the first exam was about to begin. Hearing someone call his name, Naruto turned, surprised to see who it was. You're here too. End of chapter, chapter 339, chapter 339 1498 words. Is that someone you know? Yamanoi Mai asked beside Naruto. He nodded slightly. Yeah, an old classmate. It's been a long time. A long time. Naruto, you bastard, why did you go to another ninja village? And why are you wearing a Suna forehead protector now? Kiba Inuzuka, clearly irritated, shouted at him. Akamaru barked twice on his head as if agreeing. Your father's a hero of the village, right? I remember you saying at school that you were the son of a hero. So why would you end up in another village? Kiba's barrage of questions made the smile on Naruto's face slowly fade. Kawano Kamikawa, standing nearby, frowned and was about to step forward to defend him. During their missions, Naruto had been warm and helpful, saving both him and Mai several times. Thanks to Naruto, they'd received better educational support, something even Mai had noticed. So Kamikawa couldn't stand seeing this Konoha genin badgering Naruto. You don't know what. Before he could finish, Naruto raised a hand to stop him. Forget it, Kamikawa. We're still on a mission. After calming his teammate, Naruto turned to Kiba. Kiba, if you don't know the truth, why don't you go find out yourself? Gathering intel is part of the Chunin exam, isn't it? As for me being a hero's son, just assume I was lying. Hardly anyone at the academy believed me anyway. Naruto had learned part of what happened that night from Aunt Ayaka. That was exactly why he despised being called the son of a hero. His father was Hokage, his mother had given everything for the village, yet because of the beast sealed inside him, his mother was nearly killed, and later almost died at his own hands. When Naruto first learned the truth of that night, his emotions had flared so violently that he nearly resonated with the Ninetales chakra. It was only because Ayaka was there that the beast settled back down. Since then, Naruto had come to hate the Hokage, the title that almost made him attack his mother, and also his masked father, who had sealed the tailed beast inside him. Kiba faltered, struck silent. He too had never really believed Naruto's words back then. The hero's son story was something only Naruto himself had said, and apart from going to and from school, Naruto rarely interacted with anyone. When Kiba once asked his mother about Naruto, she told him not to pry. So he'd assumed Naruto was lying. Though everyone knew Kushina was alive, the third Hokage had gathered the clans and ordered secrecy. Later, Danzo personally visited each family, and the major clans chose to avoid trouble, following Hiruzen's word and pretending the mother and son didn't exist. No one had expected Danzo to target the Ninetales Jinchuriki, forcing Kushina and her son to defect from the village. Damn it, what does that even mean? Kiba still couldn't fully grasp it, but anger burned inside him. Sakura stepped in, pulling him back slightly before taking a breath. Naruto, do you know where Sasuke is? He probably went somewhere else. We split up after we got here, Naruto said, scratching his head. He remembered Sakura somewhat. She'd left an impression, though not for her hair color. It had been 5 years since they last met, and he had almost forgotten her face. Naruto, let's go. We don't have much time before the gathering. Mai lightly smacked his yellow head, scolding him for nearly spilling information about his teammates again. Ow, I get it, Mai. Naruto rubbed his head and followed her to continue gathering intel. They had just found 2 leads but hadn't had time to decipher them yet. Sakura, Kiba, and Shino watched Naruto leave with a strange heaviness in their hearts. Once classmates, they now felt worlds apart. Elsewhere, Sasuke Uchiha also encountered Ino. She was thrilled to see him, but her overexcited reaction nearly triggered a conflict between their squads. Sasuke, who barely remembered his old Konoha classmates, frowned at her overly familiar behavior. Nakamura Yoko wasn't one to back down either, and if not for Shikamaru's quick intervention, they might have started the second round early. Meanwhile, the 3-man squad from Otogakure stood quietly. Captain, shouldn't we gather some intel too? Taiyuya asked, seeing Niji Hyuga sitting motionless while other teams had already started moving. Niji opened his eyes slightly and replied calmly, no need. We'll just follow the others when the time comes. With his Byakugan, the first exam had been easy. He simply didn't want to move now, not with the risk of encountering the clan head. If that happened, he wasn't sure whether she'd target Hinata. All right then, whatever. Lord Orochimaru thinks highly of your bloodline anyway. Taiyuya shrugged and stepped back. She wasn't the captain, and if they failed, it wouldn't be her fault. She could talk to Niji easily enough, but when it came to Hinata Hyuga, a faint fear lingered. Hinata gave off the same chilling aura as Orochimaru himself. Once, while passing by Hinata's room, Taiyuya had heard muffled, restrained groans from within. When she peeked closer, she saw a pale, bloodshot serpent's eye at the window full of madness and bloodlust. It had terrified her to the core. Hinata Hyuga was definitely not ordinary. Taiyuya shook her head and leaned against a nearby tree, quietly waiting for the exam to begin. After a while, a signal flared in the sky. Seeing it, all the genin began gathering at the rendezvous point. Nearly 400 genin assembled, more than the size of a typical ninja battalion. The Otogakure trio arrived as well. Niji and Hinata immediately spotted Kyo Hyuga on Konoha's side. Others noticed them too. Otogakure headbands, but 2 of the team bore Byakugan. That alone caught everyone's interest. Then Kyo's next move shocked them even more. Kurina Yuhi called out, but she was too late. In the next instant, Kyo vanished with Shunshin. At her speed, most couldn't even see her figure. Niji and Hinata, however, had already sensed her approach through natural energy. Niji pushed Taiyuya aside and moved in front of Hinata, ready to counter, but before he could react, Kyo was already there. Even though he knew the clan head was only acting, the sheer speed still stunned him. Kyo struck twice. Niji blocked the first blow, but the second hit his right shoulder before he could react, sending him flying backward. As Niji tumbled away, Kyo's veins bulged along her temples. She struck again, this time straight at Hinata's chest. Hinata activated her Byakugan too, though one eye now bore a vertical slit like a snake's pupil. As Kyo attacked, Hinata bent slightly and countered with a gentle fist strike. Kyo's eyes widened. The timid Hinata she once knew had actually fought back. Still, Hinata's technique was raw. Kyo sidestepped easily, but then felt an invisible force strike her arm, throwing off her balance. Even so, Kyo kicked Hinata away. Though Hinata raised her arms to block, the force sent her flying. Kurenai appeared beside her in an instant, grabbing her shoulder. But when she saw the bruise on Kyo's arm, she froze. Could that bruise have been from Hinata? Several jonin from other villages also appeared, surrounding the scene. Mabui spoke sharply, Konoha's Jonin, before the Chunin exam begins, attacking a participating genin from another village is forbidden, regardless of origin. The Otogekyu leader added angrily, Konoha strikes our ninjas before the exam even starts. That's outrageous. The other villages only sneered. Otogekyu had the nerve to harbor Hyuga defectors and even bring them to the Chunin exams, an open provocation toward Konoha. Still, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure each decided to investigate Otogekyu's background. If they had the power to shelter Hyuga traitors and still send them to compete, someone powerful had to be backing them, perhaps even an ally worth courting. It was just a greeting, Kiyo said calmly, subtly pocketing something before healing her bruise with medical ninjutsu. If she'd shown no reaction at all to seeing clan defectors, that would have been unnatural. Attacking them immediately had been planned, but Hinata's unexpected counter had truly surprised her. That invisible strike used a strange form of energy. This will be the only warning. If it happens again, as hosts of the first exam, Kumogakure reserves the right to sanction Konoha's participants, Mabui stated firmly, choosing to end the dispute there. Kiyo, you were too impulsive, Kurenai said softly once Kiyo's arm had healed. Even if they're defectors, we could have reported to Lady Tsunade later. It's enough that we know they're with Otogekure. Kiyo replied evenly, don't worry. I won't act again during this exam. Once all the genin from every village had gathered, Mabui finally announced the start of the first exam. End of chapter, chapter 340, chapter 340. 1338 words after all the proctoring Chunin had taken their positions, Mabui announced the start of the first exam. However, she concealed the true purpose of information gathering and only mentioned the exam location. Once the genin arrived at Kumogakure, they would understand what it really meant. For those unaware, Mabui's words simply implied that someone would lead them to the testing site once they reached the village. But for those sharp enough to sense the oddity, it was clear that the key information lay somewhere along the journey to Kumogakure, either in time or location. The first Chunin exam was designed to make use of every possible piece of intelligence to arrive at the best solution. A qualified Chunin must possess both intelligence gathering and analytical ability. Mabui also warned that if private conflicts were discovered twice, the team involved would be disqualified from the first exam. In other words, as long as they weren't caught, private battles were fine, and even if they were caught once, they still had a second chance. Normally, information wasn't shared between teams unless they were from the same village and deeply trusted each other. Even then, rivalry still existed. It was clear that this first exam would eliminate many teams. After Mabui explained the rules, the Jonin from each nation, Maki, Kurenai, Yuhi, and others looked toward their own genin teams, hoping they wouldn't embarrass them. After all, members of the Uzumaki Trade Association were recording everything. A disgraceful performance could ruin a ninja's career. Once the exam officially began, nearly 100 teams were divided into 3 routes leading toward Kumogakure. If all of them traveled together, chaos would quickly erupt. According to the terrain of the Land of Lightning, these 3 routes would eventually converge, and by then, the fight for intelligence would become ruthless. Mabui explained this to the other nations' Jonin only after the genin had departed. The decision came from higher-ups, and she had no authority to change it. This combat-oriented format was unmistakably the Raikage's idea. Even if Kumogakure hadn't leaked any hints, their familiarity with the terrain was already a major advantage, knowing where to ambush or set traps, for example. Realizing this, Maki silently cursed Kumogakure. These thugs had no sense of fair play, even in an international exam. Most of their genin were fresh graduates. Though Maki trusted their abilities, he knew they lacked cruelty, the one thing needed most in this test. The Sand Federation might end up losing some simply because they were too kind. Fresh graduates might hesitate when faced with someone who begged for mercy only to attack moments later. Everyone, let's go. Kumogakure has already prepared the seating area, Mabui said to the other Jonin before leading them toward the village. Traditionally, the first exam was a written test. But under Kumogakure's arrangement, it had turned into a physical trial. Once they arrived, the Uzumaki Trade Association began setting up monitoring equipment so each nation's leaders could watch detailed footage of the exam. Most cameras caught little of interest, but some recorded intense fights. For example, one Kyomogakure team tried to ambush Uchiha Sasuke's group. However, Sasuke detected them early, swiftly taking down 2 of them. The last was captured by Nakamura Yoko's poisonous centipede, and after a few unsettling laughs from her, confessed everything including the upcoming terrain. "My apologies," Maki said to Mabui, feigning politeness. "But since Sasuke attacked first in the exam, should we mark that as one infraction?" His tone was almost openly mocking. "Good thing Lord Raikage isn't here," Mabui thought. She wasn't angered by the jab and simply shook her head. As long as the proctors didn't see it, it's not a violation. "Your team is fine." Uchiha Mikoto watched Sasuke's performance with satisfaction. His seamless use of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu in sequence was flawless, even she couldn't find fault. Leaving one opponent alive for his teammates to finish was also a considerate gesture to boost team morale. Other participants performed similarly well, swiftly neutralizing enemies, avoiding proctor detection, extracting information, and eliminating targets. Naruto Uzumaki's team also quickly gathered the intelligence they needed. He didn't use his tailed beast power during the first exam, but his immense chakra left a deep impression on the Jonin observing from Kyomogakure. That vast chakra, combined with his use of 4 or 5 shadow clones and close-range wind-release techniques, made him formidable. With his solid taijutsu foundation, few chunin in any major village could confidently defeat him. In one battle, he summoned 6 clones and unleashed 7 Sirang wind-release techniques, yet emerged without breaking a sweat. Any ordinary chunin would have been exhausted long ago. Naruto's fight didn't dazzle like Sasuke's, but all the Jonin recognized his terrifying stamina, his physical strength, wind-release mastery, and boundless chakra. Some newly graduated Konoha teams also stood out. Prioritizing intelligence gathering, they would retreat when facing evenly matched or stronger opponents. Their calm decisions and coordination already met the standards of a chunin squad. Even if they didn't pass this time, they would likely be promoted upon returning. As the exam progressed, more proctoring chunin joined in. For the genin teams, these proctors were obstacles to intelligence gathering. Some daring ones even attacked the proctors themselves. When the Uzumaki Trade Association switched the camera feed, it showed 2 proctors, one from Kyomogakure, and one from Hidden Mist unconscious on the forest floor. Mabui and Ao both grimaced. Proctors getting knocked out was humiliating. Though their role was to interfere with information collection, being beaten so easily was shameful, especially when broadcast to all. Mabui sighed in relief, thankful she had convinced the Raikage not to attend. Had he seen this, he would have exploded in rage. The exam continued, and multiple battlefields appeared on the monitors. Teams were being eliminated across the land of lightning. Afterward, staff would go wake the unconscious ones. Most hadn't been killed, though it was possible some were just unnoticed by the cameras. Time passed quickly. As the sun began to set, the first team reached Kyomogakure. It was Uchiha Sasuke's squad. Upon seeing him, Mikoto couldn't hide her joy. Her son had become a true shinobi. "Teams that have completed the Chunin exam, please gather over here," a Kyomogakure ninja called. However, Sasuke, Yoko, and their teammate frowned. Instead of obeying, they whispered briefly and left. According to their intelligence, the final testing ground was supposed to be a place called Cloud Lightning Gorge, not here. So they decided to check that location first. After Sasuke's group, more teams began arriving. Some followed the Kyomogakure ninja's directions and sat down to rest. Others, suspicious, searched the village for the real test site based on their intel. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki wasn't supposed to be revealed, but Killer Bee had pestered the Raikage to let him participate. Eventually, the Raikage, exhausted by his insistence, agreed. He planned to use Bee in the third exam anyway, so hiding Cloud Lightning Gorge no longer mattered. When the final team arrived at the official Kyomogakure venue, the results of the first exam were clear. Only 73 teams passed. That's nearly 100 eliminated in the first round, Mikoto remarked after counting. About 30 teams were still unaccounted for in the Land of Lightning, including 3 from the Sand Federation. No, Captain Mikoto, Maki corrected. Only 55 teams actually passed. Those waiting here failed. The elimination rate was over half. Mabui soon announced the results herself. All teams resting at the Kumogakure venue were disqualified. Lacking intelligence gathering ability and analytical judgment as a chunin could lead to fatal mistakes. Acting blindly could doom your entire team. The genin protested quietly, but since the chunin exams were jointly held by the 5 great nations, they had no choice but to accept. After announcing the results, Mabui turned to the other jonin leaders, slightly embarrassed. Everyone, let's wait a bit before heading to the next venue. If we go now, it might be unpleasant. After all, not everyone could tolerate Killer Bee's rap performance. Even within Kumogakure, few could endure it. End of chapter, chapter 341. Chapter 341, the so 1460 words compared to the elimination rate of the first exam, the second one held in the Land of Fire was the real cutthroat stage. Out of 55 teams, at most a third could pass. The entire Land of Fire served as their battlefield, but that was only the ideal outcome realistically, only a fourth or even a fifth might remain. When everyone was an enemy, eliminating more teams meant a greater advantage for the third exam. That was what everyone thought. The village is already preparing the ninja battalion. The first unit alone has nearly 1,200 people. Just coordinating them all is a huge workload. On the Hokage Rock, Tsunade feigned exhaustion, but Hyuga Mirai completely ignored her. Trying to use that as an excuse to drink. Not a chance. Until the war ended, Mirai had no intention of letting Tsunade touch a single drop of alcohol. He had even ordered every tavern under his influence in Konoha to remove all premium liquor from their shelves. According to the plan, the 4 Kage will lead 5,000 troops from the direction of Kikyo Castle, launch a one-day assault on Kawasuna town, and then advance into the Sand Federation. As for the Mist and Cloud troops, nearly 3,000 in total, they'll invade Sasha County to push deeper into the Federation. Mirai asked, only 8,000. Then the other 3 villages must still be holding back plenty of ninja forces. The allied shinobi forces numbered 80,000. Excluding the samurai of the Land of Iron and Sunagekire's troops, the 4 great villages still had around 40,000 shinobi. Tsunade huffed before replying, 5,000 is plenty. Even though I'd love to send all those disobedient clans straight to the front lines, that would be too obvious. Besides, there's still the matter of the village merger. We'll need a proper excuse for that. Her voice weakened noticeably at the end. The thought made her want to teach Kushina a lesson for setting up other people while being single herself, and worse, it involved her supposed superior. Let them experience the power of capital first. Without electricity, internet, supplies, or trade contracts, those stubborn old men will give in soon enough, Mirai said thoughtfully. Ninjas were known for endurance, but common people couldn't live without electricity or internet. And many Konoha clans had business ties with the Hayakusa Trade Association. Cutting those ties suddenly would throw them into chaos. With the civilians below growing even more restless, it was enough to push their sentiments toward the Federation. Electricity had become essential to daily life, and Mirai's new power plant near Konoha had already replaced the village's original grid. With their families at the front and unrest at home, even the most obstinate ones will eventually yield, Mirai said. Tsunade pursed her lips. You really are dark, but that still won't make them truly accept the Federation. That can't be helped. After all, no, there is a way. Just make them think it's a merger between 2 nations. I've been considering this carefully. Exchange middle and lower level positions, avoid interfering with top level appointments for now, and finally, arrange a marriage alliance. As the next Kazekage, if you marry someone from Konoha, it'll symbolize unity. That's how the Senju and Uzumaki alliance was formed. Every few decades, there's always another union. Tsunade cut him off, speaking proudly she'd give herself a 9 out of 10 for that idea. Not bad except for the last part. Seems you've studied the Federation's founding policies thoroughly, Mirai said calmly, which made Tsunade uneasy. Still, she held her ground and rambled, I'm only doing this for peace, for the Federation's sake. You can't just punish important members for having different opinions. The Federation needs freedom. No, since you're willing, I won't object. Let's go with that, Mirai said, patting her shoulder. His sudden agreement left Tsunade frozen. She couldn't quite grasp what he meant until he left. What did he mean by since I'm willing? Of course I'm willing. After muttering to herself a few times, realization hit her, her face turned crimson, and even her words stumbled. That brat. Even though no one else was around, Tsunade's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she recalled his tone. That damn blue-eyed brat, making fun of me like that. She kicked a nearby boulder, shattering it with a loud crash. After checking that no one had seen her, she quickly lowered her head, and left though her mind was still replaying the conversation. The Federation already knew about the Four Nations' joint battle plan, and even Konoha's intention to merge, but the latter was known only to Pakura. Naturally, she had been shocked when she learned of it, but Mirai had given her a plausible explanation that he'd had ties with Tsunade before, and after she left Konoha, she'd been secretly aligning with him. Pakura, hearing his mix of truth and fabrication, had come to believe it. After all, back during the Third Shinobi War, Mirai had already been called the Second Medical Sage, just one title away from being Tsunade's disciple. To think even the Hokage herself was connected to you. Mirai-kun, I'm convinced the position of Kazekage should be yours. Your insight and vision surpass anyone else in the Federation. Pakura's words carried admiration. For allies, it was vision and insight. For outsiders, it would have been called ambition. Looking back, although Sunagakure had been replaced by the Sand Federation, it had grown dozens of times stronger. Now, merging with Konoha marked the beginning of a new era. Like when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara ended the Warring States era together, now Hyuga Mirai was reshaping the shinobi world. I'm really not suited to be Kazekage. This position should, no, it must be you, Mirai-kun, Pakura interrupted. For Konoha to integrate peacefully, the Federation's leader has to favor their side. They're not like those small villages of the past. If things destabilize, it'll lead to disaster later. Seeing Pakura's determined expression, Mirai almost wanted to say, you're going to ridiculous lengths just to step down. He changed the topic. We'll talk about that later. Once Konoha joins, the Federation will need a major restructuring. A federation, after all, should have multiple administrative governors. A nominal head of state could be added later, but Pakura would need to continue managing the Land of Wind region. Expanding territories meant greater demand for capable officials. Mirai was already troubled by how to fill government positions. After merging with Konoha, there was no way he'd allow Pakura to resign recklessly. Replacing her without a successor was out of the question. However, Pakura took his words as implicit approval and stopped pressing the issue. The two then began strategizing how to handle the allied forces, or rather, the remaining three nations' armies. Mirai already had a plan, the Four Red Yang formation. Trapping 8,000 men would be easy, and it required only for Kage-level shinobi. Ayaka alone could manage it. The thrilling footage from the first exam had already been broadcast across the shinobi world by the Uzumaki Trade Association. Anywhere with internet access and an Uzumaki computer could watch the grand spectacle. Large screens in the Sand Federation replayed the highlights for the public, while wealthier citizens simply bought computers to watch at home. Mirai and Pakura finalized their division of tasks. He and Tsunade would capture the 5,000 troops on the main front, while Pakura, along with the Puppet Corps and the Security Division, would handle the 3,000 from the Mist and Cloud. Pakura had just over 1,000 people, but with her, Uchiha Tekka, and the aerial and mech puppet units, she had full confidence they had no top-tier fighters among the enemy. When Mirai returned home, he found two redheads huddled together watching the replay of the first exam. The screen still showed that blonde kid, apparently the same part as when he left. Even now they were still watching. The second exam's already started and you're still watching this. As Mirai spoke, Ayaka Uzumaki abruptly stopped arguing with Kushina and jumped up cheerfully. Mirai-sama. I'll go make you some tea. As she ran off to the kitchen, Kushina suddenly felt a pang of guilt. You told Tsunade, didn't you? Mirai's sudden words made her flinch. She scratched her head awkwardly, glanced toward the kitchen, and whispered, "It was Ayaka who forced me." "Relax, I'm not angry. In fact, I should thank you. If not for your suggestion, my original plan wouldn't have happened for another 100 years. Hey, by then you'd be long dead. Or an old man, at least. Then again, with your abilities, maybe not." Realizing he wasn't blaming her, Kushina relaxed and teased him, but somehow, her heart felt oddly empty. When Naruto gets married, she'll be all alone again. End of chapter, chapter 342, chapter 342 1386 words. Hiruzen, are you really going to stand by and watch Tsunade bury Konoha? In the capital of the Land of Fire, a quiet courtyard lay almost abandoned. Once owned by the daimyo, it had later been given to Danzo as a place of residence. Though the estate was somewhat old, its isolation made it ideal. It even had a well-built underground chamber perfect for serving as Root's temporary base. Using funds obtained from the daimyo and secret aid from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo had been rebuilding Root little by little. Yet the current Root was nothing like the old one, filled with small-time operatives barely useful for information gathering, far too weak to sustain his ambitions. Only by returning to Konoha could Danzo realize his dream. "Danzo, where's the evidence you gathered?" Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke from his pipe, speaking slowly. "Without solid proof, how can I convince the clans? Tsunade's actions so far show nothing unusual, at most, a hint of personal interest. The Four-Nation Alliance had been a plan orchestrated through his contacts with the daimyo, and Tsunade had fully cooperated, mobilizing ninja units to support it. Aside from the first batch of troops, mostly from the Sarutobi clan and its affiliates, there was nothing suspicious in her conduct. If Hiruzen openly accused Tsunade of being a spy now, he would likely end up imprisoned himself, even as the third Hokage. A mere would release user proved nothing. What he needed was decisive evidence. "I only have a handful of men. How could I possibly uncover conclusive proof?" "Hiruzen, I'll need more funding." Hiruzen frowned slightly. "Understood. I'll have someone send it to you soon." After exchanging a bit more information, Hiruzen left. Once alone, Danzo descended into the basement. It was packed with equipment he had managed to buy, mostly old or second-hand due to limited funds. Ironically, that choice had saved him. By avoiding the Hayakusa Trade Association's advanced medical devices, he kept his research from being instantly discovered by 18. "How's the Edo Tensei research progressing?" Danzo's voice echoed in the dim chamber. Only 3 researchers remained under him, drastically slowing the project's progress. One of them replied, "We've succeeded in creating a curse mark that can control the revived bodies, Danzo-sama. However, to fully restore an Edo Tensei subject's original power, we'll need stronger sacrifices." "Sacrifices?" Danzo thought for a moment, then his face hardened. "Use Hashirama cells. You must make ordinary people or ninja capable of merging with them as soon as possible." Over the years, he had studied would release extensively. What he lacked were human trials. This time, he intended to use adults or shinobi as test subjects. If they could successfully fuse with Hashirama's cells, they would become perfect Edo Tensei sacrifices. As for human experimentation, Danzo no longer cared. In the crowded capital, a few dozen or even 100 disappearances meant nothing. He took a deep breath. Everything he did was for Konoha. Konoha, Hokage's office. More than 20 people filled the room, heads of departments, clan leaders, and ninja like Kimimaro. They all knew about the Four-Nation Alliance, though the matter hadn't spread. The lower ranks remained uninformed. Narashikaku and the others were here only to discuss early coordination. Yet something felt off. Tsunade's demeanor was distracted. When Kimura from logistics had been reporting just now, she'd seemed lost in thought, responding with half-hearted and I see. Everyone assumed she was preoccupied with preparations for the Fifth Shinobi World War. After all, no one was busier than the Hokage. After Kimura's report, Shikaku spoke about troop movements. The Cloud and Stone Shinobi were already on the move, sneaking through the land of fire undercover to reach Kikyo Castle. With Konoha's assistance, they would lie in wait and strike when the third exam began. Coordinating the secret passage of nearly 3,000 shinobi across fire country was no small feat. Shikaku had worked tirelessly to ensure everything went smoothly. But even after his report, Tsunade still looked absent-minded. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Oh, Shikaku. Well done. Anything else? Her calm response left everyone including Shikaku confused. Had he done something? All he'd done was report troop movements, the same plan she had approved herself. Lately, the Hokage seemed. Kabuto leaned close and quietly reminded her what Shikaku had just reported. Tsunade's expression stiffened immediately. Shikaku asked, Tsunade-sama, has something come up? If it concerns the alliance, perhaps you should share it with us. Tsunade shook her head. I'll discuss it with you later. Anything else? Ever since that blue-eyed brat Hyuga Mirai had spoken to her, she hadn't slept well for days. Every time she tried to rest, her mind wandered back to that conversation. There was no way she could discuss such a thing openly. After a few more updates about the war, the meeting concluded. Most of it revolved around keeping the Cloud and Stone movements hidden from the Sand Federation. A plan Shikaku's strategy department had spent weeks perfecting. Ironically, none of them realized the Hokage herself was aligned with the other side. When most had left, Tsunade kept behind Kimura, Shikaku, and the heads of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans. If she could persuade Shikaku, the rest would follow. The Ino-Shikacho trio had stood together for centuries, their trust unwavering. Tsunade-sama, what is this about? Shikaku asked. Since it wasn't war-related, it had to be something else. Tsunade propped her chin on one hand and, after a brief silence, asked Shikaku, what do you think of peace? Quite the question to start with, he thought. After a pause, he replied carefully, peace is, of course, ideal. It's what we're striving for. But lately, haven't most of the ninja wars been started by us? Except for the first few peaceful years after Konoha's founding, the shinobi world has known nothing but conflict. Tsunade shook her head slightly. The second war had been initiated by Konoha to suppress the Rain Village. The third, though seemingly defensive, saw Orochimaru seize the advantage by attacking Sunagakure first. The fourth war had been between Konoha and Iwa to weaken the Sand Federation and the Rain. Now the fifth war was about to begin. In just over 60 years since the Warring States era ended, 5 major wars had erupted. During the Warring States, the clans of the Land of Fire fought endlessly. My grandfather and Uchiha Madara founded Konoha to end that chaos. Other nations followed suit, but that only turned clan wars into wars between countries. If they truly wanted lasting peace, they should have united all shinobi under one village. With my grandfather and Madara's strength, the chances of war would have been almost zero. As for internal conflicts, that was something the blue-eyed brat could worry about. Tsunade genuinely admired the Sand Federation's model. By accepting smaller nations, their people's lives had only improved. Konoha, on the other hand, still looked the same as it had decades ago. Shikaku hesitated before replying, Tsunade-sama, that would be far too difficult. Even the first Hokage couldn't accomplish such unity. All we can do now is preserve what peace we have and leave hope for the future. That's not hope for peace, it's the burden of war. Problems we should solve ourselves shouldn't be left to our successors. Tsunade paused, then continued, soon enough, you'll understand, Shikaku, Shibi, Inuzuka. When that time comes, I hope you'll think carefully. Think carefully about what? Her words left everyone baffled, not just Shikaku but also Shibi and Inuzuka. Even Kimura looked confused, though she'd long since grown used to Tsunade's cryptic remarks. She simply did her job and ignored what she didn't understand. After leaving the Hokage building, Inuzuka couldn't hold it in any longer. Shikaku, Shibi, what do you think she meant? Does she plan to unify the 5 great nations? Shikaku shook his head firmly. Impossible. Even with wood release, Konoha doesn't have that kind of power. This war alone will be a struggle and the Sand Federation isn't an easy opponent. Still, Tsunade's words carried the faint implication of unification, leaving Shikaku uncertain of her true intent. For now, let's just focus on our duties. As for everything else, we trust Tsunade-sama. She's the 5th Hokage, after all. Though he spoke calmly, Shikaku had already decided once he returned, he would consult with Inoichi and Choza about it. End of chapter, chapter 343. Chapter 343. 1468 words after the start of the second Chunin exam, nearly all eyes in the shinobi world turned toward it. Many teams displayed impressive performance, and if not for the looming war between the 4-nation alliance and the Sand Federation, the daimyo of each country would have been completely engrossed in watching. In the vast land of fire, teams needed to collect 3 scrolls to pass. With 55 squads starting from 3 separate routes, even the strongest team could hardly guarantee success, especially within Fire Country's massive territory. They also had to avoid harming civilians. Anyone who did would not only be disqualified but also hunted jointly by the 5 great nations. Such an act meant imprisonment for decades or execution. Because of the sheer size of the Land of Fire, teams with scouting or sensory ninjutsu held a huge advantage. Once they reached the latter stages, they could use those abilities to intercept other teams. No matter how scattered they were, the destination was one. Every team had to pass through the same routes to finish. Can't reach Rashi and Han. Inoki's eyes widened at the ANBU's report. Losing contact with Iwagakure's Jinchuriki at this moment was a terrible sign. Have you searched everywhere? The kneeling ANBU replied quickly, we've searched all surrounding areas and beyond. We found 2 sites showing signs of battle, both bearing traces of lava release and steam release. Lord Rashi and Lord Han must have fought someone before disappearing. Captured, then? Inoki muttered bitterly. Though he and Rashi had their differences, the Mun would still fight for Iwagakure when it mattered. Han was the same. Now both were missing, and Iwagakure's power had dropped sharply. There's a slight chance they defeated their enemies and are recovering, the ANBU added, though he clearly didn't believe it himself. It was unlikely to escape their detection if that were the case. Inoki nodded. I understand. Continue searching. Report immediately if you find anything. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Once the ANBU left, Inoki prepared to move as well. 2 of Iwagakure's most vital forces were gone. He had to inform the other 3 Kage before the war began. But he didn't yet know that Kumogakure and Kirigakure's Jinchuriki had also vanished earlier, in fact, than Iwagakure's. The disappearance of the 8 Tails host enraged Reikage. He blamed himself for letting his guard down. Things had been peaceful for years, and after the first Chunin exam, Killer Bee insisted on performing a rap concert in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning for the newly qualified genin. I had reluctantly agreed, no longer worrying about secrecy. But soon after, Killer Bee and Yujito Ni were ambushed and vanished. The same fate befell Yagura's successor, the 6 Tails host Utakata of the Hidden Mist. Just after earning full recognition from Kirigakure, he was ambushed and taken. This time, Akatsuki had mobilized almost all its forces to capture the tailed beasts. Nagato and Konan personally handled the 8 Tails and 2 Tails. Though Killer Bee was powerful, he stood no chance against Nagato's true body. The Valley of Clouds and Lightning's remote location only made it easier. Before Bee could even use a tailed beast bomb or transform fully, the 6 Paths of Pain had subdued him. Yujito Ni, the 2 Tails host, was also captured by Nagato himself, while Konan eliminated Kumogakure's scouts using her paper jutsu. Under the direction of white Zetsu clones, Akatsuki's operation lasted less than 7 days. They captured 6-tailed beasts, including the 7-tails host from Takigakure. That capture was carried out personally by Obito Uchiha, who used Kamui to infiltrate the Chunin exam grounds in the Land of Fire. Kamui's infiltration ability was nearly unstoppable unless one had exceptional sensory prowess. Obito could appear right beside someone without notice. Even Namake's Minato had once fallen prey to this technique. Against such stealth, Fu, the 7-tails host, never stood a chance. Without using her beast's chakra, she was merely a capable Chunin. Obito swiftly pulled her into Kamui's space, broke the necks of her 2 Taki teammates and vanished. No one witnessed it except for Unit 18's surveillance feed. So decisive and clean. Lord Mirai, few in this world could counter his Kamui, said Ayaka Uzumaki as she peeled a grape and placed it gently into Hyuga Mirai's mouth. Ever since learning that Hyuga Mirai had agreed to their wedding date, Ayaka had been in constant high spirits, sometimes walking into walls, sometimes breaking cups, her excitement uncontrollable. Someone with reflexes faster than the Raikage shouldn't be clumsy, but Ayaka was simply too happy. At times, she would burst into giggles for no reason, until Mirai tapped her lightly on the head to calm her down. Since then, she had become even more attentive, dressing beautifully and caring for him with an elegance he didn't know she possessed. As long as your reflexes are fast enough, Kamui isn't unbeatable. Besides, there's a certain bloodline tool that renders Obito's ability harmless, Mirai said. They weren't the only ones watching. Kushina and Noara Rin had seen the footage too, their expressions distant. Seeing Obito, once the boy who aspired to be Hokage, reduced to such madness left them silent. I just hope they don't go after Naruto. But both of you should stay cautious, there are outsiders here, Kushina said softly. Naruto, Gaara, and Sasuke each wore specially designed bloodline tools controlled remotely by Unit 18 for protection. Knowing this allowed her some peace of mind. Obito had to materialize to use Kamui's space transfer at that moment. The bloodline tools could strike. Even if he managed to seize someone, the tools could still retaliate. Still, watching Ayaka's radiant happiness stirred a trace of envy in Kushina's heart. She too wanted someone to lean on, but the one she found wasn't someone she could rely on completely. Counting the 7 tails, Akatsuki has already captured 6 beasts. They've worked hard, Hyuga Mirai remarked. This planet could only sustain 2 god trees at most. The one cultivated by Otsutsuki Ishiki wasn't even a complete 10 tails. Its size was smaller than Mirai's version, though free from Ishiki's will. As for the beasts Akatsuki gathered, they could still combine to form a 10 tails. Mirai could even extract the 9 tails from Rin, Gaara, and Ayaka temporarily. With his power, they wouldn't even weaken. Once the second exam began, the 5 nations could no longer watch full broadcasts. This stage spanned almost the entire Land of Fire. With Genin moving unpredictably, they placed more cameras in the latter half to catch fragments of footage. The early zones were left to chance, perhaps a few lucky recordings of exciting battles. The entire shinobi world was enthralled, especially after years of ninja-themed games had made such events wildly popular. Now they could witness a real ninja exam. Even civilians were obsessed. Casinos opened bets, and upon hearing this, Tsunade watched the matches carefully, then transformed herself and wagered all her money on Uchiha Sasuke. 3-tomo Sharingan and flawless skill made him the safest bet. Even if the payout was small, the win was nearly guaranteed. For once, Tsunade felt confident she could break her gambling curse. After the second exam began, Anoki, and Meitarumi quietly arrived in Konoha with small guards. Kumo's forces had split in two, 1,500 stationed along the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Hot Water, sneaking into Fire Country with Konoha's help. The other 1,500 sailed to join the Hidden Mist. That front would be led by Samui as commander and Ao as vice commander. Kumo's military was the strongest among the 4 nations. Supported heavily by the daimyo, they could field 3,000 ninja without strain, something Iwa, Konoha, or Kiri could never do so easily. Their main army, together with the 4 Kage, would draw the Sand Federation's attention toward the Kawasuna front. Once that happened, Kumo and Kiri's sea forces would strike from the flank. When the 4 Kage met, Tsunade noticed their grim expressions and asked directly, "Reikage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, what's wrong? Has something happened?" "There's been an incident. Our village's Jinchuriki were taken," Anoki said darkly. Reikage slammed the table. "Kumo 2 Killer B and Yujito were abducted right inside our borders. So we've all suffered the same fate," Mei Terumi sighed. She'd received the news on her way here, never expecting Iwa and Kumo to face the same disaster. "Damn it, who did this? If I find them, I'll crush them myself." Reikage roared. Had this been his village, the walls and table would already be rubble. Nara Shikaku spoke after a moment's thought. If all 3 villages lost their Jinchuriki around the same time, it's likely the same group behind it. "Lady Tsunade, I recall that Takigakure and the Sand Federation's Jinchuriki also joined this exam. I'll go check on their situation." Tsunade nodded. "Go quickly, Shikaku." End of chapter. Chapter 344. Chapter 344 1549 words. All 3-tailed beast Jinchuriki from the major villages had been captured, and all within the same time frame. Without a doubt, it was the work of the same group. The 2 tails and 8 tails from the hidden cloud were still perfect Jinchuriki, and Killer Bee was the Reikage's own brother. I held back his fury with difficulty. If he found the culprits, he would likely abandon the war entirely just to smash that group into pieces. A while later, Nara Shikaku returned. He had informed the proctors of the second exam through messenger hawks, and asked them to investigate the Jinchuriki's movements. But the land of fire was vast. They could only search from the last known departure points of Fu, Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara. It would take time before any updates came back. Tsunade knew Hyuga Mirai couldn't be responsible. Aside from him, the only other force capable of this was the Land of the Rain. But she couldn't say that out loud. Otherwise, the Reikage and Tsuchikage would demand the source of that intelligence. The transfer of the allied forces continued, but because of the loss of multiple Jinchuriki, Anoki, the Reikage, and Terumi Mei were all in a foul mood. As for Konoha, the 9-tails Jinchuriki had long been lost through Hiruzen Sarutobi's mishandling. That couldn't be hidden, so Konoha had informed the other Kage beforehand. However, they still kept Naruto's identity as the 4th Hokage's son tightly secret. Half a day passed before the exam proctors returned with a report. "Lord Shikaku, Lady Hokage, intel from the testing grounds." Their operation had been incredibly fast. In half a month, they had captured 6-tailed beasts, 2/3 of the Eye of the Moon plan completed in one sweep. Inside the illusion lantern space, Nagato controlled Deva Path Pain and said, "You have all done well. We'll begin extracting the tailed beasts. 2 at a time, then rest a day before continuing." Extracting tailed beasts required time. Even 2 beasts needed at least 6 days. During this period they also had to maintain constant chakra output. Except for Nagato and Kisame, the others including Konan would not last without rest. TCH, how annoying. So long without making offerings to Lord Jashin. Leader, keep disrespecting the god like this and you'll end up as a sacrifice yourself. Haiden began cursing the moment he heard they'd have to endure 20 days. The Akatsuki members were all unruly. Some had been recruited by Pain, but they didn't respect him much. Especially Haiden, immortal, and afraid of no one. Threatening to turn Pain into a sacrifice wasn't even new for him. Endure it. After this run, the plan is almost complete. Pain spoke without emotion, then used summoning jutsu to bring out the demonic statue of the outer path to begin sealing the 4 tails and 5 tails. Kakuzu asked, since the 9 tails and 1 tails are also in the land of fire, why not take them as well? Because sealing tailed beasts takes time. And we still have no trace of the 3 tails. As Pain said this, everyone looked at Zetsu. Leaving the 1 tails and 9 tails untouched was to frame the Sand Federation. Even without evidence, if every other village lost their Jinchuriki while the Sand Federations remained unharmed, that alone was incriminating. And if they captured all Jinchuriki, the 5 nations might sense something and halt the war to hunt for the beasts. That would leave Akatsuki passive. If the 5 nations worked together, they would uncover Akatsuki's secrets quickly. The target of the 5th Great Ninja War might even shift to the Land of the Rain. Tobi understood this too, which was why he didn't touch Naruto Uzumaki or Gaara. Is this intel gatherer even useful? Why not kill him and sell him for bounty? Someone might pay for such a weird-looking guy. Kakuzu suggested with clear irritation toward Zetsu. Previously, he had tried to save money on intel by asking Zetsu to gather information on a deeply hidden bounty target. Zetsu refused, saying he was busy searching for the 3 tails. Kakuzu had paid a high intel fee afterward, and ever since then he had been unable to tolerate Zetsu's presence. Pain replied, Zetsu's information-gathering ability is useful. We'll discuss it later. Nagato, what do you mean by that? White Zetsu glanced at Nagato but said nothing. His standing in Akatsuki was low. Members scolded him, Nagato scolded him, even Tobi and Black Zetsu scolded him. If the 3 tails hid deep under the sea, even 200,000 White Zetsu wouldn't find it. Was that his fault? He could only swallow his grievances, even losing his chatterbox nature. Begin the sealing. Pain ordered everyone to their positions to start sealing the 4 tails and 5 tails. 6 days of constant chakra output exhausted even Akatsuki members. But it gave them time to stir up chaos across the shinobi world. I knew it. This has to be the Sand Federation's doing. We should retaliate immediately and capture the 1 tails and 9 tails. The Raikage smashed a table the moment he heard the intel, making Tsunade's temple twitch. Raikage brat, don't speak nonsense. That reasoning proves nothing. And should we abandon our entire plan? Anoki had always looked down on the reckless Cloud Shinobi. In his opinion, they only developed so fast because their daimyo poured unlimited funds into them. If IWA had that money, they would be far superior. Exactly, Lord Raikage. Acting like this will make the Hokage very unhappy. Terumi Mei added. Thankfully they had not put the Raikage in charge of anything besides the Joint Command Center. Otherwise, the Allied forces would be doomed under his leadership. Mabui stepped forward. My apologies. I will apologize on behalf of Lord Raikage. The Raikage was furious, but he still understood politics. With all 3 against him, acting rashly would only bring criticism from the other Kage and their daimyos. But he worried deeply for his brother, so he could only seethe quietly. Lord Raikage, there's no need to panic. Relocating a Jinchuriki can't be done in just a few days. And with so many disappearing at once, it's still uncertain whether the Sand Federation is responsible. Our priority is following the plan. Narashikaku spoke calmly. After thinking it through, he felt the Sand Federation was unlikely. If they were responsible, why would they send their own Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exams? Still, with every other village's Jinchuriki missing, and only the Sand Federation safe, suspicion was inevitable. Tsunade had no interest in this meeting. What she wanted most was to go back and question Hyuga Mirai about the missing Jinchuriki of each nation. But she feared Hyuga Mirai might bring up their previous marriage arrangement. If that blue-eyed brat mentioned it first, would she have to explain everything? What am I even hesitating about? This should have been addressed from the start. How did I let it drag out this long? Tsunade felt tangled and frustrated. She had been so distracted lately that she overlooked many things. If Kabuto hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten all about hosting the other Kage. Her troubled expression was noticed by Terumi Mei and the others, who assumed she was worried about the lost Jinchuriki. Seeing her like this, Terumi Mei tried to comfort her. Lady Hokage, don't worry. As long as we win this war, the Jinchuriki issue will resolve itself. Tsunade had already strained herself managing the Allied forces, while they kept arguing May felt embarrassed. Rakage brat, when it comes to resolve, you've got nothing on the slug princess. Anoki mocked from the side. The rakage almost exploded again, but Mabui held him back. Now was not the time. Though Killer Bee was his brother, the unity of the four nations came first. A shinobi must be prepared to sacrifice. 18. I need an artificial human cultivated from Hashirama cells. It only needs to look like a normal woman. No combat requirements. Hyuga Mirai spoke calmly. His yin-yang release training had progressed rapidly, and he would soon be able to expel Kagai's consciousness from his body. He needed a vessel. Sir, you're close to marriage. I believe this kind of request can be avoided. If you truly need someone, I can. 18. If you keep imagining nonsense, I'll cut your access to every network and run a full system purge every 3 years. My apologies, sir. A female artificial human will take 14 days to cultivate. After saying that, number 18 cut the connection. Hyuga Mirai chuckled softly and left the room. Kagai's consciousness had been sealed inside a truth-seeking ball, and he had fully awakened the power of Kekkei Mora. He now possessed immortality. Letting the power flow through him again, he felt the horn on his forehead was bothersome and retracted it. He tightened the sash on his sage-style robe and concealed the Magatama Rinnegan. But the Yamatsu Hirasaka technique remained usable. With a thought, a black spatial rift opened before him, and he stepped inside. Ayaka, are you him? Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, Hyuga Mirai arrived near Ayaka Uzumaki, just in time to see her wearing a black and white maid outfit. The fabric was extremely minimal, revealing generous curves and long, shapely legs. She was practicing lines in front of a mirror. End of chapter, chapter 345, chapter 345. 1423 words. To be honest, the second exam is ridiculously difficult. Our team is already strong, yet we're still missing one scroll. Kamikawa Yano complained gloomily. He looked up at the night sky and continued, it's already been 4 days. We still need the last scroll. What do we do now? It's just bad luck. We've collected 5 heaven and earth scrolls combined, but we still haven't found a single human scroll. Naruto, what do you think we should do? Yamaimai asked with a tilt of her head. There wasn't much time left before the exam ended. If they failed because of pure bad luck, it would be beyond frustrating. Let's head straight for the finish line. Naruto Uzumaki smacked his fists together, full of spirit, and said to Yamaimai and Kamikawa Yano, we'll ambush at the goal. Anyone heading there must already have all their scrolls. The land of fire is huge. Relying on Yano's scouting alone won't find us anyone. Kamikawa Yano added, and there are so many proctors around messing up our senses. It's even harder for me to work. Yamaimai sighed. We can try, but acting this boldly might attract other teams to gang up on us. Don't worry. I'll protect you both. Naruto grinned widely, but the two shook their heads at the same time. Impossible. You're the one we trust the least. Their gloomy mood lightened and their fighting spirit returned. They decided to travel through the night and reach the area near the finish line as soon as possible. Other teams were in similar situations. Gathering 3 scrolls in such a vast territory of the land of fire was difficult even for a normal Chunin team. Anyone who collected all 3 scrolls was essentially qualified to become a Chunin even if they lost in the final individual matches. Not only did possessing 3 scrolls show skill, but there was also a bit of luck involved. Naruto's team, despite defeating 4 other teams, still hadn't found a single human scroll. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke had better luck. They happened to run into a team carrying the scroll they needed. After swiftly taking them down, they retrieved the scroll from the enemy's tool pouch. Sasuke, it's the Heaven Scroll. We finally have all of them. Nakamura Yoko excitedly waved the scroll, then gestured for the venomous centipede on the enemy's face to return to her. With his hands in his pockets, Sasuke spoke calmly, since we're done, let's go. Don't waste time on people like this. He turned to leave. This dismissive attitude infuriated the three genin from Kumogakure. They were, after all, from a major hidden village. Even if they were weaker, they shouldn't be treated this way, especially not by some kid. They were 16 to 17-year-old veteran genin. Being disrespected like this was humiliating. Damn brat. One of the Kumo ninja couldn't stand Sasuke's attitude. He grabbed 2 shuriken and hurled them at Sasuke's back with killing intent. Nakamura Yoko shouted in alarm. Sasuke sensed the attack. Without panicking, he twisted his body slightly, snatched both shuriken midair with one hand, and slowly turned around, his eyes revealing 3 spinning tomo. I let you walk away alive, but it seems you don't care. He threw the shuriken back. They pierced into the throats of 2 Kumo ninja. Sasuke then closed his eyes, turned away, and when he opened them again, his Sharingan had vanished. The last Kumo ninja was killed by Yoko's venomous centipede. As Sasuke had said, if they couldn't accept defeat, then they could die. I probably looked at least half as cool as future uncle just now, Sasuke thought proudly. But he didn't realize the entire scene had been captured by a hidden cameraman on the other end. People were already discussing it. Supervisor, this footage is perfect for a live-action character promo for the ninja game. Should we release it? A staff member of the Uzumaki Trade Association asked. If the 3 dead ninja hadn't been from Kumogakure, he wouldn't have even bothered asking. He would have processed the video immediately. But since it involved another major village, he had to check first. The supervisor reviewed the footage, and was instantly impressed by Sasuke's aura. Not releasing it would be a waste. After some hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, release it. I'll ask the higher-ups if they want Uchiha Sasuke as a promotional model. Thanks to the ninja game's popularity, the Uzumaki Trade Association was making a killing with ninja-related merchandise like plush toys and masks. Seeing Sasuke's face and attitude, the supervisor immediately knew he'd sell well. He hurried to report it, saying before he left, there's barely any usable footage from the second exam. If we keep worrying about this and that, we won't even have enough scenes to show. The staff nodded. The supervisor is right. As for Kumogakure complaining, Uzumaki Trade Association didn't care at all. As the second exam neared its end, the Chunin proctors from other villages headed toward the Kawasuna district of the Sand Federation. Only Konoha's ninja stayed behind to clean up the aftermath. Narashikaku used the exam as cover to secretly guide the other villages' ninja along controlled travel routes. Many escort missions were temporarily halted to avoid route conflicts between IWA and Kumo Shinobi, which would risk exposing everything. Every day, Konoha ninja escorted IWA and Kumo ninja across the Land of Fire's borders, settling them in different areas before gradually moving them toward Kikyo Castle. Kikyo Castle had been expanded several times, and could easily hold a few thousand people. The 3 major villages also invested heavily, contributing numerous high-grade sealing scrolls to avoid bringing vulnerable supply caravans. Konoha had deep resources, financially the strongest among the 4 great nations. They could fully supply over 1,000 people with enough sealing scrolls. IWA and Kumo didn't have that luxury. Kumo barely managed thanks to their 6 ninja tools, and IWA even had to borrow sealing scrolls from Konoha. Hokage, we'll leave the military supplies to you. Reikage said to Tsunade. All ninja forces would gather at Kikyo Castle, and unified supply transport was ideal. They were allies now, and future logistics would rely heavily on Konoha. Rest assured. These supplies are vital. I'll have Root guard them personally. Tsunade said solemnly. Both Inoki and felt reassured upon seeing her expression. In crucial moments, the Hokage's word mattered, and Tsunade, awakened with would release, inspired a strong sense of security. The army will finish gathering at Kikyo Castle in 3 days. The second naval unit will need 7 more days. But there's a problem. At that time, Hokage-sama and the other 3 leaders must attend the final exam in the Sand Federation. How do we handle that? As the chief strategist, Shikaku raised a critical issue. The four Kage needed to lead the 1st Ninja Division in a frontal assault on Sand Federation, drawing the Federation's attention to give the naval unit a chance. We'll send body doubles. Kumo has a technique that alters appearances. With some coordination, we can fool them. Mabui stepped forward. Kumo had already prepared for this. In that case, everything should go smoothly. Shikaku nodded. But he didn't believe the Sand Federation had kidnapped the Jinchuriki. He suspected another hidden force knew about the alliance, and had deliberately struck at the most crucial moment. He reported this to Tsunade and sent ANBU to investigate, but no clues had surfaced. Shikaku felt this unresolved threat could become the war's greatest uncertainty. Hyuga Kiyo and Kurenai Yuhi returned to Konoha. Only those two were summoned back, the Chunin exam teams were left to others. As the Hyuga clan head, Kiyo knew about the war but something felt wrong. Only 15 Hyuga ninja were assigned as frontline scouts. In normal times, 15 Hyuga scouts were barely acceptable. But this was a war involving the 5 great nations. Forget excluding her from the battlefield. Why were the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans all barely represented? It felt like Tsunade was deliberately sidelining them. Something is off, Kiyo thought. She knew some of Tsunade's secrets and combined with Niji's information from the first exam became certain that the war situation was far from simple. Kiyo, want to stop by my place? Kurenai asked with a smile. Not today. Kiyo rejected her. I'm not in the mood. I'm heading home. If you do, I'll tell you a huge secret. Kurenai used her usual tactic, grabbing Kiyo's arm and dragging her toward her home. End of chapter, chapter 346, chapter 346 1129 words. Kurenai Yuhi's current residence was small. She had moved out of her family home after turning 20, as her father had joined the matchmaking campaign. Her new apartment was right next to her friend Akado. Although she lived alone, her apartment was fully equipped to host guests, and she could serve tea or snacks when needed. This is the first time I've seen someone offer beer to guests instead of tea. Hyuga Kiyo decisively pushed the beer aside. This time, she would not fall for Kurenai's trick. Tea is for guests. Kiyo, you're my friend, so it's fine to be casual, Kurenai said with a warm smile. Twisted logic. Kiyo ignored Kurenai's nonsense, poured herself a glass of water, and sat across from her. After looking around, she sighed. Did you invite me here just to show off your messy apartment? If you're hoping I'll clean it for you, forget it, I won't. Kurenai's face showed a hint of mock anger. It's only been a week since I cleaned, and are you seriously claiming you have no feminine sense? So what exactly is it you want? To be honest, I didn't know how to start. You were curious earlier why the Hyuga clan, and you weren't participating in this war, right? Kurenai scratched her slightly curled hair. Honestly, she didn't know how Kiyo would react after hearing about Hyuga Mirai, but she assumed Kiyo felt the same way she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so determined to reform the Hyuga clan, and send people to investigate everywhere. It wasn't the behavior of someone just dealing with a rogue ninja. You know some inside information. Kiyo furrowed her brow slightly. She had her suspicions but couldn't be certain. It seemed almost impossible. Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the Senja had sacrificed hundreds of lives to stabilize Konoha. You should have guessed, Kiyo. Tsunade wants you and the Hyuga clan to cooperate with the Aburame and Inuzuka clans to stabilize Konoha. Whatever happens, you must side with her, even if she wants to merge Konoha with the Sand Federation. Kurenai's tone hardened slightly on the last sentence, and she nervously glanced at Kiyo, fearing she would react angrily. Surprisingly, Kiyo remained calm, only occasionally sipping her water. I guessed wrong. Tsunade's relationship with him must be closer than I thought. Giving up Konoha doesn't matter to her, and Kurenai, you've met him too, right? Kurenai tilted her head slightly, avoiding Kiyo's gaze. Yes, but it's for peace. The ninja world must unify to end wars. Though deceiving her friend made Kurenai feel guilty, she trusted her judgment. Why would Tsunade and you assume I'd lead the entire Hyuga clan to her side if... Kiyo's words were cut off by Kurenai. Kiyo, this is what I mentioned before. Tsunade has made arrangements. You'll need to make a small sacrifice to calm potential resistance in Konoha and accelerate the merger. Kurenai said this with some embarrassment. After all, she was a woman. Although ninjas typically had monogamous relationships, it was only because their power and status were roughly equal. In the wider ninja world, nobles, daimyo, and merchants often had multiple wives, which was normal. Even commoners could take multiple wives if they had the opportunity. After a brief hesitation, Kurenai decisively said, Kiyo, Tsunade wants you and me to represent Konoha and the Sand Federation in a political marriage. It would reduce resistance to the merger. Before Kurenai could finish, Kiyo crushed her water glass and stood up. What are you saying? Do you even realize what you're saying? Kurenai noticed that Kiyo's expression, though still relatively composed, was beginning to falter. She relaxed slightly and continued. Kiyo, this is the best solution. If you refuse, I'll have to represent Konoha alone. My parents have pressured me multiple times, and I'm already 26. The veins along Kiyo's temples bulged as she glared at Kurenai. She could not believe her best friend had said such a thing. Representing Konoha alone. Kiyo, don't look at me like that. There's no other choice. Kurenai emphasized her final words, but Kiyo still could not accept it, not because of what Kurenai said, but for other reasons. I'm leaving. Kiyo stormed toward the door, her mind buzzing, needing space to think. Kiyo, decide quickly. Time is short, Kurenai called after her, but Kiyo did not respond. She walked home, lost in thought, forgetting even to reach her door. The Sand Federation actually has trains like this. I've only seen them in the land of snow. AIWA Ninja whispered to a companion. They had passed the second stage exam, and were taking a train to the Federation capital. Of the 55 teams in the second stage, only 10 passed. The pass rate was slightly lower than normal, but given the exam's competitiveness, it was understandable. Other villages Genin admired the luxurious train, including Konoha's Ino and Sakura. It was their first time on such a lavish train, with wide seats for reclining, fruit and snacks served, and a TV looping highlights of the first and second exams, featuring Uchiha Sasuke prominently. After a while, Shikamaru and Kiba returned. Their wounds from the second exam had worsened, and although treated, they might be unable to participate in the third stage. Shikamaru, Kiba, how are you? Ino and the others asked, concerned since the injuries were sustained protecting teammates and might affect the third exam. We're okay. The medical car on the train treated us. Shikamaru rubbed his shoulder and whispered to Choji. The treatment machine on the train helped us barely recover. But strenuous activity could reopen the wounds. Also, the teachers didn't follow, they returned to the village. Shikamaru felt uneasy. The lead instructors hadn't accompanied them for the final exam. If there was an urgent mission, what could be more important than the Allied Chunin exam? Medical machine. You mean the one from our hospital? Sakura was surprised when Shikamaru nodded. Those machines cost hundreds of millions of ryo. I never thought the Sand Federation would put one on a train. She had interned at Konoha Hospital and knew their value. Only medical Chunin could operate them. The lack of supervising teachers left the freshly graduated Genin unsure. Don't overthink it. Maybe they're just running late, Shikamaru comforted them, though he recalled his father's words before the exam and felt uneasy. Meanwhile, Naruto's group felt comfortable. For them, the third stage exam felt like returning home. Uchiha Sasuke eagerly anticipated the third stage individual matches, ready to face Gaara and Naruto. Previously, when his Sharingan was not fully developed, Sasuke often struggled to stand against the two due to chakra depletion. Now, with his 3-Tomo Sharingan, His strength had grown significantly. End of chapter, chapter 347, chapter 347. 1265 words. Upon arriving at the Federation capital, Ino Yamanaka and the other outsiders were stunned by the scene before them. Not only them, the lead ninja from each village were equally shocked. Oases surrounded towering buildings, and a semicircular transparent barrier covered the entire city, providing both protection and temperature regulation inside and outside the barrier. How is this possible? The books clearly said at least 80% of the land of wind is desert, and yet. Sakura Haruno said in disbelief. The environment here was far superior to Konoha. Living here would be blissful, especially with Sasuke nearby. Although her voice was low, it was still heard by Yoko Nakamura behind her, who scoffed and approached Sakura, clicking her tongue. Stop looking at outdated textbooks. The Sunigakure of the Land of Wind is history. Now we are Federation Ninja. You outsiders always view us through old perspectives, no wonder so many of you were eliminated in the first 2 exams. Sakura's face flushed red. She hadn't expected her words to be overheard, but Nakamura's statement was true. Their 2 teams had exchanged information privately. Among the 5 great nations ninja, the federations were the hardest to deal with. Moreover, the top 3 teams in performance were all from the Federation. During the second stage exam, they didn't return with injuries like the outsiders. They seemed as if they had just taken a casual trip. Outsiders, this is the map of the Federation. Red zones are strictly forbidden. Other areas or markets are open for sightseeing. Approaching red zones will be considered espionage and investigated by ANBU. Maki distributed maps to the outsider ninja and emphasized the Federation's strict anti-espionage measures. Federation competitors may disband after the battle list is announced. Outsider competitors will be guided to their accommodations. There were many visitors this time, over 100 outsider ninja alone, along with ordinary spectators for the 3rd stage exam. This event attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. Anyone with the means wanted to witness it. Over the past 2 days, 5,000 non-Federation individuals had arrived, and more were expected. Federation security would be busy for a while. Maki did not believe the 4 great nations wouldn't send spies, and the Federation could not possibly know all secret techniques, so they had to prepare. Still, visiting ninja were well accommodated. Each received a joint Hayakusa Uzumaki Trade Association credit card, usable at over 80% of Federation shops. Sakura and Ino Yamanaka were bewildered upon receiving their cards. They had never encountered such a thing. Maki then led them to the Wind Shadow building to announce the 3rd stage exam rules and match lists. Although Yakura knew the 4 nations' intentions, he performed well enough to impress Onoiki and others. Once the announcements were complete, Maki officially dismissed everyone. After leaving the Wind Shadow building, Yoko Nakamura asked Sasuke, "Where are you going next?" "Home, Yoko. For now, we're opponents. If you defeat Naruto, I'll make sure you understand my power, Yoko-sama." The individual match list was set. Uchiha Sasuke's first opponent was Naruto Uzumaki, just as he wanted. Nakamura's boast was hollow. Her first opponent was Gaara. Unless there was an upset, she would likely be eliminated in the first round. "Sasuke, let's go home together." Naruto caught up from behind, slinging an arm over Sasuke's shoulder. Their houses were nearby, making it convenient. "Let go of me first. If I let go, you'll sneak off to train. You can't hide it from me, Sasuke." Sasuke, caught off guard, momentarily lost his composure, raising his voice in protest. "Ridiculous. I can easily defeat you now, I don't need training." "Then let's go home together." After the others walked ahead, Nara Shikamaru approached Ino. "Let's go. Sasuke and Naruto aren't the classmates we knew. Don't hold on to old expectations unless you understand what happened years ago." Shikamaru's advice was sensible. Sasuke and Naruto had clearly integrated into the Federation. Only Ino and Sakura still saw them as old classmates, but now they were outsiders. Childhood admiration needed to end, or someone would get hurt. After Sasuke and Naruto returned home, Mikoto Uchiha was away handing over duties to the security team, so Sasuke went with Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki took the opportunity to praise Sasuke, making Naruto sulk, though she had an excuse. Sasuke's highlight moments were the most, followed by Gaara. "Mom, is Uncle Mirai home?" Naruto was stopped by Kushina. "Don't disturb next door, Naruto. They're busy. Let me prepare a celebratory meal tonight instead." Naruto and Sasuke were puzzled, but sensing his mother's slight sadness, Naruto quieted down, preparing to wait for dinner. Ayaka Uzumaki's boldness was overwhelming. Even Hyuga Mirai struggled. During her first refusal, Ayaka had been testing Mirai's limits and preferences. For example, now she wore a shortened maid outfit, increasingly bold, often wrapping around Mirai's arm. "Ayaka, wait until the ninja world unifies, and after marriage," Mirai firmly pulled his arm free, and addressed Ayaka seriously. She was too skilled, without warning, he might fall for her. The ninja world was not unified yet, he couldn't get distracted by such matters. Mirai then received a message, smirked, and patted Ayaka's head. "If everyone listened to you like this, it would be great." Ayaka giggled, her day brightened by Mirai's praise. "Prepare yourself. You and Kushina will use the four-yang formation. Share some Ninetales chakra with her," Mirai instructed Ayaka. The battlefield in Kawasagori was set, with Tsunade fully involved in planning, ultimately selecting an ideal ambush location. Using the four-yang formation on that plane would trap 5,000 ninja within a barrier, outside Byakugan range. However, the formation required constant chakra supply. Though Kushina had massive chakra, without the Ninetales, maintaining a multi-kilometer barrier was difficult. "I understand, Mirai-sama," Ayaka nodded solemnly. She took the war seriously, even more than Mirai, hoping to end it quickly. After briefing Ayaka, Mirai left home with strong resolve. Defeating the allied ninja in Kawasagori required Sasori's puppet unit, Mirai's summoned beasts, and members of the puppet division. Before sealing the enemy's chakra, the allied ninja posed a threat. Gaara and Naruto might also need to intervene. The fastest way to break the allies' morale, besides Tsunade's betrayal, was unleashing the fully transformed One-Tail and Nine-Tails before them. Combined with Sasori's puppets, Mirai's summoned beasts, and Rinnegan's stone giants, surrounded by multiple disaster-level enemies, any rebellious thoughts in the allied forces would earn Mirai's respect. Konoha's internal stability was not fully confirmed yet, so Mirai needed to visit personally. It had been over 10 years since he saw that young lady. In another timeline, he had witnessed a very virtuous Kyo Hyuga. After returning from Kurenai Yuhi, Kyo Hyuga's mind buzzed until late at night when silence allowed her to realize she knew nothing. "Yuhi, you traitor." Kyo felt betrayed. When Kurenai asked her before, Kyo revealed everything. Yet now, when needed, Kurenai had withheld the truth until the last moment. "What's wrong, Kyo?" A voice suddenly came from behind Kyo. In the silent night, she immediately activated her Byakugan and swung to strike, then froze. The person behind her was too powerful to surprise attack. Coming back late at night, business, or planning revenge on the main family? Kyo controlled her emotions and spoke calmly. Hyuga Mirai, seeing Kyo like this, said with some nostalgia, "Kyo, you're still the same. Being overly stubborn isn't good." Having spent hours reading Marvel comics, Mirai could only think, what is this nonsense? It felt like preparing for a major exam. If not recorded, it would be forgotten. End of chapter. Chapter 348. Chapter 348 1397 words. Hyuga Mirai used the power of Yomi no Hirasaka to enter Konoha. The technique was extremely convenient. Once the spatial passage opened, it produced no chakra fluctuation at all, so Kyo Hyuga could not detect it. But at this moment, Kyo Hyuga was staring at Mirai with her pale eyes, as if he had done something terribly unforgivable. Mirai finished preparing 2 cups of tea, set them on the table and said, "They're all asleep." They won't wake up before morning. In the entire courtyard, only the two of them were awake. Kiyo, your eyes seem much stronger than before. Because they were close, Mirai immediately sensed that the power in Kiyo's Byakugan was far beyond its usual level, already surpassing what a normal Byakugan could achieve. The strength of ocular power had nothing to do with training, it depended on how much the user inherited from their ancestors. Kiyo's power had clearly exceeded that limit. She must have used another method. I changed my eyes. Not only my grandfather's, even the first and second elders' eyes, I switched them all in. Kiyo lowered her head slightly and said, using an old method from our ancestors, sealing the Byakugan first, then replacing it enhances its abilities. I can now see nearly 10 kilometers away. 10 kilometers. That was far beyond the normal Byakugan's limit. Most Hyuga could see 1 or 2 kilometers, the gifted ones might reach 3 or 4. But that was the extreme. Wait, 10 kilometers. Then, during the battle in the Land of Rain, she must have already seen me. Mirai suddenly realized. If that was true, he had wrongly blamed Tsunade last time. Still, a ban was already placed, so he might as well pretend he knew nothing and keep backing her. Can you talk about your childhood? I feel like I barely understand anything about you. Kiyo asked. She felt she had never truly understood Mirai, and wanted to hear something real. My childhood. Nothing special. It probably started around the Ninja Academy. I just didn't expect you to abolish the caged bird. Mirai explained from his own perspective. He had benefited greatly within the Hyuga clan because there was a seemingly clever heiress shielding him from the front. Whether it was clan resources, medical ninjutsu learning, money, or time, everything became easier. A little prompting with the right words was all it took for Mirai to get whatever he wanted from Kiyo. But Kiyo was not the clan head. And above the Hyuga were people like Hiruzen Sarutobi. Staying in Konoha meant binding himself within their rules. He'd have to spend energy participating in politics and arguing with the F4. That was exactly how Orochimaru ended up stabbed in the back. Too troublesome. Better to leave Konoha decisively. Besides that, there wasn't much to say, mostly how Mirai had taken advantage of Lady Kiyo's childish personality to secure many benefits for himself. As Kiyo listened to Mirai's description of her younger self, her face gradually turned red. She had never imagined she was that foolish back then. Her grandfather had always praised her as the most qualified heiress. Yet in Mirai's eyes, she seemed like someone he could take advantage of at will. I wasn't like that. Kiyo's face flushed bright as she tried to protest. She refused to believe that clumsy girl was her. It was slander. But before she could finish, Mirai interrupted, "It's fine, Kiyo. That's just how you are. You've been captain of the police force for so long, you must care deeply about Konoha. After the war on the front lines ends, Konoha's stability will be crucial for peace. With your support and the Hyugas, combining Konoha with the Sand Federation will let the shinobi world unify quickly and enter an era of peace. And the fact that you learned all this and didn't tell anyone already proves your choice. All that's left is the final resolve." Mirai smiled softly. "So let me be that resolve. From now on, hand your choices and decisions to me." As he spoke, he stood and leaned closer to her. Their faces were so near that he could clearly see the tension and redness reflected in her eyes. The closer he came, the more chaotic her thoughts became, like dozens of startled deer running in every direction. She couldn't even remember what he had just said. Too close, too close. What is he trying to do? Kiyo couldn't hold out. She shut her eyes tight, her long lashes trembling from nervousness. Like an ostrich, she buried her head and stopped thinking. "Do whatever you want. If my eyes are closed, that counts as resistance." Seeing her reaction, Mirai thought to himself that she was exactly the same as before, unchanged. He gently took her hand from where she had been anxiously gripping her thigh. Nanoparticles flowed from his wrist device onto her hand, forming into the shape of a ring on her finger. Once the ring was set, Mirai leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I'm counting on you, Kiyo." Then he patted her head and vanished via Yomino Hirasaka. When the room finally grew quiet, Kiyo cautiously opened one eye. After confirming Mirai was gone, she exhaled in relief. He left. Her face flushed again when she noticed the ring on her hand. After checking no one else was around, she lifted her hand like a prairie dog and admired it slowly. "For peace," she whispered. But as she admired the ring, a projection suddenly blinked into the air showing Kurenai Yuhi, fresh out of the bath. Kurenai saw her and grinned mischievously. "Oh my, is that Kiyo? Why are you here?" "Kei Kurenai. Close it now." At her command, the projection vanished immediately. Once Kurenai's face disappeared, Kiyo let out a deep breath. But she knew she wouldn't escape Kurenai's teasing tomorrow. That woman had always looked gentle but was black-hearted inside. Kiyo realized this ring was no ordinary accessory. It must contain many secrets. But she didn't know how to use electronics. She barely even watched TV, so she had no idea how to operate the terminal ring. She could only experiment with voice commands. Fortunately, every member's terminal had a simple AI. It only connected to Unit 18 when it involved Mirai. Naturally, the first thing she tried to search for was information about Hyuga Mirai. The ring projected a large archive of Mirai-related data. Kiyo immediately noticed the wedding details among them, and unable to resist, opened it. 3 people. Damn it, where did this woman come from? And what kind of outfit is that? The more she watched, the angrier she became. The angrier she became, the more she wanted to keep watching. Then she lowered her head, glanced at her own slightly flat chest, and fell silent. She dismissed the projection, stood up, and rushed to Hyuga Yu's room, waking her immediately. "You, about what you mentioned last time, is there any other method?" Still half asleep, Yu stared blankly. She had no idea what had shocked Lady Kiyo in the middle of the night this time. "The Hyuga clan is settled. Now it's your turn," Mirai told Tsunade. The Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans now showed signs of aligning closely together, and 2 of Kiyo's disciples were from the Aburame and Inuzuka families. For something as major as merging Konoha, with the Hokage leading above and the Hyuga pushing from the center, the Aburame and Inuzuka had no choice but to follow. With these 3 clans' support, plus the various forces Tsunade had built, the root remnants, the medical division, even if some clans resisted, they had no chance to fight back. Especially with many Konoha shinobi still captured at the front lines, most of the village's power was under Tsunade's control. The merger between Konoha and the Sand Federation was already a foregone conclusion. And during the negotiations, Tsunade had subtly persuaded the other 3 Kage to take down the Sand Federation in one strike. Iwa, Hyumo, and Kirigakure had each sent elites to the front. If those units were captured, the 3 great villages would not have anyone suitable to handle village affairs, not after something so major occurred on the battlefield. "As expected of you. You convinced Kiyo Hyuga this fast." Tsunade clicked her tongue. She found this blue-eyed brat extremely annoying now. After saying something so misleading last time, he could still talk calmly about unifying the shinobi world. End of chapter. Chapter 349. Chapter 349, 1195 words. "This time, I also brought you something. After thinking it over, I realized you're the most suitable for it," Hyuga Mirai said to Tsunade. He then manifested 2 types of chakra from his hands. Seeing this, Tsunade was so surprised she swallowed her words. Her eyes widened as she looked at Mirai's hands. After acquiring Wood Release and Sage Chakra, her perception had increased significantly. The appearance of Azura and Indra's chakra instantly revealed their immense power to her. "Is this your chakra?" Mirai shook his head. "No, this is the chakra of the Sage of 6 Paths 2 Suns. Compared to my own, it's better to use this to enhance your strength." His own chakra leaned toward the Rinnegan. The God Tree's power had already been converted into the bloodline network, and Mirai had not studied it yet. So he planned to inject Tsunade with Uchiha genes, then catalyze them with Indra and Azura's chakra to awaken her Rinnegan sooner. Tsunade swallowed, slightly tense. You can even make the eyes of a sage now. What is there in this world that can stop you? Mirai immediately replied, of course, some things are impossible. Like always winning at gambling, even a sage can't do that. And I'm stronger than the sage of six paths, Tsunade burst out, grabbing Mirai's sleeve angrily. They were cheating. Nice excuse, Mirai teased, patting her head. Let's focus on the task. You're leaving the village tomorrow. Knowing time was tight, Tsunade complied and lay on the bed. Mirai, carrying his equipment, assembled all collected Uchiha genes into a new sequence and injected it into her. Soon, Tsunade felt a strange sensation in her eyes. My eyes, they itch. Mirai lifted her eyelids and saw her pupils turn blood red, with 3 black tomo spinning rapidly. Uchiha Tsunade now has the 3 tomo Sharingan, he said jokingly, then quickly used Indra's chakra to evolve her Sharingan before she could get angry. The 3 tomo Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo in no time. I've awakened the Mangekyo's ability. Blue-eyed brat, want to guess what it is? Tsunade asked. Princess Tsunade, you're past the age for guessing games, Mirai replied, ignoring her provocation, which slightly angered her. How uncute. Aminokami no Mikoto, Futadama no Mikoto. This is my awakened power. I can briefly predict a few seconds of the future or see distant moments in time, she explained. Seeing Mirai wasn't fooled, she directly revealed the Mangekyo abilities of both eyes. With their relationship, there was no need to hide. Impressive. This dojutsu is already powerful. Princess Tsunade, I may not be your match anymore, Mirai thought. He noticed the names sounded like legendary divination deities, but the genes he injected came from Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku. It seemed that the type of Mangekyo ability depended on Yin chakra, while the gene sequence only unlocked the Mangekyo. Who would believe your nonsense? Tsunade said aloud, yet she planned to spar with Mirai once she mastered her Mangekyo. If she won, she would make him serve her drinks respectfully, calling her Princess Tsunade. The gene sequence injected was flawless. With enough Yin chakra, she could directly awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Coupled with her grandfather's power and Azura's chakra as a catalyst, evolving to the Rinnegan overnight was possible. Azura and Indra's leftover chakra from the 10 tails would barely awaken a Rinnegan pair, and only someone with a sage body, like Tsunade, was suitable. After more than an hour, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Tsunade. The wind generated by the chakra was blocked by the barrier. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes on the bed. Her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had evolved into pale purple Rinnegan. Looks like it worked. How does it feel? Rising, Tsunade examined her hands with the Rinnegan, smiling slightly. Feels great, like becoming a god. This confidence isn't ordinary. Did you awaken a good ability? Mirai asked, intrigued. He knew that the eternal Mangekyo evolves into a Rinnegan with a unique ability, though he didn't know what Tsunade had awakened. I'll tell you in a few days. I need time to get used to it first. Tsunade was satisfied with her awakening, and intended to keep it as a trump card in sparring with Mirai. Once she mastered it, having him serve her grilled meat skewers would be easy. The next day, Mirai had been gone for a while. Tsunade stayed home, familiarizing herself with her abilities. The Rinnegan's power was too disruptive to use yet, but she had used her Mangekyo multiple times. Her right eye's ability could be used repeatedly in a short time, but the left eye's future-seeing ability required 1 to 2 years to recover per use, even with Yang chakra. She had just used it once and quickly shook her head. Was that really the future? Before she could ponder, Shizen's voice called from the door. Princess Tsunade, are you still sleeping? It's morning. To prevent her from slacking, Shizen reminded her daily to go to the Hokage office. Although Tsunade often handed tasks to Yakushi Kabuto, she still sat for a while. Understood, Shizen, she replied and left home. Today was likely the last 4-Kage meeting before heading to Kikyo Castle. The 5,000 Ninja Alliance, organized by Narashikaku, had begun settling there. The operation had avoided disturbing anyone, and Kikyo Castle, a military stronghold, had no civilians or outsiders. Even with additional IWA and Kumo ninja, it would go unnoticed. Upon arrival, the other 3 Kage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Narashikaku were waiting. Reikage A expressed surprise. "Hokage, you're late. This is Konoha, you know. You're up too early." Tsunade retorted and took her seat. Others silently noted that sleeping poorly before a major battle was normal, only unusual to sleep well. Reikage A tried to argue, but a kick to his chair stopped him. "Let's discuss the intelligence gathered on the Federation," Narashikaku, chief of the advisory staff, said, focusing everyone's attention. "We sent 60 ninja, and 120 ordinary people. With Iwa's help, we bypassed much of the Federation's security, though 13 were captured." He trailed off, implying the Federation would interrogate and demand ransom or send them to mining camps. The rest, through secret techniques and intelligence, allowed us to observe some high-level Federation movements. Shikaku displayed photos, thanks to Uzumaki Trade Association's tech assistance. The photos included Yakashamaru, Uchiha Mikoto, Maki, Grand Machio delivering food to the puppet division, and Haikura, Hyuga Mirai, and Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade silently commended the allied forces. Mirai had deceived the enemy well, making strategy analysis hard work. Shikaku distributed the results of a sleepless night to the 4-Kage. The Federation's leadership shows no abnormal activity. Guard and ninja numbers are stable. Based on prior intelligence, even full mobilization would only be a few hundred people. Shikaku confidently concluded, the Allied ninjas' raid on Kawasagori has over a 90% success rate. The Federation war now has a 70% chance of victory. The Chunin exam's cover was successful, and the Federation has received your substitutes without detecting any flaws. He refrained from claiming 100% success, avoiding overstatement, even if he believed otherwise. End of chapter, chapter 350, chapter 350 1168 words. Then we'll depart. Kiyo, Kimimaro, Kurenai, Kabuto, and Shizen, the village is in your hands. Before leaving, Tsunade solemnly entrusted the village's affairs to her subordinates. The names she mentioned covered the administrative division, route, ANBU, the guard, and logistics. Together, these individuals controlled roughly 80% of the village's power. Those accompanying her were either her faction or neutral parties. Any ninja clans that could potentially obstruct the merger of Konoha and the Sand Federation had been drafted to the front lines. No one would die, but they would be detained for a while. If they were cooperative and joined the unified Konoha Federation, they could avoid laboring in the mines and return home sooner. Stubborn resistance, however, would mean a lifetime of dealing with mineral veins. Even on this planet, many areas remained untapped. Even if the entire ninja world worked together, it would be impossible to exhaust all resources. Understood, Hokage-sama, the named subordinates answered in unison, aware of their mission: maintain control of the village and prevent remaining clans from causing trouble. The Sarutobi clan, for instance, was tightly managed. Tsunade had ordered 150 Sarutobi ninja to join, yet their true numbers were unknown. Even during the Third Hokage's era, neither ANBU nor Root could accurately gauge the Sarutobi clan's strength. Before leaving, Tsunade glanced at Kiyo Hyuga, noticing the ring on her hand, and let out a small laugh. Kiyo caught the smile and quickly hid her hand behind her back, her face reddening as she averted her gaze. It was all for peace, she had no choice that night. Hyuga Mirai's strength was overwhelming. "All right, let's go," Tsunade announced, dismissing the group. After leaving the Hokage building, Kurenai hurried toward Kiyo. "Wait for me, Kiyo." Kiyo, aware of Kurenai's intentions, quickened her pace, and eventually used body flicker technique to reach the guard headquarters. Kurenai smiled to herself, Kiyo was still so shy. Once away, Kiyo soon regained her usual cold and commanding demeanor. She intended to inform the guard and the heads of the other two families about Tsunade, but first, she needed to return to the clan lands. The Hyuga clan had more than doubled its strength. Former branch elite ninja, after mastering secret techniques like Kaiten and Kusho, had greatly increased their combat abilities. Without these techniques, branch elite ninja were merely skilled taijutsu specialists. Now they possessed absolute defense and strong ranged attacks. Kiyo also restructured the clan, abolishing the main and branch distinctions. The Hyuga ninja were reorganized into 4 battalions totaling over 600 members. Including 120 from the guard, the clan now had 700 ninja, a testament to a near 1,000-year lineage. After receiving the clan leader's orders, nearly 20 Hyuga members gathered at Kiyo's residence. All were at least squad leaders, carefully chosen for strength and management skills. Clan leader, everyone is here, one member reported. Kiyo had summoned both internal battalion captains and the elders managing clan business, signaling serious matters. Now that everyone is here, heed my instructions carefully. Once this meeting ends, immediately carry them out, Kiyo said gravely. The clan members straightened, fully alert. From now on, all clan members enter a defensive state. Non-ninja members stay home. Squad leaders collect military supplies. Takuma, Hireman, and Irubo monitor the movements of these ninja clans starting now. Kiyo handed a list to you, who passed it to Hyuga Takuma. The first target was the Sarutobi clan, followed by allied clans. During Hiruzen Sarutobi's tenure as Hokage, many clans were Sarutobi vassals, including civilian ninja. These were Takuma's monitoring focus, followed later by the Inoshikacho trio. These 3 clans are clever. Although previously friendly with the Sarutobi, they now appear aligned with the Hokage. Vigilance is still required, Kiyo added. Clan leader, this. Takuma was surprised. Was Kiyo planning a conflict with these clans? This cannot be hidden, but outside this room, no one is to speak of it, Kiyo warned. Konoha plans to merge with the Sand Federation. Tsunade has already negotiated with their leadership. The front lines aim to quickly eliminate the main forces and Kage of the other 3 nations, while preventing internal opposition from speaking. The Hyuga members were stunned. Konoha merging with the Sand Federation. Led by Tsunade. The clans Byakugan, the bloodline heir of Wood Release, and Tsunade renowned as the true heir of the Will of Fire and last publicly known Senju would guide the merger. Even Hyuga elders were shocked. One almost broke their folding fan. If Kiyo hadn't spoken, they would have thought it false or insane. Seeing the pale purple diamond mark on her forehead, however, silenced their doubts. Do not overthink. This is inevitable. The ninja world will ultimately unify peacefully. No one can change that. Kiyo touched her ring. The Hyuga can only prosper by joining now. Resistance will only lead to obscurity. Her tone grew strict. No one dared question her further. Yes, clan leader. The mere news was shocking. Everyone dispersed to prepare. A Konoha-Suna merger meant the Land of Fire would cease to exist, with Konoha becoming part of a federated military-political state. For the ninja, this could be advantageous. The federation was ninja-led, no daimyo or Land of Fire administration above them. After others left, Kiyo consulted with Zosuke Hyuga about the remaining rings. Grandfather, I need to meet other clan leaders. Please oversee the Hyuga's military supplies with the 3 elders. She left, leaving Zosuke deep in thought. On the way to the guard headquarters, Kiyo arranged for Shibi Aburame and Shin Inuzuka parents and uncles of her students to join. Their combined influence, along with Root and Tsunade's orders, would stabilize Konoha. Sand Federation Training Ground 3, a remote area near Hyuga Mirai's residence, was usually empty except for Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. Today, 2 mother-child pairs coincidentally arrived, so Kushina let them train while she and Mikoto rested under a tree. Naruto was angry his mother had pulled him out to train, yet Mikoto sent him away. Sasuke was also frustrated. He had finally expected one-on-one training with his mother, only for Mikoto to intervene. They could not confront their elders and vented at each other. After Sasuke's Sharingan evolved to 3-Tomo, Naruto was no longer a taijutsu match. 3-Tomo dynamic vision and genjutsu made close combat frustrating. He could not read Sasuke's gaze, and his moves were fully anticipated. Only Shadow Clone and Wind-style close combat could help, yet even then, he posed little threat. As they trained, a black hole appeared between them. Hyuga Mirai emerged. "Uncle Mirai!" Naruto shouted mid-movement, though it was unnecessary. Mirai simply grabbed him midair and set him down. From under a distant tree, the two mothers felt uneasy. Kushina muttered, "He's so unpredictable. Thankfully he didn't appear behind us." They had just been discussing Mirai. If he had appeared behind them, overheard conversation would have been awkward. Uchiha Mikoto felt similarly guilty, and resolved never to discuss such matters outside. As for Mirai, he likely would not enter their rooms without permission. End of chapter. Chapter 351. Chapter 351. 1362 words. Training stops here for now. The third exam may have some changes, and you two likely won't face each other then. But if you're unsatisfied, I can serve as referee another day, Hyuga Mirai said to Naruto and Sasuke as he approached Kushina and Mikoto. By the time he reached them, both women had already calmed their heartbeats. The war will begin soon. Prepare tomorrow, we depart the day after. Naruto, you'll go too. Having the nine tails inside you is a significant deterrent against ordinary ninjas. Kushina patted her chest confidently. Don't worry. I'm ready. She activated the Ninetails chakra, which she had obtained from Ayaka early that morning. Her chakra could sustain the 4 red sun formation for a long time. Mirai-kun, I'm ready too. I've arranged the Federation's guard duties with my subordinates. We can depart anytime, Mikoto said with a gentle smile. Mirai had given her and Tetsuo Uchiha several potions that temporarily boosted her chakra enough to activate and maintain a complete Susanoo. Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. This was the first time they'd heard of it. Upon learning about the third exam, their faces showed complete astonishment. Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto could go to war, immediately turned to Mirai. Uncle Mirai, I want to join the battlefield too. Not this time, Sasuke, Mirai shook his head. Naruto can go because of the tailed beast inside him. And the land of rivers might not even see conflict. If you want to witness war, I can recommend you to Tetsuo. Mikoto, worried about Sasuke, quickly interjected. Sasuke, stay in the Federation and wait for me to return. War is still beyond your reach. You haven't done many missions yet, you're not suited for the battlefield. Mikoto's tone was firm. As Sasuke's only close family, she could not neglect him. Despite his performance in the Chunin exams, the battlefield was completely different. Mikoto, having escorted a few logistics units before, knew the urgency and the threat from all directions. Sasuke's strength was decent, but his lack of experience and absence of a tailed beast protection made going to war potentially fatal. Mikoto would never allow that. Sasuke remained silent, concealing his dissatisfaction, planning to appeal to Mirai later. Mikoto noticed his reluctance. Though he had grown stronger, his chakra reserves and finishing skills were still insufficient. She had no other solution. Mikoto's greatest trump card came from her Mangekyo Sharingan, awakened with Mirai's help. To enhance Sasuke's abilities, only Mirai could assist. Though Mirai was approachable, Mikoto felt uneasy about constantly troubling him. Kushina had discreetly mentioned that Mirai liked modified maid outfits, which could be a way to persuade him. Mikoto felt conflicted. Mirai was about to marry, yet she enjoyed feeling needed. The confidence from true strength was something Uchiha Fugaku never had. Mikoto, having seen Fugaku frown over the family and village, now felt that freedom with Mirai reflected a true strong person. After notifying Kushina and others, Mirai informed Gaara of the departure time. The four-nation allied forces' schedule coincided perfectly with the start of the first exam. With both-tailed beast Jinchuriki on the field, resistance in the land of rivers would be minimal. Mirai had prepared a clone for Naruto and Gaara, allowing the Chunin exams to proceed normally while still monitoring the ninja allied forces. The puppetry division had recently rushed production and completed 2,000 chakra sealing chains, barely enough for both battlefields. In war, casualties were inevitable. These chains couldn't cover all forces in the four great villages, so they could only hope that the hardliners would rush in first and get wiped out. Once those troublesome ones were gone, each remaining shinobi could be assigned one chakra sealing chain. Meanwhile, Sasori had completed a new mecha puppet for fusion combat. He intended to use the fourth raikage to test its strength. He still hadn't found any metal capable of withstanding truth-seeking orb-level force, so he was switching test subjects. The fourth raikage was ideal, fast, powerful, and durable. If the raikage couldn't break the puppet's vulnerable joints, then Sasori's work had improved significantly. However, Orochimaru had recently proposed the idea of a biological sage puppet, which irritated Sasori. He preferred eternal metallic artistry. Yet after studying Orochimaru's research, he couldn't deny that some aspects were. Still, he pushed himself to develop a new composite metal. Without it, many of his puppets lagged behind Orochimaru's creations. Pakura had already departed in secret, leading the last group of reinforcements toward the T-Sand region to rendezvous with Uchiha Tekai. The sea forces of the alliance came from the cloud and hidden mist. Since their top shinobi were deployed to the River Sand battlefield, their naval invasion of the Sand Federation crumbled instantly against Pakura and Tekai. One wielded a temporary full-body Susanoo. The other possessed both ice release and scorch release, powered by a built-in reactor. Pakura could freeze an entire kilometer of ocean in seconds. In today's shinobi world, the great nations publicly expressed excitement for the third exam, but privately they were already plotting how to tear one another apart. Land of Fire, capital Danzo waited for news from Konoha. His eyes shifted slightly as he sensed something and lifted his head. 5 meters ahead, the air distorted. A masked Mintobi appeared. "You again. If you're not bringing true sincerity, I won't accept your terms." Danzo spoke flatly. The masked man kept asking for cooperation yet offered nothing worthwhile. Danzo naturally refused, especially since this man was the true mastermind behind the Ninetales incident. Danzo still hadn't figured out his real goals. A pair of Sharingan and 5 sacrifices cultivated with Hashirama cells, enough for Edo Tensei bodies to reach near their full strength. Toby stated his offer directly. If Zetsu couldn't retrieve Konoha's forbidden jutsu scroll no matter what, he had no choice but to negotiate with Danzo. Nagato had foolishly started acting like a fisherman watching two sides fight. But now, with Tsunade capable of countering the Rinnegan, and Hyuga Mirai being an unfathomable threat, things were worsening. Toby had warned Nagato twice, but it only made Nagato more distant. Ever since recovering his body, Nagato had begun slipping out of control. Toby clenched his teeth inwardly. He couldn't control the curse seal on Nagato anymore, yet couldn't abandon the Rinnegan either. With Nagato's arrogance growing, Toby estimated a 50% chance that the plan would fail. Without another solution, the Eye of the Moon plan would not succeed. Toby still believed the shinobi world was rotten. Even though the Sand Federation brought hope to him and Amigakure, as long as people existed, desire existed. Desire brought conflict. Every war in history was sparked by the selfishness of leaders. Only the Eye of the Moon plan could satisfy everyone, creating a dream where conflict disappeared and no one died. He had to achieve it. Danzo listened and immediately raised the price several times. 5 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan. 20 sacrifices cultivated from Hashirama cells. Last time, the masked man had given him one such sacrifice. Danzo's researchers found it far superior to Root's own wood-human experiments, highly compatible for Edo Tensei. That was why their negotiations continued. So many Sharingan, and 3 Tomo at that. Do you know how many Uchiha died that night? Far more than you do. The entire police force was wiped out, and every eye was harvested. Danzo cut Toby off. After that night, Danzo sent rude operatives to gather the Sharingan, but someone else had already taken them. When he first met Toby afterward, Danzo immediately knew who the culprit was. So his demands were not unreasonable. Without Sharingan, Danzo would have to implant an ordinary limb, something intolerable for his ambition. Toby fell silent for a moment before replying. I can agree to the Sharingan and the sacrifices. But you must act quickly. Edo Tensei alone isn't worth this price. I know that. Since Toby had conceded, Danzo agreed instantly. He had never trusted anyone. After spending so much time around the daimyo, he had mastered every detail of the man's habits. His body double was prepared. Once the sacrifices arrived, he would use Edo Tensei to fulfill his lifelong wish. End of chapter. Chapter 352. Chapter 352 1073 words. Everyone, the third exam has begun. The Sunagakure Federation has not detected our movements. Narashikaku monitored the scene via the Uzumaki Trade Association broadcast, clearly observing the exam venue. All 5 Kage were present, though interactions were minimal, and each occupied the best seats. The venue was packed. While some could watch via computer broadcast, many wealthy and influential figures attended in person. Salutes, music, and other ceremonial elements showed how much effort the Sunagakure Federation invested in hosting the exam. Commendable. This is probably their last Chunin exam, Anoki remarked with a smile. The land of Earth keenly felt Sunagakure's rise. Though the two nations' territories touched without direct conflict, Iwagakure had to deploy more border defenses. Formerly, the land of demons or the land of bears would never have needed such extensive border deployments. And regarding the land of rivers ninja units, our reconnaissance is thorough. Based on the tri-daily food supplies, their numbers have not changed significantly. It seems the Sunagakure Federation has not noticed our actions or responded. Narashikaku displayed a map of the land of rivers to the 4 Kage. We need to quickly seize this Sunagakure encampment. For a long time afterward, they won't be able to deploy reinforcements elsewhere. Controlling this transportation hub cuts off their supply lines to other regions. The location was a railway transfer town connecting the land of Rain border and Sunagakure's port. They had to seize it within a day to prevent enemy troop movements. Shikaku had already infiltrated families of railway workers, ensuring swift control once the town was taken. After hearing Shikaku's tactical plan, Mei chuckled in praise. Truly the strategist of the Inoshikacho trio, thoughtful and thorough. You flatter me, Mizuki-sama. This decision came from the entire staff, Shikaku replied humbly. Anoki and A had no objections. The plan was collectively devised by the strategists of the 3 ninja villages. Iwagakure's representatives mostly recorded proceedings, with Shikaku and Mabui developing the core tactics. Then let's act immediately. Hokage, your thoughts? Reikage scanned the room before fixing her gaze on Tsunade, who rarely spoke. I have no objections. Shikaku's tactics are solid. Proceed as planned. Tsunade, more decisive than A, confirmed the plan and approached Shikaku, patting his shoulder. Well done, Shikaku. She could see the dark circles under his eyes, proof of long hours spent devising the strategy. Much of the intelligence came from Shikaku's direction. However, Tsunade understood Shikaku's cautious nature. Being clever, he considered many angles. Despite recent obedience, he hadn't reacted to her subtle hints. Once he witnessed the battle's scale, his evasiveness would end. Under the 4 Kage's orders, the allied forces mobilized quickly. Weapons like kunai and shuriken were distributed and logistics prepared. For the first time, the 4 great ninja villages united, compelled by higher authority despite past rivalries. Internal tensions were inevitable, falling to Shikaku to manage. Tsunade and A were hands-off, and Iwagakure's side rarely voiced opinions. Every responsibility, large or small, rested on Shikaku, explaining his weary appearance before battle. Reconnaissance confirmed the route from Kikyo Castle to the Land of Rivers. With the third Chunin exam underway, Kage substitutes were in Sunagakure, leaving local ninja somewhat lax. Forward reconnaissance teams infiltrated Sunagakure swiftly, sending back reports. Chief Strategist, Sunagakure's forces show no unusual activity. After receiving their latest supplies, they've started lunch preparations. Intelligence from Hyuga scouts indicates they're watching the third Chunin exam. Nearby, Mabui commented, "The Raikage really thinks we'll participate obediently. Shikaku-san, let's proceed with the original plan. Execute it." Shikaku hesitated briefly but gave the order, sensing something amiss despite frontline reports. The attack order reached the four Kage, and the ninja allied forces encircled the enemy. If the enemy noticed, they would fight head-on. If not, a surprise assault was possible. Many ninjas specialized in stealth tactics, notably those from Hidden Mist. However, only the Mizukage and her guard were present. Iwagakure, Kumo, and Konoha ninjas, following assigned formations, quickly surrounded the encampment. At 500 meters from the perimeter, Sunagakure ninjas sounded the alarm. "Haha, these sand village fools, have they ever fought in a real war?" a Kumo ninja taunted. If the enemy gets this close, all captains in the camp would be torn apart by the Raikage, another thought. Sand village can't hide past failures, even with a new name, another Kumo ninja mocked. Previously, gathering many sand ninjas forced the third Raikage to temporarily retreat, enabling Raza to become the fourth Raikage. Today, the sand ninjas would pay. Despite thousands of Kumo against a few hundred sand ninjas, the mockery ended abruptly. The enemy camp acted first. Kill them all. Many abandoned defensive positions, rushing at the surrounding allied forces. Are they insane? Frontline squads were shocked but could not wait for orders. Attack was inevitable. Prepare combined ninjutsu. Eliminate them. Frontline captains across 3 directions issued counterattack orders. Earth release, iron rock cannon. Lightning release, lightning arrow. Iwa and Kumo used similar techniques, while Konoha relied on combined ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. 2 to 3 dozen frontline ninjas combined their jutsu into a devastating storm, striking the attacking Sunagakure ninjas like a natural disaster. The allied ninjas saw these suicidal attacks as pure recklessness. The attack swept through, yet keen-eyed observers noticed something unusual. Smoke rose where Sunagakure ninjas had been. No corpses, no substitution clones. Those hit transformed into smoke. They were all shadow clones. Sensor ninjas, check the camp immediately. Multiple allied sensor ninjas surveyed the camp, discovering the shocking truth. Those were all shadow clones. Only 2 remain inside the camp. No one else. Frontline captains felt a chill. Why deploy hundreds of shadow clones undetected, then charge the encirclement? Alert the rear command, we've been tricked. Before the Konoha captain could finish, a red barrier appeared in the sky over 5 kilometers away. Too late. Most allied ninjas realized they were now surrounded. The barrier several hundred meters high formed a cage around them. Ha ha ha, Lord Shikaku finally shows himself. A sharp laugh echoed. Suddenly, inside the Sunagakure camp appeared a massive tanuki, and beside it an equally tall red fox. The fox's 9 long tails, like a symbol of catastrophe, stirred violent winds. Allied ninjas swallowed nervously. The 2-tailed beast's one tail and the 9 tails were now encircled. Allied ninjas suddenly realized just how brave or foolish they had been. End of chapter. Chapter 353. Chapter 353. 1259 words. With that stinky fox following me around, even stepping out for some fresh air feels annoying. Shikaku's sharp voice echoed as its towering body dozens of meters tall stood out like a beacon. Nearly every ninja in the allied shinobi forces saw the 2-tailed beasts. Stupid tanuki. If you don't want to get erased by that mun, you'd better behave. Kurama didn't want to quarrel with Shikaku. Hyuga Mirai now felt even stronger than the Sage of Six Paths in his old age. Kurama didn't dare hold even a sliver of defiance. In front of Mirai, the tailed beast's resurrection was a joke completely meaningless. If they went against him, they would truly die. Hearing Mirai's name, Shikaku's arrogance faded a little, though it still grumbled, "Humph. But being surrounded by these ants is really irritating. When are we getting the signal? Just let me kill them already." The front-line allied ninjas instinctively stepped back 2 paces, fear creeping up their spines. These were 2-tailed beasts, one of them the strongest, the 9 tails. And they had no sealing team. How were they supposed to fight this? Behind them, Mei Terumi, Inoki, and the others had also learned that the enemy camp now contained tailed beasts. They froze for a moment. Weren't the intel reports saying the Sunagakure Federation's Jinchuriki were at the Chunin exams? But once they saw the massive barrier around them, they realized their ambush had already failed, yet they couldn't understand how the enemy discovered it. How did the Sunagakure Federation rats learn our attack plan? The Raikage's hair crackled with electricity from sheer rage. What was supposed to be a flawless operation, deploying over 1,000 elite ninja, was now trapped inside an enormous barrier. The size of this barrier, it meant the Federation had already mapped out their entire force. If they were able to counterattack this precisely, someone must have leaked the plan. Tsunade's voice came from behind. Mei and the others turned, ready to question her, but Hiruzen Sarutobi felt dread creeping in. He could never forget Danzo's warning, but he had never found proof. Tsunade lived a disciplined life, training or drinking and gambling, no sign of collusion with Hyuga Mirai. Hiruzen had been unable to act. The Raikage turned around and snapped, "Hokage, what do you?" A violent gust hit them from behind. Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground. The earth shook like a magnitude 9 earthquake. Mei and Hiruzen almost toppled. A leapt away using lightning release chakra mode, while Inoki floated up and immediately retreated. But before Inoki could escape far, he felt a deadly presence behind him. Before he could form a hand seal, a brutal kick smashed into his waist. He crashed into the ground, forming a deep crater. Tsunade landed, formed hand seals and shouted, "Would release, deep forest emergence." Her chakra roared out like a tsunami. The ground quaked and countless massive wooden branches burst upward, surging toward Mei, Hiruzen, and their guard squads. As for Inoki, after that kick, he lay helpless in the crater. The growing trees wrapped him tightly, draining his chakra. He couldn't move. Lava release, dissolving monster jutsu. The wood release continued expanding. Aside from Mei, Hiruzen, and a few guards who escaped, everyone else was completely bound by the growing trees. "Hokage, what are you doing?" A roared in fury, lightning sparking from his hair. Hiruzen also shouted angrily, "Tsunade, are you betraying Konoha?" "I'm trying to achieve peace. Just like my grandfather ended the Warring States era. This is the final step." Lifted high by the wooden vines, Tsunade stared down at them. The current ninja system is slowly recreating the same conditions that caused endless wars back then. If we want peace, we must abandon the ninja system entirely. Hiruzen roared back, "That's your reason for betraying Konoha?" "Old man, I have never betrayed Konoha. Konoha's founding purpose was peace. The ones betraying it are you." Tsunade stomped hard, and the giant trees surged again toward Hiruzen. Summoning jutsu. Hiruzen leapt back and summoned Enma. "Hiruzen, what's going on?" "Would release. You're fighting Tsunade. And other villages' ninjas too." Enma quickly understood the situation, though confused why Hiruzen was fighting Tsunade. "Time is short. Transform into the adamantine staff." Without explaining further, Hiruzen prepared to battle Tsunade's would release. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Mei and charged at Tsunade. It was obvious now Tsunade had aligned with the Sunagakure Federation. Their failed ambush was her doing. Over 1,000 cloud ninja had marched straight into a trap. A was livid. Acidic mist corroded the wooden giants, followed by A smashing them apart with his lariat. The two of them combined forces to clear a wide area. The corroded wood was fragile against A, and the leftover mist could not penetrate his lightning defense. With Hiruzen joining the fight, and several guard squads who hadn't been captured, they barely managed to halt the wood-release onslaught. Meanwhile, Konoha's ninja were frozen in shock. Especially Nara Shikaku. Everything finally clicked. Tsunade had hinted at things before, but he assumed it was political tension with Hiruzen. He leaned toward Tsunade but didn't want to offend the third Hokage. Later, as Tsunade's behavior became stranger, he thought Hiruzen was restraining her. He never imagined she had already formed an agreement with the Sunagakure Federation. Not good. The village. Shikaku's eyes widened. He understood everything at once. Most Konoha ninja present were neutral, or opposed to Tsunade's faction. The ones loyal to her had not come. The police force clans, Kakashi's unit, ANBU, Root, and several elite jonin. Tsunade-sama's plan might be, before he could finish the thought, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. A massive cloud of smoke tens of meters tall billowed up. When it cleared, the allied shinobi forces saw a monstrous serpent-like creature. Its head bore two horns, its body four-limbed, its scales gleaming like violet jade, and its golden slit-pupilled eyes towered like twin mountains. Any ninja it glanced at could barely keep hold of their kunai. This wasn't a summon. This was a natural disaster. In the distance, a colossal chakra avatar appeared, Susanoo, over 100 meters tall. Shikaku recognized the silhouette from intel. This was the Uchiha clan's power. But he had never seen one so enormous. 100 meters, ordinary ninja looked like ants before it. Nearby, mechanical puppets assembled themselves, forming a metal golem over 30 meters tall. Small compared to the others, but still overwhelming for the allied forces. Ha ha ha. What is this? An illusion. I actually got caught in a genjutsu. A cloud jonin laughed hysterically. Bloodshot eyes stared at the battlefield filled with two complete-tailed beasts. A colossal purple serpent. A towering Susanoo. A massive weaponized puppet. Facing even one of these created crushing despair, yet all of them appeared at once, surrounding them completely. Break out. Some ninja at the rear had already noticed that the four Kage were fighting each other. Tsunade's betrayal would soon spread through the army, then they would also face a fifth Hokage, who was said to rival the god of shinobi. Shikaku felt cold sweat pouring down. Even the brilliance of the Nara clan could not save them now. Shikaku-san, you look unwell. Even if you're sick, you still joined the battlefield. Konoha is lucky to have someone like you. A voice behind him. He spun around in shock. A black portal had opened, and stepping out was the one who spoke. Hyuga Mirai. End of chapter. Chapter 354, Chapter 354. 1036 words. Thinking it over now, it all made sense to Nara Shikaku. The founding of the Sunagakure Federation, the Uchiha incident, and Tsunade's recent changes. Hyuga Mirai had been behind all of it. In an instant, Shikaku felt as though everything clicked into place, followed by a wave of helplessness. How could they possibly win against an opponent with overwhelming strength, who had been planning from the shadows this entire time? Mikoto, Shikaku, Kurama, I'll leave the rest to you. Hyuga Mirai spoke to those behind him. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto manipulated her Susanoo, forming a massive Yasaka Magatama in its giant hand. If anyone resisted, she wouldn't hesitate. After injecting the substance Mirai had given her, Mikoto felt no strain using her Mangekyo Sharingan. There was no pain, and even her chakra recovered quickly. Hyuga Mirai. Shikaku managed a strained smile, but before he could continue, Mirai pulled out a capsule and tossed it into the air. It burst open, releasing over 100 puppets gleaming metallic under the sunlight. These puppets carried chakra sealing chains. One per person, barely enough for all the shinobi present. The mechanized puppets immediately spread out, ready to lock the chakra chains onto the allied shinobi. What the hell are these things? What are you trying to do? The first chosen Cloud Ninja kicked a puppet away, and drew the short blade on his back, ready to destroy it. But before he could charge forward, an orange chakra blade pierced straight through him, cutting him cleanly in half. Seeing this, Shikaku urgently told Yamanaka Inoichi, use your jutsu. Tell all Konoha shinobi not to resist. Inoichi understood the situation. Even though covering so many people could drain his chakra, there was no time to worry about that. After swallowing 2 soldier pills, he immediately used his clan's secret technique. Within moments, his mental energy covered all Konoha shinobi within several kilometers, relaying Shikaku's orders and a brief explanation. The Konoha ninjas lost all motivation to resist. They might have been able to charge forward under Fukage, if it were just 1 or 2 massive threats, but now their own Hokage stood on the enemy's side. What could they possibly do? Another Cloud Ninja shouted angrily, only to be sliced in half by a chakra blade. Uchiha Mikoto again. Among everyone present, she was the most suited for precision kills. With the Mangekyo Sharingan's insight and the chakra blades fired through Yasaka Magatama, she could strike a 2-meter zone with perfect accuracy. Damn monster! Shosho, the massive purple serpent, heard the shouting below. It opened its jaws and lunged downward. Its belly generated a powerful suction. No one knew how many people were swallowed in that instant. When it shut its mouth and flicked its tongue, a large section of the battlefield had been cleared of human presence. Are we supposed to fight that thing? Some Cloud Ninjas with weaker mental fortitude nearly snapped. When the serpent's head descended, it felt like a mountain coming down on them. Resistance was impossible. By the time they came to their senses, dozens of comrades were gone. What were they supposed to do now? Seeing the Cloud Ninjas' plight, the Stone Ninjas immediately understood their own situation. Faced with the mechanized puppets, they followed Konoha's example and raised their hands, no longer resisting. Against tailed beasts, a giant serpent, Susanoo towering like a mountain, and a barrier sealing all exits, they had no idea how to fight back. These chains conceal chakra. Once they're on, you can't refine chakra at all. A Konoha ninja whispered to his companion. Whenever he tried gathering chakra, the chains blocked it, and the harder he forced it, the weaker he became. Another Konoha ninja nodded. It looks sturdy. Keep watch for me. I'll try breaking it with a kunai. He was taijutsu type strong even without chakra. He wanted to try brute force. But just as he pulled out a kunai, an explosion echoed from the distance. Everyone looked toward it. Someone had actually tried resisting. Bold but foolish. After checking the scene, the mechanized puppets broadcast a warning, alert, the chakra chain contains a self-destruction function. Attempts to destroy it will trigger an explosion. After the announcement, the puppets continued securing chains on the assembled shinobi. Shikaku-san, distribute these yourselves. The puppets are too few, they might not reach you. Mirai handed several chains to Shikaku. His face darkened instantly. He actually expects us to put the restraints on ourselves. Shikaku took a deep breath, turned around, and reluctantly handed the chains to those behind him. When he reached Mabui and Samui, the 2 women silently used Shikaku's body as cover and tried forming hand seals. Cloud Ninja will leave. Before Mabui could finish shouting, an invisible force swatted both her and Samui into the air. They flipped several times before crashing to the ground. Neither moved. They were either unconscious or worse. Shikaku sighed. Why bother? He raised the chains to the remaining Cloud Ninjas and asked, do you want them or not? The Cloud Ninjas trembled with fury. This humiliation was unbearable. But they were shinobi endure what others cannot. They instinctively looked toward the wreckage. He was their final hope. Even Sasori detached from his puppet and walked to Mirai's side, watching the distant battle between Tsunade, the wreckage, the Mizukage, and Hiruzen. He complained, you promised to leave the 4th wreckage for me so I could test my combined puppet's durability. I plan to, Mirai replied, clapping his hands. But after seeing Tsunade, I realized something. Why use the Reikage as a test subject when Tsunade is clearly superior? There's no point using an inferior sample. Is that so? Sasori glanced at the battlefield. Even with the third Hokage and fifth Mizukage covering him, the fourth Reikage was still being kicked dozens of meters by Tsunade. Mirai had a point. Reikage was a subpar test subject in comparison. You're right. No need to waste it on an inferior sample. Relax, Sasori. I'll talk to Tsunade for you. Your project is the second most important thing in the organization. Mirai patted his shoulder. Hearing this, Sasori's lips curled slightly. We'll do it your way. End of chapter, chapter 355, chapter 355. 1460 words after Sasori gave up on using the fourth Reikage as material for a prototype puppet, he stood beside Hyuga Mirai, occasionally commenting on the only fight inside the barrier. The Reikage, Terumi Mei, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had long noticed the situation of the allied shinobi forces during the pauses in battle. But as village leaders, surrender was impossible. Combined with the fury of betrayal, all three had already steeled themselves to fight to the death rather than yield. Tsunade glanced at Hyuga Mirai and Sasori watching idly from the side, making no move to help, and her anger spiked. Why bother holding back to avoid hurting them? Reikage, Mizukage, I've already given you your chance. With a shout, Tsunade entered Sage mode. Her control over natural energy was now extremely refined, faster even than Senja Hashirama, who needed to form seals to gather energy. And she could now enter a perfect Sage mode. It wasn't the Sage mode of Shikatsu Forest, but the same blue face markings as Hyuga Mirai's. Mirai's Sage mode had a consumption pattern similar to the strength of 100 seal, increasing speed, power, stamina, and more. After transforming, Tsunade's speed even surpassed the Reikage. Next, Tsunade activated a Mangekyo Sharingan technique no Habari, which allowed her to see a few seconds into the future, dozens of times more perceptive than a 3-tomo Sharingan. Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsunade saw several seconds ahead, then used body flicker to appear exactly where the Reikage would be next, and drove a monstrous punch toward him. Tsunade wanted to end this quickly. She used 80% of her strength, and knowing the Reikage's exact next move, her punch sent him flying nearly 100 meters. When he hit the ground, he rolled 7 or 8 times. Even Sasori, watching from afar, frowned slightly at the impact and asked quietly, "Is he alive?" "In a bit, maybe not," Mirai replied. The Reikage's heart was still beating, but the right side of his body was nearly destroyed. If this dragged on, he'd be ready for burial. Mirai-kun. After the entire allied force was captured, Uchiha Mikoto approached Mirai. She used an shadow clone to maintain her Susanoo, something she never imagined possible before. But Mirai's serum had given her overwhelming strength. Tsunade-sama is using a Mangekyo Sharingan. That pattern was deeply familiar to her. It's not just the Mangekyo. The Rinnegan is her true power. Shame she hides even that from me, Mirai muttered. He still didn't know what abilities her Rinnegan had or whether she'd use them today. But using Rinnegan abilities on opponents like this would be a bit embarrassing. Bansho 10 in. Right after sending the Reikage flying, Tsunade used a Rinnegan technique. Hiruzen was stunned. When did she gain the Rinnegan? He had no time to think. His body was pulled toward Tsunade. He jammed the Enma staff into the ground, but it was useless. The pull was nearly comparable to Chibaku Tensei. Even the ground beneath him ripped upward. Wood release, wood bindings. As Hiruzen hung helplessly in midair, Tsunade cast would release to restrain him. Be careful, Hiruzen. Enma sprouted 2 arms from the staff, grabbed Hiruzen, and hurled him out of the pull's range with the strength of a monkey king. Tsunade body flickered into midair, intercepted Hiruzen, and axe-kicked him into the ground. Hiruzen, like Inoki, was in his 70s. The only reason he could still fight was chakra. But after taking Tsunade's full blow, He lost all ability to resist, and was easily bound by would release. On the other side, Enma's single eye appeared on the staff, cited Hiruzen's defeat, and dismissed the summoning, returning to its realm. With Hiruzen subdued, only Terumi Mei and a few bodyguards could still fight. Tsunade stepped forward. Mizukage, do you still want to continue? The three Kage together couldn't defeat her. Alone, her chances were practically zero. Would release and Rinnegan, the despair was overwhelming. But she was the Mizukage. Even with no hope, she couldn't surrender. Determination returned to Terumi Mei's eyes as she formed seals. Lava release, melting before she finished, she felt a hand grab her neck from behind. Hyuga Mirai pulled her through the Yomino Hirasaka, and slammed her into the ground. Her vision blurred. She found herself pinned on the ground, chakra chain cuffs locking onto her wrists, draining her chakra until she couldn't gather any. Nara Shikaku watched, chilled. Mirai's space-time ninjutsu was absurd. That black void seemed to connect anywhere, and he didn't even need marks. Just reaching into it was enough to drag the Mizukage out of her position and slam her down. After Terumi Mei was subdued, Tsunade used a massive wood-release forest to bind the remaining enemies. The allied shinobi forces were completely handled. You finally stepped in after watching the show long enough, Tsunade muttered beside Mirai. Then she noticed the chakra lock cuffs on Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Shikaku, you're wearing those too. Shikaku smiled awkwardly. Safer this way. Tsunade turned to Mirai. He's my aide. And if they refuse to join the Federation, this ensures everything ends cleanly. Mirai stopped there, but Shikaku understood well enough to imagine several bloody possibilities. Among the Konoha shinobi present, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans alone numbered over 100. Shikaku wasn't sure whether Mirai was bluffing, but even a slight chance of such an outcome was unacceptable. As a Konoha shinobi, I follow the Hokage's command, Shikaku said immediately, glancing at Mirai in the corner of his eye. Shikaku, after today, you should clearly see the direction the shinobi world must take. I worried you'd be as blinded as the old man, Tsunade said, patting his shoulder. With Shikaku assisting her, things would become much easier. Until now, she only dared entrust sensitive tasks to Kabuto, but the coming workload was enormous. Merging the Land of Fire into the Federation wasn't a matter of one sentence. The country's countless nobles, hundreds of them, had to be dealt with first. And then came the village reforms. Thinking about it gave Tsunade a headache. Leaving everything to Kabuto might kill him. So what next, she asked. The handlers will arrive soon. These prisoners will be held for a while, then sent to the Federation's southwest mining sector. As for the Konoha shinobi, Mirai issued an order to Unit 18. Release the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi cuffs. Moments later, every member of those clans heard a click as their chakra locks opened. After years of data collection, Unit 18's puppet armor could scan almost everything: identity, background, medical history. Nearly everyone had been treated by Federation medical machines. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. And Mirai-san, Shikaku said stiffly. Having the locks removed in front of everyone meant they had no path but loyalty. Even though he hadn't intended to betray anyone, Mirai had publicly declared their allegiance. They had barely put the cuffs on before being freed again. Follow Tsunade. Shikaku understood. With Konoha and the Sand Federation's strength, plus today's victory, unifying the shinobi world wouldn't take long. And if only this group was here, the Kazekage and other upper-level Federation shinobi must already be at another battlefield. Soon, the Federation shinobi arrived to take custody of the prisoners. Kushina and Ayaka released the four Red Yang formation. If they hadn't encased the alliance early on, the sight of the tailed beasts would have caused immediate panic. Shikaku quickly coordinated with Inoichi and the Akimichi, assisting the Federation shinobi. Some Federation shinobi were confused. If not for the leaf forehead protectors, they'd assume these men were fellow Federation soldiers. Mirai-sama. Ayaka Uzumaki released the barrier and approached Mirai with a bright smile. though she held back from hugging him since so many people were watching. "Tsunade-Nizan, it's been a while," Kushina said as she walked up. "We'll finally be living together again. It's finally ending." "Kushina. Konoha still owes you," Tsunade murmured, touching her red hair. If she had been in Konoha at the time, Kushina wouldn't have suffered under root. "It's all right. Things are good now." Kushina was more than satisfied. She was grateful she'd escaped Konoha's pit, otherwise Naruto would have grown up in hatred and misery. In the Federation, he became cheerful, made friends, and lived freely. "It's almost over." Tsunade sighed. Then, seeing Mirai and Ayaka standing not far away, she quietly asked Kushina, "Kushina, is that the other Uzumaki girl who's going to marry him?" Kushina exhaled inwardly. "Tsunade-Nizan. That's Ayaka Uzumaki." Tsunade gritted her teeth. "That brat Mirai is such a menace, attracting so many women." Kushina instantly felt a pang of jealousy and nodded stiffly. "You're not wrong." The two exchanged a glance, both guilty, both avoiding the topic immediately after. End of chapter 356, chapter 356 1402 words, Lord Mirai, there are 4,729 people in total. If there are no further instructions, I'll take them all away. A member of the Federal Administration reported to Hyuga Mirai. Aside from the fourth Raikage, Mabui, and a few others who were severely injured and needed treatment, almost everyone else was physically intact. Once sent to the Federation's southwestern mines, they would make perfect workers. As for whether they would cooperate, there was nothing to worry about. No matter how tough a shinobi was, they all broke once they were sent into the mines. Hyuga Mirai asked the administration staff to wait, then pulled up the list of Konoha shinobi. He turned to Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku-san, among these people, who do you think can still be released? If they're sent to the southwestern mines, the earliest they can leave is 5 years from now." Shikaku felt immediate pressure. He forced a stiff smile. "I'll take a look. I'll try my best to persuade those who can still be reasoned with." But this was troublesome for him. Every shinobi Tsunade had brought was chosen from a list carefully evaluated by Kabuto. As the captain of the Jonin squads and head of the Nara clan, Shikaku could tell at a glance who might be convinced and who wouldn't. Those with a bit of hope and no deep political backing, he'd try to talk to. As for the others, even if persuasion was possible, he had no intention of opening that door. Anyone too closely tied to the Sarutobi clan was a risk. If they returned to Konoha and suddenly defected or caused damage, half the blame would fall on him. After careful consideration, Shikaku pulled out roughly 200 Konoha shinobi he believed could still be worked on. "We'll go with your choices," Mirai said. "Persuading them is your responsibility." He marked their names, and their chakra chains immediately unlocked and dropped to the ground. Sasori had fitted every chain with a self-destruct and smart control system. He didn't like the request, but after a little flattery toward Mirai, he added both features anyway. Once thrown into the southwestern mines, these people had no options other than labor. Shikaku, Inoichi, and the rest of the Inoshikacho trio went to persuade the released Konoha shinobi. The others were escorted away. The Raikage, Inoki, Hiruzen, and the rest were still unconscious. Tsunade's monstrous punch had done heavy damage. The Federal Administration could only promise to try its best. The next focus was absorbing the territory of the Land of Fire. With Konoha's cooperation, this was easy. Pakura continued leading the forces flattening the Land of Water. Mirai checked the battlefield. Uchiha Teka and Pakura were slaughtering enemies on the sea. 100-meter Susanoo split the ocean in half, then a freezing storm sealed the waves for a kilometer. After that came relentless scorch-release fireballs. No one could stop the two of them. Nearly 3,000 shinobi of the Allied missed forces collapsed in full retreat. Kirigakure's main forces and their Mizukage were practically wiped out. From here, the war would be simple. Even if the village still had a former master-level elder left, he had no forces capable of resisting the Federation. With Kado shipping still controlling supplies, who would sacrifice themselves for Kirigakure on an empty stomach? Even if someone had the resolve, what about their families? Very few Kirigakure shinobi had stable families left. Most who would die for the village had already been wiped out during the Blood Mist era. Satisfied with the situation there, Mirai headed toward Tsunade. Kushina was introducing Naruto to her, but Naruto refused to believe this. Young Onizen was almost 60 years old. Kushina smacked him on the head. Against Naruto, Kushina's punches had the effect of monstrous strength. As Mirai approached, Naruto immediately forgot the bump on his head. "Uncle Mirai, how did the first round go? Can I still go back and participate?" Mirai crushed his hopes without hesitation. "Forget it, Naruto. They're already in the third round. Unless something unexpected happens, the champion will likely be Nakamura Yoko." Then who won between Naruto and Sasuke? Tsunade shoved Naruto aside and asked anxiously. They were both simulation androids. "I set Naruto to win." Tsunade's face went pale. It was as if her soul was drifting out of her mouth. Too many people bet on Uchiha Sasuke. If he won, the payout would be over 20 billion ryo. Bets on Naruto were under 50 million. Seeing her expression, Mirai laughed. "Tsunade, you bet again? And lost again? I told you, you have no talent for gambling. So you were the one running the house." Tsunade lunged at Mirai's throat. She had mortgaged her ancestral home, only to lose everything because someone manipulated the odds. How could she accept that? "I plan to visit the Federation. I want to familiarize myself with its systems." "When you lie, stop tilting your head." Mirai sighed. She didn't even last 2 days before getting lazy. Clearly she realized how much work awaited her, and was planning to hide at Kushina's place. 5 days. If you don't show up, trouble will pile up fast. Tsunade's eyes widened as she immediately haggled upward. 1 month. 7 days. Push me again and I'll drag you back myself. 7 it is. Tsunade agreed instantly. With unlimited shochu and casinos in Sand Federation, she was eager for a tour. Her temporary absence wouldn't cause issues. With Shikaku's loyalty secured, Mirai sent Android 18 to dispatch a few robots to help Konoha execute temporary reform plans and coordinate the invasion of the Land of Fire. Drafting plans and assigning personnel would take about a week, perfect to drag Tsunade back afterward. No one slacked off under Mirai's watch. Shikaku's persuasion worked well. The third Hokage was carried away, the fifth Hokage now belonged to the Federation, and any neutral or loosely aligned Sarutobi supporters knew exactly which choice ensured survival. Mirai told Shikaku that collaborators were already inside Konoha, then let him lead his people home. Konoha had departed with 1,500 shinobi. Fewer than 300 returned. Shikaku and Inoichi exchanged looks, sighed helplessly, and marched home. As for their children living safely in the Federation, they weren't worried. Since they themselves had submitted, the Federation wouldn't harm them. Shikamaru and Ino probably thought they had participated in a normal Chunin exam. Lord Danzo, 10 kilometers until Konoha. A rude operative addressed Danzo. Danzo nodded, glancing at the group behind him, unable to contain his excitement. He forced himself to calm down. He would celebrate after he became Hokage. At the daimyo's residence, he had found an opportunity to replace the daimyo and his servants with substitutes he had trained. With Obito's help, the operation was so swift no one noticed, not even the guards. It had been one of Obito's conditions in their transaction, little more than transportation to him. Now Danzo was leading 5 Edo Tensei resurrected bodies disguised as root operatives, the real daimyo, officials of the Land of Fire, and the daimyo's elite guards to Konoha to announce his ascension as Hokage. The Edo Tensei bodies were Kato Dan, Tsukumo Hatake, Uchiha Kagami, and 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Danzo wanted to summon the first and second Hokage, but he knew his teacher's strength well. If the second Hokage broke free, it would cause major trouble. As for previous Kage from other villages, Root lacked the strength to capture remains beyond the Land of Fire. For now, these 5 would do. Once he became Hokage, he planned to build an Edo Tensei army. Soon, the procession reached Konoha. A group of over 100 approaching was noticed quickly, and the village was already alerted. By the time Danzo's group reached Konoha's gate, it was shut. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane frowned at the massive group. Who are you? State your business in Konoha. Someone stepped forward from a carriage. The daimyo is here. Have Konoha's leadership come greet him. The daimyo. Izumo and Kotetsu exchanged confused looks. A daimyo visit would always be announced ahead of time. They had received no such notice. But the formation, the official's attire, the luxurious carriages, it looked genuine. I'll notify the higher-ups. You stay here and keep watch, Izumo said to Kotetsu, then shouted. Please wait. Konoha has received the message. The village leadership will arrive shortly. End of chapter, chapter 357, chapter 357 1354 words. Kyo Hyuga frowned slightly and asked, how many people in total? And how many of them are shinobi? Kamizuki Izumo replied, a little over 100. Not sure how many are shinobi, but a few of them look like ANBU, masked faces, short blades, and tool pouches like ANBU gear. But they're not wearing ANBU uniforms or tags. Masks covering their faces and the equipment matches. Just no ANBU attire or insignia. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. It might be Danzo. No wonder Root has been unable to track him down. If he's been hiding in the daimyo's residence, that would make perfect sense. Only Kabuto and Kimimaro had been told by Tsunade that Danzo was still alive, though recently Kyo Hyuga and Kurina Yuhi had learned of it too. What's he doing coming to Konoha with the daimyo? Don't tell me he still wants the Hokage position. Kyo found the thought ridiculous. Konoha and the Sand Federation were about to merge. The future of the Hokage and even the daimyo positions was uncertain. And that fool Danzo thought bringing the daimyo along would make him Hokage. Who in Konoha would even acknowledge the daimyo now? Kyo immediately ordered, let them in. Takuma, gather the police force, and have the residents around the Hokage building prepare for security lockdown. Captain Kyo, are you planning to fight the daimyo here? Kabuto was shocked. He didn't expect Kyo to be this decisive, planning to eliminate the daimyo's entire group right here. This is a rare opportunity. We'll eventually swallow the entire Land of Fire. Removing the daimyo now saves us trouble later. Kyo gave a cold smile. If Danzo's the one who advised him to come, then he's even dumber than I thought. Understood, Captain. I'll notify Kimimaro, Kakashi, and Kurenai. Kabuto left to gather people. As one of Orochimaru's subordinates, he understood clearly, Kyo was also part of their organization now, and was set to marry Hyuga Mirai, his status far above Kabuto's. And Kabuto appreciated Kyo's decisiveness. In some situations, she was even bolder than Tsunade. Once she chose something, she left no room for hesitation. That, to him, was what a true shinobi should be. Izumo went to the village gate to let the daimyo's convoy through. A Hyuga clansman went with him to observe using the Byakugan, and report the number of shinobi present. Kabuto worked methodically. He summoned Kakashi, Kurenai, Kimimaro, and dozens of root shinobi, cleared civilian staff out of the Hokage building, and stationed 2 barrier teams outside. If fighting broke out, the barrier teams would immediately contain the battlefield. And the smaller the battlefield, the more devastating Kimimaro's Shikatsu Myaku became. Once Kyo's orders were received, Izumo returned and had Kotetsu open the gate. As the convoy entered halfway, the daimyo lifted the curtain of his carriage and asked Izumo, the 5th Hokage is absent. Who is currently in charge of the village? It was indeed the daimyo. Izumo recognized the face. He had seen him during the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. Currently, matters are managed by Kiyo Hyuga, captain of the police force, with assistance from the Hokage's aides en route. Kiyo Hyuga. From the Hyuga clan. So the elders Hamura and Koharu are gone. Hearing those names, Izumo answered, they committed grave crimes. One has been executed, and the other is imprisoned. What happened on the night of the Uchiha massacre had been sealed. Only the official announcements from the Hokage building were known to lower-ranking shinobi. Grave mistakes, then. The daimyo said no more and lowered the curtain again. On a distant rooftop, a Hyuga shinobi observing the convoy frowned. So many shinobi, and most have chakra levels comparable to Jonin. I must report this to the clan leader. He immediately rushed toward the Hokage building. Over 70 shinobi in a convoy of just over 100. This wasn't a diplomatic visit. Nothing in the land of fire required so many shinobi guards. Soon, the daimyo's group reached the Hokage building. Seeing the sheer number of people he brought, Kiyo frowned. Daimyo, the Hokage building cannot accommodate this many people. They should stay in the designated quarters. The daimyo slowly stepped down from his carriage. No, have them stand guard outside. It's dangerous these days. Even in the capital, assassins are active. Without these guards, I wouldn't feel safe. So you're saying that inside the Hokage building, we can't protect you? Or are you implying there are assassins among us? Kiyo's voice grew cold, her pale eyes carrying a pressure that made the daimyo avert his gaze. And no, of course not. I'm only saying, the imposter daimyo stumbled over his words under Kiyo's stare. Even if he knew the real daimyo's behavior patterns, facing a powerhouse like her was intimidating. The real daimyo, even if afraid of shinobi, would never show weakness when standing before Konoha's ninja. After all, in his eyes, a tamed dog no matter how fierce would never bite its master. The daimyo is simply concerned for his safety. There's no need to press him so hard. An official tried to smooth things over, but one look from Kiyo made him tense up too. Bring the police force. Protect the daimyo's attendants. Kiyo ignored the daimyo's group entirely. With Konoha about to merge with the Sand Federation, the daimyo's faction was effectively their enemy. The rest of your guards stay outside. The building can't hold them. She walked inside, and the others followed. With the Hokage gone, the police force captain handled village affairs. Kiyo's decisiveness resembled Tsunade's instinctively commanding respect. What outrageous disrespect, treating the daimyo like that. The daimyo's officials finally vented their anger once she was out of sight along with their fear. Once a shinobi no longer feared nobility, no one knew what might happen next. They hesitated to enter the building. It felt like a beast's open mouth. Stepping inside might mean death. Daimyo, we. The officials looked to the imposter daimyo. If he insisted, they had no choice but to follow. He glanced at the masked man beside him, took a deep breath and said, let's. We'll follow. Kiyo had pressured them so heavily, it felt like she might kill them at any moment. Only 30 people including officials were allowed inside. When they reached the conference room, Kiyo and the others had been waiting. Daimyo, arriving unannounced. Do you have urgent business? Typically you send notice. Has the daimyo's office forgotten basic protocol? Her words made the daimyo tense again. He followed the plan and said, this matter is extremely important, so we didn't have time to notify you. Could you summon the other clan leaders? What I must announce should be said before all of them. Kiyo frowned. Something felt off. Even though she had never met the daimyo, the reports never portrayed him as timid. Someone who could collaborate with other nations to start a war shouldn't be this meek. Summoning clan leaders is a privilege only the Hokage holds. But since you insist you have something important, we'll proceed as you ask. Kiyo also wanted to see what the daimyo was plotting, and soon, she would declare open separation between Konoha and the daimyo's government. The war at the front was nearly over. Those remaining in Konoha needed to contribute too, and the daimyo had walked right into their hands. Soon, the police force gathered the clan heads remaining in Konoha. Inuzuka, Aburame, Kurama, Tenkaku and others 13 clan leaders in total arrived, along with Kakashi, the lone heir of the Hitaki clan, and Kiyo herself. Everyone present except those on the front lines. Daimyo, speak plainly. Kiyo's tone was sharp, making some minor clan heads uneasy. Since everyone is here, I'll say it. Regarding Konoha's Hokage, the Daimyo's office received word that the 5th Hokage may be colluding with the Sand Federation. So a new Hokage must be selected. Until Tsunade's actions are fully investigated, someone else must act as interim Hokage. Kiyo laughed before he could finish. Her white eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at him. Daimyo, that's all you came to say. End of chapter, chapter 358. Chapter 358 1323 words. Is this still not enough, Hyuga clan head? The 5th Hokage may have colluded with outside forces. This threatens all of Konoha. When the time comes, you'll be dragged down with her. The 5th Hokage has betrayed the land of fire. The official from the Daimyo's estate shouted in outrage. They wanted Konoha and the other hidden villages to unite against the Sand Federation and restore the original one country one village system. But Tsunade's alleged cooperation with the Sand Federation directly defied the Daimyo's orders. The Daimyo's intent is to immediately dismiss Tsunade and select a new Hokage. The 3rd Hokage at the front line will place her under custody until her connection with the Sand Federation is clarified. If she proves innocent, then the position of Hokage. Hyuga Kiyo cut him off mid-sentence with a cold snort. No need to investigate. I'll tell you directly. It isn't just Lady Tsunade. The 3 clans of the police force, the 1st and 2nd ninja divisions, the ANBU, Root, and even the administrative, logistics, finance, and medical departments all share Tsunade-sama's intention. We are all prepared to merge Konoha into the Sand Federation. So what does the daimyo intend to do now? The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop instantly. Several clan heads stared in shock. They had assumed the daimyo's accusations were baseless. But Tsunade and the Hyuga clan head actually meant it. Some turned their heads slightly toward Inuzuka Nin and Aburame Shio, and toward Kakashi. Seeing their calm expressions and lowered heads, a chill went through the smaller clans. Of course they wouldn't have known. And once the big clans made their move, the smaller ones would have no choice at all. The 3 police force clans plus Kakashi's ninja division, combined with Root and ANBU, formed the largest power block in Konoha. No clan could oppose them, especially with a 5th Hokage who had awakened would release. The smaller clan heads shrank back. Even Inuzuka Nin and Aburame Shio were bewildered. Both realized, the moment Kiyo Hyuga spoke, that they were already tied to this ship. Tsunade's favoritism toward the 3 clans was well known, and she had even let the next generation of the Aburame and Inuzuka become Kiyo's students. Neither clan rejected the offer. To outsiders, the 3 clans were becoming a new version of the Inoshikacho trio. The police force of 3 clans could easily become a permanent institution, just like the Uchiha once were. Their next generation heirs were Kiyo's students. They had no path of retreat. Kakashi exhaled deeply. Just like them, he had been pushed step by step onto this ship of rebels, with no way to jump off now. Clan head Hyuga, what do you mean by this? The daimyo's official paled, uncertain whether from anger or fear. Pointing at Kiyo, he trembled. All of you intend to betray Konoha and the land of fire. Enough pointless words. If you hadn't come, I might worry you'd run away and hide. But since you walked right in. The veins bulged at the sides of Kiyo Hyuga's face, her pale eyes turning feral. No ordinary person dared meet her gaze. Danzo, after all that scheming, you still didn't get to be Hokage. A masked figure behind the daimyo removed his disguise, revealing the long-missing Danzo. His heart froze in frustration. He had waited for Tsunade to leave Konoha, counting on Hiruzen and the other 2 Kage being occupied at the front. Yet she had left behind so many loyalists. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you useless old fool. Decades as Hokage, and Tsunade managed to strip his influence this badly. Hyuga Kiyo. I expected you to betray Konoha. But Kakashi, even you would turn against the village. Danzo muttered as he unfastened the metal brace on his arm. He knew today would not end peacefully. With no message from Hiruzen, this was his final chance to struggle. He refused to die here. He was the one meant to reshape the shinobi world. Suddenly Kiyo shouted, exploding tags. Be careful. The moment she spoke, the Sharingan under Danzo's bandages activated as Izanagi. Kiyo and Kurenai released mercury-like nanomaterial from their fingertips, forming a protective shield, while Kimimaro raised a bone shield. Half the Hokage building collapsed instantly. The remaining half creaked, threatening to fall. Danzo's Edo Tensei body had used hundreds of explosive tags to generate such force. Thank you, Kurenai-san. Kurama Yunkai groaned. At this distance, the explosion left his mind ringing. Without her special tool shielding them, the small clan heads would have died instantly. That damn Danzo, I'll never forgive him. The clan heads shouted angrily. Without Kiyo's warning and Kurenai's protection, they would have been blown apart. Kiyo, where's Danzo? Kurenai ignored the thanks. She knew Danzo possessed forbidden jutsu like Izanagi. If he dared use that many explosive tags, he must have expected to escape. Kabuto spoke from the side. He can't get away. I already had barriers set up. I found him. Kurenai, follow me. Kiyo scanned the area with her Byakugan, then said to the others, clan heads of Inuzuka and Aburame, Kimimaro, the Edo Tensei bodies, and everyone outside are yours. Leaving that order behind, she and Kurenai left the ruined building. The Edo Tensei body that triggered the explosion slowly regenerated, but its mask and extra garments were destroyed, revealing its true face. Kakashi's exposed eye widened. The man beneath the mask was none other than Konoha's white Fang Tsukumo Hitaki. Expressionless, he drew his short blade and charged. His swordsmanship had terrified sand and stone during the Second Shinobi War. Even as an Edo Tensei unable to fight at full power, the flash of his white blade was faster than several clan heads could react. Kimimaro flashed in front of Tsukumo, blocking the short blade with bone protruding from his arm. Lightning chakra and wind chakra. Kimimaro felt both properties surge along the short blade, lightning crackle, and wind's invisible edge cutting his skin. Two chakra nature transformations in a single instant. He must have been a monster in life. Kimimaro's eyes lit up with interest, then narrowed. He leapt back. A figure rushed past him, lightning in hand, clashing with Tsukumo's blade. Wind and lightning scattered across the floor, leaving cut marks and scorch patterns. Sorry, Kimimaro. Leave him to me. Kakashi's lone Sharingan eye focused. As Tsukumo's son, it was his responsibility, and no one understood the White Fang's sword style better than him. Kimimaro didn't argue. He wanted to fight Tsukumo, but now wasn't the time. Nearby, Aburame Shibi adjusted his sunglasses. That's Dan, but he seems mindless, so I'll take him. Inuzuka Nin growled, charging forward before finishing his sentence. Ignored again. Shibi sighed, but released a swarm of insects to support him. Elsewhere, Danzo's Izanagi revival was quickly detected by the Byakugan. He hadn't run far before Kiyo and Kurenai cornered him. Danzo-sama, stop running. As a traitor to Konoha, where do you plan to flee this time? Kurenai twirled two kunai, their metallic chime echoing softly. You Konoha traitors, Danzo's words died. His body flickered into transparency and vanished. He hadn't even sensed the illusion. From above, Kiyo pointed. To your back right, Kurenai. He still has 7 Sharingan. Don't kill him yet, cut off his arm. She vanished with a body flicker, sprinting toward him. Both knew Danzo specialized in wind release, though he also wielded wood release and Sharingan tricks. But with the two of them combined, he had no chance. Kurenai and Kyo unleashed the strength of 100 seal, and in an instant caught up to him. Two monstrous punches struck Danzo simultaneously. His eyes bulged with rage as his form faded again. Danzo revived once more, grinding his teeth. He hadn't achieved his dream. He refused to die. His Sharingan weren't exhausted, his test subjects weren't exhausted. Damn it. You traitors, you're dooming the shinobi world. I won't forgive this. End of chapter, chapter 359, chapter 359 1310 words. Is he dead? He's dead. His Sharingan has closed, and his chakra is gone. But Izanagi really is terrifying. Cutting off his arm still couldn't stop it from activating. Kurenai Yuhi chuckled. It is a forbidden Uchiha technique. But Danzo's schemes were completely crushed by Kyo. As expected of her. Don't talk nonsense. Kyo Hyuga shot her a glare. Every time this woman praised her, something troublesome followed. She looked gentle on the outside, but beneath that smile was pure darkness. The battle over there is ending too. It seems the Edo Tensei bodies were controlled by Danzo. Once he died, the jutsu stopped. With her Byakugan, Kyo confirmed the situation. She carried Danzo's corpse and headed back to help. Although the Edo bodies had stopped moving, the daimyo's guards still hadn't given up. They didn't know whether the daimyo was real or a fake. They only knew he'd entered the Hokage building and was blown to pieces, and that they themselves were sealed inside the barrier. But the daimyo's guards were no match for the Konoha force, especially trapped in a sealed barrier. Teams of 2 from the Hyuga clan kept firing 8 trigrams, air palm in rapid succession, each strike nearly as destructive as an A-rank jutsu, low in chakra cost, and reusable every 3 seconds. The Inuzuka clan unleashed their beast-human combination taijutsu, while the Aburame clan filled the sky with clouds of insects. Individually, the daimyo's guards were strong. Many were at Jonin level, but they could not stand against Konoha's coordinated assault. After the Edo bodies stopped, the guards quickly lost morale. One after another surrendered. More than half had only joined the daimyo for his wealth. Now the daimyo was dead, the barrier sealed their escape, and the only alternative to surrender was death. They had no such resolve aside from just a few like Uma. The rest gave up. By the time Kurenai and Kyo arrived, surrender spread like falling dominoes. When the last few elite guards were captured, Kyo walked toward them, staring at one of them with a frown. Impressive. You actually helped the daimyo attack Konoha. You're leading Konoha to ruin. Asuma Sarutobi didn't get to finish. Kyo tapped his throat, cutting off his voice entirely. Lock them all up. We'll deal with them when the Hokage returns. After handing the guards to the security corps, Kyo turned to the Hokage building. The Edo bodies had stopped fighting but still had no consciousness. Danzo, aware of the danger of loose lips, had used talismans from the start to suppress their minds, leaving only combat instinct behind. Even now, they couldn't communicate, disappointing Kakashi. Check the forbidden jutsu scroll. It should have the method to release Edo Tensei. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, subtly hinting. He himself knew Edo Tensei, but it wouldn't be wise to demonstrate that in front of so many. We'll seal them for now. I'll deal with the Edo bodies later. Get the wounded to the hospital. Escort the daimyo's men to the security detainment center. Kyo took full command. The Hokage building, however, was so heavily damaged it would be unusable until fully rebuilt. Once everything was delegated, she summoned the clan heads and department leaders to the security headquarters and announced Konoha's merger with the Sand Federation. She and Kurenai had already received information through their ring terminals. The Allied forces know, the three-nation alliance had been crushed without suspense. Kumogakure lost over 3,000 elite shinobi. Iwagakure lost 1,500. The Hidden Mist suffered similar losses, and even lost their warships. All Konoha shinobi aligned with the Sarutobi clan, or opposed to merging with the Sand Federation, had been sent to the southwest mining zone of the Federation. They wouldn't be killed, but they'd be doing heavy labor for years unlikely to return. Along with them were 3 of the 5 Kage. Apart from the Inoshikacho clans and select individuals chosen by Nara Shikaku, none of the others would ever come back. After Kiyo finished speaking, the Inazuka, Aburame, and Kurama clan heads were silent. They had no grounds to oppose the merger. The Hyuga clan, Root Remnants, and Kakashi's 2 battalions already supported Tsunade's decision. Many still believed Kakashi had known about this beforehand. Tsunade had always favored him, promoting him from ANBU squad leader to vice captain, then giving him command of 2 battalions. Becoming Hokage's assistant was his next logical step. With such trust, it was unthinkable he was unaware of the merger. And when Kiyo announced it, Kakashi had shown no surprise, proving he knew. Even so, some clan leaders still had worries. It was called a merger, but in truth Konoha would be absorbed and reshaped entirely under the Sand Federation's system. Small villages joining a large nation was one thing, but Konoha was a great village, too big and too powerful to be treated the same. Kiyo spoke calmly. There's no need to worry. As long as we merge sincerely, the Sand Federation will not treat Konoha unfairly. The Taketsuru clan head frowned. But the Federation was originally Sunagakure. Many in that village still hold deep grudges against Konoha. This isn't simple. The hostility between Konoha and Sunagakure was real. Only recently they had fought a major war, personally led by the 5th Kazekage. Despite Kiyo's assurances, not everyone could relax. Old grudges could cripple a clan even with minor, subtle bias. The Uchiha were proof of that. Years of suppression had nearly broken them. Then allow me to explain. Kabuto stepped forward. Though the 5th Kazekage is from Sunagakure, it's almost certain that the next ruler will be Hyuga Mirai. And Lord Mirai will marry clan leader Kiyo Hyuga and Jonin Kurenai Yuhi. Under Lord Mirai's leadership, your concerns are unnecessary. He will not target Konoha clans for old grudges. Anyone capable will be valued. So that's how it is. Congratulations, clan leader Kiyo, Jonin Kurenai. The smaller clans suddenly looked at Kiyo and Kurenai with warmth and immediately began planning generous gifts for them. Congratulations to both of you. Blessings echoed throughout the room. Even the usually quiet Shibi Aburame offered his congratulations, though halfway through, Inazuka Tsum cut him off, and he soon realized neither Kiyo nor Kurenai had noticed his attempt. Alright, that's enough. Let's discuss this later. Our priority now is securing the Land of Fire. Surrounded and repeatedly congratulated, Kiyo, unlike Kurenai, couldn't handle the embarrassment and forcibly changed the topic. Still, she felt a small warmth in her chest. Their blessings meant they supported this future wholeheartedly. Kabuto's explanation relieved everyone completely. They rarely interacted with Hyuga Mirai, but before defecting from Konoha he had an excellent reputation. Now he would marry Kiyo and Kurenai, and likely become the next leader. There was nothing to fear. Even hostile Sunagakure factions wouldn't be able to touch them with Kiyo and Kurenai present. Danzo brought the daimyo's men into Konoha, and managed to blow himself up. Conveniently, this gives us room to maneuver. Once Nara Shikaku returns, we will seize control of the entire Land of Fire. Clan heads, I need your true support. The Land of Fire's power structure was complicated. Many noble families had deep roots for centuries. Unlike the Land of Wind, the aristocracy here was exceptionally strong. Uprooting them would take real force. We understand, clan leader Kiyo. All clan heads agreed in unison. They would put all their clan resources on the line. Kiyo nodded. Thank you. Your contributions will be recorded. When Shikaku returns, we will convert your efforts into Federation rewards. Until the Hokage returns, Kabuto and Kakashi will coordinate operations with you. Kabuto suddenly sensed something off. Captain Kiyo, isn't Lady Tsunade returning with Shikaku? Tsunade is inspecting the Sand Federation's governance system. As expected of the Hokage. She truly thinks ahead. Her decision puts us at ease. Many clan heads praised her without hesitation. Only Kabuto twitched slightly, stiffly pushing up his glasses. End of chapter. Chapter 360. Chapter 360. 1360 words. He held no formal title as Hokage, yet he wielded the authority of one. Kabuto felt as if he were the true foundation of Konoha, quietly patching up this decaying ship while its captain drank and slacked off, dumping all the work on his first mate. And the one assigning him tasks was the fiancée of Hyuga Mirai. If nothing unexpected happened, her status in the organization would be equal to Orochimaru's, someone Kabuto absolutely could not afford to offend. He had just sat down to begin his work when a stack of documents nearly 2 meters tall piled up in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Kabuto secretly summoned a small snake from Ryuchi Cave. He wrote down all his longing for Otogekure, and the regret of not assisting Orochimaru in his research, sealed the message in a scroll, stuffed it into the snake's belly, and sent it off as quickly as possible. Only if Orochimaru personally requested it from Hyuga Mirai could Kabuto return to the Sound Village. Until then, he had no choice but to keep working. Knock, knock. Lord Kabuto, these are the financial approvals from all departments. The finance division needs your signature as soon as possible. The Konoha finance shinobi dropped off the documents and quickly left. Meanwhile, Kyo Hyuga led half of the police force and several clans to detain all Sarutobi clan members and their affiliated families who remained in Konoha. Their ninja tools, explosive tags, and weapons were all confiscated, and they were held under guard. They hadn't committed any crimes, but they were political enemies. Until Tsunade returned, or until the merger between Konoha and the Sunagekure Federation was finalized, they had to ensure these clans caused no trouble. Only when they were certain no rebellion remained would they be released. For the next 3 generations, these clans would have no chance to enter the federal government. Even running businesses would require them to honestly follow federal tax laws. Only after 3 generations would they have a chance to rise again. Truthfully, Kyo Hyuga was already being generous. If this were Danzo, none of them would still be alive. When Narashikaku returned with the Inoshikacho trio and over 100 other clan shinobi, he froze upon hearing what Danzo had done. He even suspected Danzo might be one of Mirai's people, but the Danzo he knew, the darkness of the shinobi world, who survived the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, would never commit such a stupid act. Konoha was about to turn and swallow the entire land of fire. Yet Danzo brought the daimyo and a group of high-ranking officials into Konoha, then detonated them with explosive tags. What kind of logic was that? Inoichi, Chozo, let your clans rest for 2 days. Make sure everyone hears what happened. 2 days from now, gather all your ninjas. Konoha is about to make a major move. Shikaku had no intention of returning home either. The Inoshikacho trio needed to show good performance, so he would carry out his duties as the Jonin squad captain. Many stationed shinobi across the land of fire still didn't know what happened in Konoha. Shikaku planned to inform them as captain so they would abandon their posts and return immediately. Even without consulting Kabuto, Shikaku already guessed Konoha's next move: overthrow the old noble system of the land of fire. Only by tearing down the old architecture could they build something new. He needed to report this to Konoha, so he rushed to the police headquarters currently serving as the temporary Hokage office. Inside another hideout. Not good. Toby, everything failed. Zetsu burst into Toby's hideout screeching like a gossiping old woman. The noise disrupted Toby's concentration, making him fail the final step of creating an Edo Tensei control talisman. Calm down. Stop screaming at every little thing. This is exactly why you still haven't found the 3 tails. The Moon's Eye plan is nearly finished, but because of one stupid 3 tails, we're stuck and you're still shouting. Obito vented his anger on White Zetsu. They still had no news of the 3 tails, and White Zetsu laughed around every day. After yelling at him using Madara's voice, Obito finally asked, "What happened?" "I forgot." White Zetsu tapped his head, trying to imitate a cute little girl. Obito clenched his fist so hard he nearly snapped Zetsu's neck. White Zetsu. The Allied shinobi forces lost. Actually 3 nations lost. The Hokage is also on the side of the Sunagakure Federation. Black Zetsu cut in before White Zetsu could annoy Obito further. He explained quickly he couldn't stand this idiot either. Tsunade. I suspected it before, but didn't White Zetsu confirm she had no connection to the Federation? Obito's dissatisfaction grew. Danzo had warned him, but Obito assumed Danzo was just slandering Tsunade for the Hokage position. He even sent White Zetsu to investigate. White Zetsu swore up and down she had no ties. In detail, Zetsu described everything he saw from afar: the 4 red yang formation, the appearance of the One Tail and 9 Tails, the massive summoning beast of Hyuga Mirai, the complete orange Susanoo, and a steel puppet. They couldn't see the details inside the barrier. They didn't have Byakugan, after all. Even Sasori's 30-meter puppet looked tiny from their perspective. And the Raikage. Tsuchikage. White Zetsu shrugged. Captured. If you go to the Federation's southwestern mining zone, you'll find them. Tell Nagato and exaggerate it. I don't want him thinking he can do whatever he wants just because he has a Rinnegan. Obito issued the order. The Allied forces had lost, and they still needed 3 more tailed beasts. The Federation was unifying the entire shinobi world, and they still couldn't find the 3 tails. He obtained the location of the mining zone. Once his talisman was complete, he would go there personally. The Raikage and others might still be useful. Cloud and Stone had lost many shinobi, but they weren't completely powerless. The Moon's Eye plan had stalled. Thanks to the fog of war, Akatsuki had managed to capture 6-tailed beasts quickly, but now they had hit their limit. This snail-paced progress was burning Obito's patience. Losing control of the world's situation was exactly why he traded his Sharingan, White Zetsu clones, and favors with Danzo to obtain Edo Tensei. As for the mining zone, trains transporting ore to the southwest passed through Roran, then traveled south for another day. There were too many unmined regions outside the shinobi world. The Federation needed enormous quantities of iron ore daily. The Land of Rain could no longer supply enough, so a new Ministry of Mining was established to explore new deposits. After thousands of allied shinobi were captured, the Mining Ministry celebrated wildly. With this manpower, they could easily meet next year's and the following year's ore extraction goals. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally woke up, realizing he was inside a moving vehicle. As he slowly sat up, he recognized everyone in the cramped compartment. Third Hokage, you're awake. Anoki lay weakly on a large seat, hooked up to N4. Hiruzen scanned the group. Only Terumi Mei looked mostly unharmed. Everyone else was in miserable condition. The Raikage's entire left side was wrapped in bandages. Though conscious, he looked hollow, like his spirit had been beaten out of him. Mabui and Samui were no better, their necks fixed in braces, bodies wrapped head to toe. Hiruzen glanced at himself. Surviving Tsunade's monstrous strength was already a miracle. No, she had held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive. After a moment of silence, he asked, Lord Tsuchikage, where are we being taken? Not sure. But I heard they're sending us to work the mines. Anoki spoke weakly, lifting his hand to show the chakra-blocking chain locked onto him. It seals our chakra. Don't try to force it off. If it detaches, it explodes. If you value your life, don't attempt anything. His voice faded, whether from his back pain, or simply the crushing blow of the defeat. Over 1,000 elite stone shinobi were lost. Years of effort vanished. Even he was captured. With the Federation and Konoha now allied, Iwagakure's future was grim. End of chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.